130 tall. You might also like paranoid and aroused. Korn, down bad, Taylor Swift. The Alchemy, Taylor Swift. Give me a reason, cause I got nothing to gain. So what are we doing now? Feeling complacent, I cannot be contained. I'm so lost and lonely now. Where do I run? Where do I hide? Give me a reason to end my life. Where do I run? Where do I hide? Give me a reason to get out alive. Give me a reason, cause I got nothing to gain. So what are we doing now? Feeling complacent, I cannot be contained. I'm so lost and lonely now. Give me a reason, cause I got nothing to gain. So what are we doing now? Feeling complacent, I cannot be contained. I'm so lost and lonely now. Give me a reason. How did it start? Well, I don't know. I just feel the craving. I see the flesh and it smells fresh and it's just there for the taking. These little girls, they make me feel so goddamn exhilarated. I fill them up, I can't give it up. The pain that I'm just erasing. I tell my lies and I despise every second I'm with you. So I run away and you still stay. So what the f is with you? Your feelings, I can't help but break them. I'm sorry, I don't feel the same. My heart inside is constantly hating. I'm sorry, I just throw you away. I don't know why I'm so cold, I don't know why it hurts me. All I wanna do is get with you and make the pain go away. Why do I have a conscience? All it does is with me. Why do I have this torment? All I wanna do is get away. I tell my lies and I despise every second I'm with you. So I run away and you still stay. So what the f is with you? Your feelings, I can't help but break them. And I'm sorry, I don't feel the same. My heart inside is constantly hating. I'm sorry, I just throw you away. I tell my lies and I despise every second I'm with you. And I run away and you still stay. So what the f is with you? Your feelings, I can't help but break them. I'm sorry, I don't feel the same. My heart inside is constantly hating. I'm sorry, I just throw you away. Just throw you away. good and evil, right and wrong. A new world order. A new world order. A new world order. A new world order. We're not about to make that same mistake twice. A new world order. A new world order. A new world order. tries to please them all. This bitter man he is, throughout his life the same. He's battled constantly. This fight he cannot win. A tired man they see no longer care. The old man then prepares to die regretfully. That old man here is me. Yeah. What I felt, what I know, never shine through in what I show. Never be, never see, won't see what might have been. What I felt, what I know, never shine through in what I show. Never free, never me, so I dub the unforgiven. What I felt, what I know, never shine through in what I show. Never free, never me, so I dub the unforgiven. Oh. Never free, never me, so I dub the unforgiven. You label me, I label you, so I dub the unforgiven. Never free, never me, so I dub the unforgiven. You label me, I label you, so I dub the unforgiven. You label me, I label you, so I dub the unforgiven. You label me, I label you, so I dub the unforgiven. You label me, I label you, so I dub the unforgiven. Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation. I used to rule the world, seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone, sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes. Listen as the crowd would sing, now the old king is dead, long live the king. I'm wearing I held the key, next to walls were closed on me. And I discovered that my castles stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, rolling cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you come there was never an honest word. And that was when I ruled the world. It was a wicked and wild wind blew down the doors to let me in. Shattered windows and the sound of drums, people couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on the lonely string. Oh, who would ever wanna be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, rolling cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my the darkness when I rule the world. Wir geweint, 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 geweint. Getrennt, 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 getrennt. Im Herz vereint, 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 vereint. Wir sind schon sehr lang zusammen. Ihr seid dein Atem kalt, so kalt, so kalt, so kalt, so kalt, so kalt. Das Herz in Flammen, so heiß, so heiß, so heiß. Du kannst, du kannst, du kannst, du kannst, du kannst, du kannst. Ich weiß, ich weiß, ich weiß, wir sind, ihr bleibt, Deutschland. Mein Herz in Flammen, will ich lieben und verdammen. Deutschland, dein Atem kalt, so jung und doch so alt. Deutschland. Ich will dich nie verlassen. Ich weiß, man kann dich lieben.
Welcome, my friends, to XboxEra. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course, XboxEra.com, your destination for the best news, reviews, and features, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of XboxEra. Our incredible podcasts listened to in over 50 countries worldwide, our in-depth reviews, our own merch store for the coolest in gaming threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. We're a small, agile and independent publication, and importantly, we're completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can become one of the cool kids by supporting us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us grow even larger. Thank you for your support. XboxEra is only made possible by the support of an amazing community, and in particular our legendary and growing army of Patreon supporters. Our executive producers, Top, The Scarecrow 121, Peter B, Not Jack, Mohammed Sherez, Kevin S, Korkenstein, Jordan White, Jordan Andau, Frankie C, Terran H, and Britt. Our amazingly generous grand benefactors who take their support and dedication to XboxEra to another level. Krat56, an assassin. And then there's our boss, our leader, our shining light in times of darkness, the one and only XboxEra's CEO, Torn Raptor. You guys are all fucking awesome. If you enjoy the content XboxEra produce and want more of it, and you're not a patron, consider heading over to patreon.com/XboxEra, pledge your support, and get cool swag in return. Hello, friends, and welcome to episode 242 of the XboxEra podcast. We're here to discuss the latest in gaming from across the industry, but overall we're focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. We're fiercely independent and community driven, and it's all made possible by our wonderful Patreon community, particularly our MVPs, our executive producers, and of course our grand benefactors, Croat56 and Assassin. But it wouldn't be right to not mention how wonderful our CEO is, Torn Raptor. As always, I'm joined by special Nick. We've got reviews editor Jesse here.
Hello.
Why'd you always pause? Just why'd you do it to me? And we've got special guest, Deadly Headley, the man of the week,
everybody.
informing folks on how marketing works.
Very
And people are
nicely,
like, what?
very nicely stating all the stuff that mostly John and I have said, not Nick. Nick has no idea, but what John and I have been saying a lot about how you are not the target. There's a reason they do these things. You already know it, but much more eloquently and nicely and more British.
Yes. Yeah, man. Gotta love the British dulcet tones, right? That's the way to go. Deadly, welcome to the show. You're no stranger to podcasts. You've done a few. I think the last time I saw you, I interrupted everyone by asking about biscuits when you were streaming with Acer.
It was Acer and Gamsley, yeah.
Yeah, it caused a bit of carnage. That was fun.
Yeah, I've done. I did a show with Gaz earlier this year, and it was on Kayasanti's show a few weeks back as well. Actually, I think just after the ad first came out, this is an Xbox ad, so talked a little bit on there, but obviously, like we've talked about, of being able to compile that into something that is a little bit more sort of succinct and lands that message home. So yeah, out here doing my thing, talking, making stuff.
And it's been a week, right? Recognition from top journos like Ryan McCaffrey, Jez Corden, and others. It's pretty cool. Like, that must feel great, right? You've gone there, you've just made this video, you've expressed an opinion, and suddenly everyone's gone, this is a really fucking great video.
It has, yeah. It's honestly, it's been a really crazy week. I knew I was onto something good when I was making the video, because I make content and work in a creative role anyway. So I knew I was onto something solid, and I was hoping that it would do well, but I did not think it would do nearly as well as it did. I chanced my luck, actually. I hit Ryan McCaffrey up because I know he's been one of the many journalists who have been sort of talking about this this controversial ad campaign and stuff like that. And I just thought, hey, you might be interested in this. And then I went to sleep that night, and I didn't sleep very well. I woke up at like 4:30 in the morning the following day, and I saw that Ryan had tweeted my video out, and my views had just shot upwards. I was like, how the hell am I supposed to get back to sleep now?
Yeah, you get addicted to watching numbers go,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Tuesday morning. Yeah. It's been a good week. It's been a really fun, really exciting week. And yeah, it sort of culminates in being able to talk about this stuff in more detail, and obviously having a written version published with you guys as well, which is really cool. Thanks for reaching out for that, John.
Thank you for doing it, bro. Like, it is appreciated. It's you know, the whole point of XboxEra, the whole raison d'etre, as they say, is that we want to highlight incredible community content where we can, right? And we probably don't do that as much as we should. But also, a lot of YouTube is just rage clickbait. So, you know, and I think that's why
now.
Well, YouTube say they're going to do something about that. But I genuinely think that that's why you've seen such, you know, you've hit this kind of resonance with folks, is because it didn't delve into over the top. It was steadily paced. It actually explained things in reasonable detail.
Deadly Headley.
Hey, and you know, as soon as I watched your video, I watched it that morning, and I was like, this is a really good video. And this, you know, and it stated far more eloquently than Jesse or I have when we've talked about this on the show. And you know, yeah, it made sense to actually have you plonk it out in written form, and thank you for agreeing to do so. It's great. And now you're here, and we're ready to talk about it. I've got to ask, right? You obviously saw this blow up, and you're sitting there addicted to watching the numbers go up. Two questions. One, how frustrating is it that despite however many views you get, it fucking never translates into like every view is a subscriber?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
doesn't that like really like, oh, why not? Why is this like 12,000 views, 500 subs? Like, come on, the math isn't right.
Yeah, I tell you what, in terms of YouTube content, and actually, Jesse, I heard you sort of briefly touch on this in terms of analytics and sort of raising floors and ceilings and things like that. I'm still figuring it out and really trying to understand how my videos behave. This obviously was an anomaly because it was shared externally quite a lot, but I can see that is sort of translating to more YouTube recommendations and things like that, which is great. In terms of like I think my expectations, like you've alluded to, John, I think you expect your subscriber count to go up more when you've had like 12,000 views on a single video. But I'm not far off doubling my subscriber count with this video, which is absolutely nuts. I published it with 930 subscribers, something like that, and I'm very close to 1,600. So
that's amazing,
like
dude.
400 off, like
That's
actually
good.
doubling my count, which is nuts.
Just from
Absolutely
one video.
nuts.
Mhm.
Like, that's great. Like, that's
It's really,
genuinely
really cool.
great. I mean, it's hard. It's frankly, it's hard to grow.
We have
on
gained
YouTube now.
17 subs in the last 30 days. Realistically, we have earned almost 450, but we've lost 430 something because of regular bot
cleaning out.
purges. Yeah. I think that's why I stopped doing giveaways on Twitter, because you would just get so many bot followers who don't count, and then that makes YouTube upset. So join the Discord if you want them. I got a lot going through Christmas.
Yeah, he's like a jolly Santa Claus figure.
Even for you guys internally, I've been giving you a lot of stuff. Asking nicely, because we've got our game of the year coming 3rd week of January. So you can look forward to that. We're trying to give everyone enough time to actually play through stuff. And it will be about the awards, because no one's ever going to give us anything no exclusives here.
Hey, Deadly, I need to ask you. Because I've just got what camera are you using right now?
The one on my MacBook. So
so you're using the MacBook one. You can do it. See? Hey, see? Ain't going to be any breakages here, mate. We're both using Macs. If anyone's going to fuck up in this podcast, it's you two over there on those shitty PCs. The Macs ain't got no problems, man.
How many games?
Because I saw you. How many what?
Video games, mate. Video games. You know,
mate,
thing
we're
here to talk about.
Yeah, we
what?
can run the game of the year. We can run the game of
you
the
can.
year, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. So what does it matter what
sorry,
other
mate.
games we can run?
Sorry, Astrobot, mate. It's game of the year.
Prince of
Says so,
Persia:
says
The
so.
Lost Crown.
It says so on the website.
Game of the year. I don't care what Jeff thinks. That's not
No,
official.
it's not
Who
what
made
Jeff
the
thinks.
official-
It's what Jeff's judges panel of hundreds of websites thinks.
Of old
Sure,
people
sure.
like us.
Sure.
think.
Sure, it's not Jeff. Sure.
What you doing? Are we in primary
got
school
yelled
now?
at
Is
by
this
the
like
mum.
a, beard. Unroll my beard.
Sure, it's Jeff. But yeah, I noticed the photo you had with the Mac, and I thought, oh, beautiful. Not going to have any problems with this guest. He's got a Mac. No computer breakages, nothing.
Honestly.
Our computers work. They work flawless. But I didn't know the Mac's camera could do the emotes and stuff.
It's not the camera
I thought
doing
it was
it.
just an iPhone thing.
It's just the operating system.
Yeah. Obviously, they've done it at an OS level. Because I thought, I wonder if he's using his phone as his camera like I am as well. Because that's my iPhone 15, the camera. So it's just using Continuum.
I thought about it, but I haven't tinkered with it. I know I can, but I've not really played around with it. I get really annoyed when my Mac tries to just randomly use my phone's microphone for stuff, just for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, it's really annoying.
I've just realised something that might be entertaining. I'm going to give it a go and see what happens.
So, what Mac have you got? What MacBook have you got?
A sec, I'll check.
Oh my god! Why are you calling me on WhatsApp for?
I just wanted to see what it did to your camera, and it didn't do nothing.
It
I was
does
impressed.
nothing, mate.
Nothing.
It's a Mac. Everything works.
What happened?
Just works.
I just
mate.
tried calling him on WhatsApp to see if
Yeah, I saw it on my.
camera.
I saw a notification saying John Clark is calling you on WhatsApp. I'm like, fuck off, mate.
Just trying to fuck with him, you know. Well, that's what it's the end of the year. It's the penultimate show. It's certainly my last show. Deadly,
It is.
because
It's your
I'm
last
not
show
allowed.
for 2024.
I'm not allowed
right.
on my own show.
Yes,
Next
Jesse
Can I
can
say
run
as a-
all the fucking polls he wants. I don't give a
The
shit what those
community
polls say.
wants
As
me
a
and Jesse
Patreon
there.
member, I would vote for the entire panel to be included.
Oh,
Okay.
oh!
See, the funny
Deadly
thing is,
Headley,
we can
Man
very.
of the Week votes for the entire panel
And
to be present.
It's funny,
That's
Nick's like, I
interesting.
don't care, but in a second, John and I could just take all of his StreamYard and YouTube rights away, and he couldn't run anything.
Okay, it's my show. I am podcast lead. It is my
That was
thing.
an honorific title to make you feel better. Like, come on.
It's my.
To be fair, to be completely honest, as much as I'm making a fuss, I don't actually mind because I've got to get up the next day at like 8 a.m. to drive to Kent. So having the night off is fine by me.
That's exactly right. You have no problem having the night off for
Zero
no reason
shits
whatsoever.
given.
So it's fine.
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
It's fine.
I'm cool with it. Honest to God, I have been flat out for the last couple of weeks. So
Grubbsmas was
happy as
born.
Larry.
Grubbsmas was born out of Jeff helping me out in a jam. That is the tradition.
Do you
that was
know
started.
that he's going to be there? It would be very funny if he didn't show up.
He said he is.
Oh.
He's a busy
Told me
man
the other day
nowadays,
that he
mate.
is.
He's a busy man, and you're not so high up on the pecking order anymore. You know,
He's
haven't
probably-
even met him in
He's
real
also
life.
he's got a he's lost a fair amount of weight too. He's probably gotten too hot for you, Nick.
I'd
He
like
is
to
looking very
believe.
studly.
I'd like to believe that Jeff has not forgotten where he's come from. I'd like to believe.
Oh man, this is going to be a show.
Show.
Yeah, you can tell.
This is gonna the
Show.
banner's going to be
Show.
strong. Let's
Jesse
do,
will be voice of God.
I mean, if I feel like talking at all, I probably won't.
Yeah. Let's do some housekeeping, shall we? Big shout out to everybody in the chat. As per usual, do us a favor, Gov, and hit that like button. It does
Yeah.
help us out.
Only
Mav is
one
there.
person has been shadow banned so far. It's a good start.
Oh. Yeah,
We've also got a super
his
chat.
name
but-
his name was Dr. Penis.
Yeah. I mean, we need doctors for all our body parts.
Yeah, yeah. Don't discriminate. We've got a super chat from Cody Bishop.
I know, but Mav's. I noticed Mav's in the chat. I'd like to shout Mav out because he's the only one of all the other podcasters. He's the only one that's consistently in our chat. He's the only one. Oh, and
We
he
never
came-
get Paris in
fun
here.
speculation.
Yeah, I never see
Yeah.
Paris in our chat. He's in everyone else's chat.
Yeah, I know. Funny that, isn't it?
I wouldn't want to be around
Harris
him
is
either.
Harris is coming on in the new year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's coming on. Coming on.
Cool. Super chat from Cody Bishop. Merry holidays. Have any of you watched the new Superman trailer? And if so, what are your thoughts? I'm hyped for Crypto the Wonder Dog. Movie tangent.
Okay, it's been a super chat, so I guess it's allowed.
Okay. Man.
I'm going to spit out a hot take.
Go.
I struggle to get excited for Superman movies because objectively,
It's not
he's
that
the
hot
worst
on there, too.
superhero.
He wasn't.
Well,
What the problem with Superman is they started making him invincible, and he hadn't been that. And so it's the Dragon Ball problem. You make everyone stronger and stronger and stronger, and so then you've just got to come up with more ridiculous reasons that they can ever be in peril.
Most of the plots of Superman movies revolve around he's only weak against kryptonite. So let's get some
In
kryptonite.
the very beginning of this
There's
one
a
is
dastardly plot,
yeah.
and then he'll
It's a
overcome
problem
the
they
kryptonite.
set for
the
themselves.
very beginning of
Exactly.
this
That's
one
why
is
I can't get
he's,
excited.
he's just beat up. They're showing it right off the bat. He's got his ass kicked.
I know. I saw that. And I'm
Yeah.
like, oh,
He
here
gets
we go.
Yamcha'd.
He's all beat up.
Yeah, like
Yes.
they want
And then he
actual
whistles for the
stakes.
dog.
He's not going to be invincible.
However,
He will be. He's Superman.
No,
James
that's
Gunn
that's the way it always was.
makes really good films. So
He does, and that's the problem.
I'm
That's
willing
where
to
I'm
give it a
torn.
shot.
James Gunn, I love the 3 Guardians movies. His Suicide Squad, I thought was great. My issue is so this guy Corin Sweat,
Mm-hmm.
this new actor that's playing Superman. I actually quite like his Clark Kent based on that trailer. I actually prefer his
the Clark Kent was really
to
like
Cavill's.
nerdy and lanky
Yes,
and geeky.
So just purely based on that trailer, I actually prefer his Clark to Cavill's, but you can't like that suit. His Superman suit looks a little bit Wish.com. He looks a little bit Wish.com Superman.
They put the pants back on him.
You know, and this is what I mean. Henry Cavill is so fucking perfect as Superman. Like they'll never find a more perfect Superman. He shits on any other from the greatest of heights. Henry Cavill was so perfect as Superman, I did not realize for a decade he didn't have the red undies on in Man of Steel.
Yeah,
It took me a decade to realize the red undies weren't on him.
they were gone.
I was like,
It was
oh
a
my
very
god, yeah,
grown-up
there's no red undies.
Outfit.
That's how perfect he is. I didn't even notice.
The thing that impresses me
He is
most
Superman.
with Henry Cavill was that shot that anyone that kind of maybe swings both ways has watched several times on repeat when he's coming out of the oil rig sea He's all
Yeah.
shirtless and he's
All
just
real.
fucking jacked.
All real body.
Right? It's all real, and it's like there's none of that plastic ab bullshit or CG. That was like he was like, yeah, well, you know, I've got to show that's actually possible, and he strikes me as a really dedicated guy. I'm bummed for him that he kind of got kicked off of the franchise because he quit. As I understand it, the gossip is he quit The Witcher because of
Superman.
He disagreed with the directions, but also because he thought he was going to be getting the Superman gig again.
He did
then
get it.
lost that.
He was in the Black Adam end credits.
Yeah, but then Gunn came on board and kicked him off.
Kicked him off like an idiot.
But I'm happy for Cavill because now he's producing and starring in Warhammer, and that like the man's dedication to that franchise is second to none. If there's anyone you want leading that charge, it's going to be Henry Cavill. So
it's just
I'm happy.
But we lost when James
lost
Gunn
a good
kicked him off. We lost. Like history will look back on this time and go, they had the best Superman in history, and they only gave him one fucking standalone movie, and that was it.
Shame.
Like Cavill's just.
That was.
But I mean, overall though, this trailer was okay. I didn't mind.
And I know you have a problem with the age of Lex Luthor, but I think.
Oh my god, that actor for Lex Luthor, no.
But the thing is, it's young Lex Luthor, so it's.
Why does everyone say that?
Well, he is an excellent actor, but also
hold on.
It's supposed to be young Lex Luthor because it's Luthor Corp right now. It's not Lex Corp. It is Lex Corp he's in charge of everything. So that's why they got a younger guy.
Why does everyone keep saying to me, Nicholas Holt's a great actor? I didn't say he was a bad actor.
Because you're whining just because you don't like the look.
That doesn't mean you pick them for every fucking role.
Yeah. Well, hold your horses, my friend. Hold your horses. I want to harken back to a previous era of criticism towards casting in superhero movies with the legendary
Eisenberg was terrible as well.
Heath Ledger. Yeah, Eisenberg was terrible, but Heath Ledger was mocked as a pretty boy, blew everyone away. You don't know. That's all I'm saying.
You don't know. Hugh Jackman as well. Hugh Jackman was the same. So, Hugh Jackman, everyone was like, who the hell is Hugh Jackman? And I admit, I was one of those people as a 20-year-old going, who the hell is Hugh Jackman? And then he was amazing as Wolverine. But that was the one time I was wrong. Generally, I've been pretty spot on. And when I saw Eisenberg as Luthor, I'm like, why the fuck is Eisenberg Luthor? Turned out to be a disaster.
I want to know, though. I want to know what Deadly Headley's thoughts are on the Superman movie.
So I think like you, I've not been a huge Superman fan. I think if like Batman was always my preferred IP from the DC universe.
Me too.
But I watched the trailer a couple hours before we went live, and it looks good. It's got my interest for sure. It sort of it feels like it's going in a bit of an interesting direction. It sort of feels a little bit more a little bit closer to it reminded me of the TV show in the 90s with
Lois and Clark.
Lois and Clark.
Terry Hatcher.
Yeah,
Terry Hatcher. Lois and Clark.
Yeah.
Classic Saturday
afternoon
viewing that was.
As problematic as Dean Kent is now.
Dean Clark.
I know what you mean about Lex Luthor. It sounds really weird. He looks too young to be bold. That's sort of where I'm at with it. And like young people can be bold, of course they can. He looks
wrong.
quite there's something just a little bit mismatched with Nicholas Hoult looking like a bold supervillain. It doesn't quite line up.
It looks
we'll see.
And there are scenes where he looks like Agent 47. And I'm like, this guy
with
doesn't
the pistol
fit.
as well.
Yeah,
when he's in the pistol and the tux.
He is a good actor. I think his Beast is great. I think he's really good as Beast in X-Men.
Yeah.
I just don't see it working out as Lex, that's all. Just same way I didn't see it with Eisenberg.
And no matter how good it is,
was
you will never change your opinion on almost anything.
No, that's bullshit. That's not true at all.
It's not.
That's not true at all.
He's good. From the moment you had started playing Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, it was your game of the year, and it never changed, no matter what. And I knew it wouldn't change. That's just you.
But it's not just me.
That's just you.
It's my game of the year. It's a fantastic game.
Mm-hmm. It always was.
I love Metroidvanias. It made sense that it was most likely
in the same way we knew
Game of the Year.
Balatro was going to win.
What?
So, I'm quickly changing the subject before this goes completely off the rails.
What about Nathan Fillion? Did you see Nathan Fillion as Green Lantern?
Yeah, Guy Gardner, Green Lantern. That is how Guy Gardner looks.
Yes and no. They could have adjusted the hair slightly.
They wanted it to look as stupid as possible because he's just a dipshit.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, the character Guy Gardner is like almost a villain. He's just such an asshole.
Hey, I didn't even know like what who
They're doing a
I
Lantern show. They're gonna have Hal Jordan, who's Ron Livingston, and God, the other guy. He was in like Band of Brothers and a lot of other stuff. You know him the moment you see him. And then the unbelievably handsome guy from Rebel Ridge is gonna be the other Lantern.
Ooh, really?
Mhm.
He's
Rebel
very
Ridge was
handsome.
good.
God, I can't remember his name. Jesus Christ.
I can't remember his name either, but he's incredibly handsome. That guy seems like a good actor too. My only exposure to him is Rebel Ridge, but
He was very good.
Aaron Pierre.
Yeah.
Aaron Pierre.
I know his name. I can't remember the name of the character he's supposed to play. Jonathan. Fuck, one of the Lanterns. Oh, Kyle Chandler. Yeah, I don't know why I said Ron Livingston. Kyle Chandler. Thank you.
Chandler Bong. That's good. I'm glad. For more thoughts and takes on
We haven't done one
movies
this month,
and
have we?
other pop culture stuff,
Not yet.
check out Sick and Nick's Flicks, which is available to all Patreon members. I think on the $6 tier and above.
No, it's that one's everybody.
Oh well, look at us!
Yeah.
Aren't we fucking awesome?
But
But
yeah, I
speaking
mean,
of Patreon
yeah.
content,
Thank you. You're really
this
good.
week, yeah, I'm on the ball today, mate. I've had my coffee. We started our very first Patreon exclusive show, which we are planning to continue throughout the years and months ahead. Hangouts Retro, where we play really old games and just chat shit. They're exclusive episodes to our Patreon members. The first one is available now with Jesse and I diving into cooperative Halo CE from the good old days. And
How's
Patreon
that?
on the $6 tier and above can go and watch it
Yeah.
right now.
$6.
How
The
was that?
fan tier.
How was it?
Hmm.
It was good, apart from the latency from me to Jesse was absolutely
Yeah, because they
horrific.
don't do the private server thing. So co-op
no
was
private servers,
jumping
so it's
between
like-
us.
It was like
Ah,
I could
okay.
jump, and then half a second later I would jump, so it felt very wonky
yeah.
trying to do anything.
So the
I reckon the
everyone.
next one should be Streets of Rage 2.
Yeah, I'm
I
want to
have
film them
to.
as often as I can to have at least one going for 2 a month. So everyone on Patreon gets Sick and Nick Flicks. Everyone on the fan $6 tier and above gets Retro Hangouts, Day 1 Game Pass show, which has also gone up this month, and XboxEra Headlines, which you get the MP3 version, which is uploaded to Spotify, and that's everyone as well. So these two are everyone, and then these two $6 and above.
Fun fact: it's more content than most other gaming Patreons.
I really like the headline show, by the way.
Thank
I
you.
catch the audio version most of the time. It's a nice little. It usually accompanies me on a drive home, actually,
Oh,
after work.
we had
on
to
a
make it
Tuesday and a
so-
Thursday.
We got to talk because we don't normally get to during the podcast.
as you'll witness this week.
I'm probably going to contribute it.
By the way, John,
Contribute.
You're the guest, you're allowed.
You are
You're
allowed. But John, I've already got 4 headlines, and we'll see when we do them. There's been a little news, but we can drag it out to the 31st, I bet. So no headlines next
Deadly.
week, most likely.
I see you have good taste in computers because we both have Macs because we care about our shit working and not breaking down on us mid podcast and all that sort of stuff.
I'm going to
like
burst
to
your
also
bubble in a
assume-
minute, but go on.
I'd like to also assume you have good taste in like food and stuff. So
Yeah.
Jesse and I strongly recommend that you that you go to
Well done.
www.drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra and get yourself some delicious control. Because if your taste is anything like mine, and I'd like to believe it is, you'll love it. Trust me. Even Jesse loves it. That's the one thing he agrees with me on. Hey, Jesse.
I will once they actually send the next batch. I haven't had it in months.
Yeah, no, I
It's
messaged
amazing
him. I
when
don't know
I get
what's
to have
going
it.
on.
Yeah. I've been out
Yeah, I
for a while,
messaged
and
him.
I have
no
really
idea what's
missed it.
happening. I'm waiting for mine too. But mate,
Now,
can't beat it.
in order to keep things moving at a swift and reasonable pace, before we get into the news of the week, including what the fuck is an Xbox, we need to talk about what we've been playing, because obviously video games are like why we do podcasts in the first place, right? It isn't all just about sales and who's marketing what. And Deadly, you're our guest this week. What have you been playing video game wise?
I've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3, which is awful of me because I have actually been meaning to crack on with Indiana Jones and Stalker 2, but I literally finished Baldur's Gate 3 Act 3. I want to say middle of last week, and immediately started my Dark Urge run. X1 in Baldur's Gate 3. I think I might have played Indy for a night and then just went straight back to it. I'm obsessed with that game. Absolutely obsessed with it. I think it's brilliant.
It's weird. I've tried 10 times, and I probably put like 40 hours into multiple runs, and I always bounce off of it.
It's so. Can you pinpoint what has sort of put you off? I think, or kind of.
I do think the main thing is, obviously I don't normally have that much free time to just play something.
Yeah.
And we were,
for sure.
I think if I ever committed to just doing a review of it and knocking down its 99 Metacritic score on Xbox, because it literally is a 99 on there. I still think it's quite good, but you can give that game a 9.5 and knock it down, which is crazy.
It's like a reverse mega boost.
It's such a commitment. It just feels like a huge time commitment, because I don't feel like it's the type of thing that if I stop to go do something else, that I can then come back to and have a good idea of what the hell I had been doing.
It's a huge time commitment in it, and it does sort of, especially in those early sessions when you're first starting, especially if you haven't played any Baldur's Gate or you haven't played any D&D or anything like that, you need like a couple of really long sessions to fully get your head into it. It caught me off guard because I don't usually like this sort of thing. I'm more of a sci-fi guy than a fantasy person. I am not really into turn-based games so much either, because I never really had the patience for them. But I started playing D&D around the same sort of time as Baldur's Gate 3, and just really enjoyed the gameplay loop for both of them. Obviously kind of different experiences, but there's a lot of overlap, and yeah, just loved it. Going back into my Dark Urge run, I'm making all the evil decisions instead of trying to be the noble character. So that's really interesting to see how that unfolds. Is a little bit more entertaining, I must admit, actually making the evil decisions. And I feel a lot more confident and a lot more experimental this time round, sort of having played through it, having sort of understood the game a lot more, because I think there's quite a learning curve to it.
Yeah, if you're not familiar. I don't particularly like the combat. Like I'm not inventive enough. I know it's on me sometimes, because there is just so much you can do without it ever being explained to you. And the way it all works and interacts is amazing, but I get really bored waiting for incredibly long enemy turns as you start getting deeper in, and you're just sitting there kind of knowing what's going to happen, but it still can take like up to a minute or two to get through all of it.
Yeah.
Just watching the computer take its turns. It's like, give me a ×4.
Especially if you think you're going to lose that fight as well. Yeah, it sort of gets a little bit soul destroying. But yeah, overall, loving that. I do really need to put some time into Indiana Jones. That's a game I want to put a lot more time into over Christmas. Just having that downtime.
Christmas game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And the same with Stalker 2 as well. I really liked what I have played of Stalker 2, but there's just so much to play at the moment, which is a really lovely problem. But
Xbox has no
I don't know. Yeah, right.
Well, that's the thing. I was talking with Nick beforehand, and I see so many people that post their year-end stuff, and like, I had 8 hours on Xbox. I hope they give me a reason to play this year. And it's like, no, you've got a good computer. You're just going to continue to play multi-platforms and, Xbox games either there or your multi-platforms on PlayStation. Like, you choose to do that. There are plenty of games to play, but you are not choosing to use that system. So there's no way they're going to pull you in, because it's just going to be on PC. You'll be fine.
Well, yeah, that's true. Nick, what have you been playing?
I don't know. I didn't write anything down
this week, unfortunately. Still playing a ton of Indiana Jones. Last night, I absolutely smashed through it. I've 100%ed the Vatican. I've 100%ed Marshall College. And the third starting area, I can't remember. So I'm now finally on to Giza. Man, this game is so good. Like, honestly, cannot be stressed enough how good Indiana Jones is. Like, don't get me wrong, the cutscenes are fucking draining my life. Like, the cutscenes between the Vatican and Giza are so long, my Xbox went into standby. I had to knock my controller to let the Xbox know, no, I'm still playing. That is how long the bloody cutscenes are. I'm just like, oh my God, let me skip them. For the love of
X
God.
for doubt on that one. They're not that long. I'm pressing X for doubt.
The screen dimmed, and I had to knock my controller to get it to come back. That only on the Giza ones. It didn't happen in the earlier game ones. It happened in the Giza ones where they jump onto the plane and they're escaping on the airship or whatever.
But they're
and going to
interactive
Giza.
at that point.
What? What are you talking about? No, they're not.
The whole cutscene when you jump onto the blimp.
No,
Spoilers, sorry,
once you're on and you're starting the Giza level, there's a massive cutscene right at the start.
It's not 15 minutes long.
Dude, twice my screen dimmed.
Maybe
and I
you've
had
got
to knock the
your
controller.
dim settings really, really short.
I don't know what my dim settings are. I just know that the screen dimmed twice and I had to wake it up.
Just how
the
dim
cutscenes were so
are you,
long.
Nick?
I don't know, man. I just freaked out. I'm like, seriously, these are not going to end. Again,
It's
they're
so
like
good. It's like a movie. It's like a movie
They are.
that you enjoy.
they're very
You're like,
movie. They're very Indiana Jones movie like. But I'm not playing Indiana Jones the movie. I'm playing Indiana Jones the game, and it's a fantastic game.
with a great
It's
movie.
Weird mental blocks for Nick, as where in-game cutscenes can't ever be good or useful because he doesn't want them while playing a game. It won't change.
And
There's nothing you can
And
say.
I still don't get the complaints over the combat. I reckon this is fantastic.
You know,
First
I
person,
do.
hand-to-hand
I
combat.
know where they come from. It's
don't.
people who have played immersive sims like Dishonored and other games where you are penalized if you mess up or you are penalized if you kill too many people. And there are no penalties in this game, and I don't think people realize that and treated it like that. Yeah, you get caught, who gives a shit? Beat the crap out of one guy, go hide in a corner, boom, you're fine. No problems. Like all the Hitman comparisons, it is really bad to get caught in Hitman sometimes because you'll just instantly get killed. And that can happen here. But the funny thing about Hitman that most people don't realize is half the fun is getting caught and messing up and just doing the craziest, dumbest shit to get away, hide, and then it all resets. Like,
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the quality of the combat, though? I'm talking about
Because-
the physical combat itself.
oh, I'm guessing most of them had no goddamn idea how parrying worked. Where it's like once
and
you
stamina.
yeah, when you parry on your left, swing with your right. If you parry on your right, swing with your
Yes.
left. It's super goddamn easy. Once you upgrade your dodge to get stamina back when you do a good time dodge, like it's most likely, if I had to guess, a not realizing some systems or especially how powerful upgrades can be.
Yeah, because you've got to take your stamina into account. You can't just swing wildly and think you're going to knock someone out. There's a rhythm to it, and you've got to actually worry about your stamina and counter and hit. And I think the first person combat is great in it. I think it's really good.
I just don't think it varies much. If you do a lot of it, right, there's not much difference between the very first fist fight you have and the very last.
But you're
one
not
you
really
have.
meant to be doing a lot of it. I think
No,
that's
I
the
know,
point.
but people, oh, I'm just gonna fucking go in windmilling, and they're like, oh, this is really samey, and I'm like, yeah, if you're constantly trying to. Get
Most
into
people
fights,
probably just
will
put it
be.
on easy and then are like, oh, it's too easy. And then they complain it's too easy.
That too. Yeah.
Like Nick puts it on
set
easy, but he
myself
wants
a
it to be
little
easy.
challenge.
Sorry,
Set
Dave.
myself a little challenge to just try and get as many kills as I could with a different weapon and just capturing little like 15-second clips of what was the weirdest one? It was a fly swatter.
There's achievements. There's achievements for some of them.
Yeah, the
Pest
guitar,
control is
the
what's
violin.
awarded if you do the fly swatter.
Yeah.
It's great. It's so much. It's so
What I have
imaginative.
played
think.
feels great. Yeah,
It is.
I really
It's-
like it. The it feels good.
It's a
Machine Game's
fantastic
best game.
Probably. And honestly, I reckon despite Jeff's protests, it may have actually been close to the Game of the Year had it come out in time.
Yeah.
It's definitely that level, that tier of game, like Game of the Year type of game. I would call it, in my head while I was playing it yesterday, I was thinking the best way to describe it is it's the gamer's AAA game.
Yeah.
That was the best phrase I could think of for it. It is a real gamers AAA game. Not the modern gamers AAA game, a real gamers AAA game.
It's a very video game-ass video game.
Mm-hmm.
As
But it's
opposed
still
to
got all the
an
AAA
interactive
trimmings and the AAA the trappings and all that sort of stuff. But it's a fucking game. It's like a video game.
Yeah,
It's
I agree with the assessment. I think that's a solid way of putting it. To be fair,
Also went back to GoldenEye.
Hey,
GoldenEye.
trying to get in there before the end of the year.
Try to clean up more achievements. I did I've done almost all the multiplayer boosting achievements because the multiplayer isn't online, so you have to do it locally. So I've had to just hook up a second controller to get the multiplayer achievements. And now I've got to find a way to like do some of these levels in certain times if I'm going for all the achievements, of course. I've beat the game. I'm just, of course, now going for the achievements. GoldenEye's still good. GoldenEye's still good.
Perfect Dark's better.
Perfect Dark's amazing. Perfect Dark is amazing.
It's the better GoldenEye. But it's fine. Jesse, what about you? What have you been playing?
Oh boy, I was looking at footage of GoldenEye. It was those faces, man. But
Robbie Coltrane.
yeah, weird looking Hagrid.
Face.
The main thing I was playing, and I think I got the dev a little mad at me. Alien
really?
Rogue Incursion. I forgot to put part 1 in that goddamn opening. It is a VR game. Surprised no one got mad at me for reviewing a VR game again. Really, really good immersive VR parts, completely ruined by both too easy yet too hard combat, if that makes sense. It's going a little bit for that survival horrorness, except for every 2 minutes on the dot, xenomorphs will spawn and you must fight them. When I talk to the devs, they're not supposed to come after you. Like, they're supposed to always be around, but if you're not making noise, cool. But I literally stood and I sent a clip. I was just standing in a panic room where you have to save because there's no checkpoints, which sucks. So you have to save in these panic rooms. And I just stayed in there for 30 minutes. And every 2 to 2.5 minutes, 2 xenomorphs would come in and try and kill me. Even though I hadn't moved, I hadn't made any noise. The door was closed. And it was just very... It was a lot. It's also $40. It's part 1. They did not say it was part 1 beforehand. I do think it is long enough to be worth $40 if you really like it, but it was never promoted as being half of the story, and it very much ends on a cliffhanger that this is very obviously was like always a part 1. I don't know if they ran out of money and they just had to get it out. I have no idea. It just, this very much doesn't feel like you were buying the complete thing, which is how it felt it was marketed. So, made me very sad because it should be very good. It's got everything to be good, but then the lack of saves and the just how boring the combat is as it's constantly foisted upon you with really mediocre alien UI is very disappointing. Just stay away from it if you value your money.
Okay.
I'm laughing because Dr. Penis came back.
So
Did
bring
he?
him like him.
Form. He went out of his way to set up another account to come back to hang shit on Jesse. we speaking of cockheads, we also have a super chat. Risk it for the biscuit. Eagles greater than Collingwood. Ha 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 ha. That's just risk it being a fucking jerk off because he knows that the Eagles are shit. So he's just being a smartass. No one's better than Collingwood.
Except, I mean,
Absolutely
everyone
no
was
one.
last year, weren't they? The other thing I played was, and I was going to do a review, but it was just so thoroughly mediocre that I ended up not. A mobile game called Star Trek Legends got ported to Xbox. I think it comes out on the 23rd or something. The embargo's up for it, but I didn't end up writing
Which
anything
one?
yet. Star Trek Legends. It is, if you have ever played Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, it is 100% just like that. I don't know, man. It's fine. There's no problem with it. I think it's like $20 because you want to get the version that has all the DLC because it just gives you all the best characters, the ability to get them at least. It is very much just it's a mobile game that they got to work on console. So if you're just looking to kill some time, it has no microtransactions other than those initial DLC packs. It's whatever. Me.
Okay.
The other thing I would talk about, but I can't. There's a lot of games coming out in January and February.
Yeah, there
Oh
is.
yeah.
Streaming might be a little less often than normal because, shockingly enough, some of them might be in or already in, which makes sense because nobody is working in gaming coverage or gaming for the most part for the next 3 weeks. So if a game's coming out in 3 or 4 weeks, it would make sense to actually have it in people's hands now.
Yeah. It's interesting as well.
Do not steal those, Nick. I will fucking kick you from this forever.
Persona 4 Golden.
You were never going to play
Persona 4
You're
Golden.
never gonna play it.
would never play that 170-hour visual
Look at him, he's
novel.
copying and pasting right now. Community,
Nick,
you need to hurry up.
It is a 170-hour visual novel. If you steal
Nick,
it, I will
Don't
never.
you dare.
All right, I'm not getting you any
Don't
more
you
games.
dare, bro. For real. Don't you fucking dare.
I didn't take it.
And yeah, on Steam, it automatically grabs. It does not ask if you want it. It just gives it to you.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't confirm.
Yes, I would then never get you a game you ever wanted ever again.
You are a bad, bad man. Can you believe that, Deadly, that he would steal from his own community and just...
Well, what was he going to steal, John? You should call it out and say thank you.
He was going to steal because Zach Riley, his YouTube member for 15 months, he was going to surprise everybody with Hotshot Racing, Persona 4 Golden, and 2 Point Campus,
For Steam.
which are Steam copies available
Yes.
right now.
As far
Which
as
I can't use because I've got a Mac.
And as far as I know, Steam are global. So Xbox and Steam global, PlayStation and Nintendo regional.
Yeah.
Hot Shot I've got on Xbox. I reviewed it. Good game. Hot Shots
The
Racing.
only I've not been playing much this week. I've been trying to finish Indy, but I have a bug and it ain't fixed.
And you don't mean
It's pissing
finish
me
as in
off.
beat. You beat the game. You mean finish like
Yeah, I've beat the
100%.
game like 100%.
100%.
that's
yeah.
gonna get clipped now. He reviewed
Yeah,
it without
I know.
finishing it.
I specifically in my review included a end of the game cutscene. So how would I have recorded?
What's the bug?
The bug is in Succotai, there are cog puzzles which require you to find and collect 10 wooden cogs. And the first 3 you get automatically, you can't miss them, except for some reason they've flown out of Indy's knapsack and are lying on the ground. I can go to where I solved that puzzle in the main storyline and just see them there on the floor, but I can't pick them up. So I now can't complete all of the other cog puzzles and it won't tell me where to go. And I've got another quest that's kind of busted as well, where I have to give Gina some radio codes in that
And
area.
yet you
I've got
still
more-
gave it a 10.
and I didn't give it a 10 because I had
A liar.
lots of bugs.
You gave it the Xbox Era Mega Boost.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
doing a
Xbox
review
Series
right now too.
So, yeah.
Did you
it's,
finish your Smurf review?
He did.
Oh my god, I
I'm
did.
so proud of him. I'm so proud of you, bro.
Oh my god.
You the man.
That game.
I only took
I knew
3
it
hours
wasn't
to
going to get
do.
like
3.5
I knew
hours.
it wasn't going to get like any views or anything like that, but I was going to complete it out of principle. I'm like, nah, I'm going to have to do
Proud of
this
you.
now. 26-hour save file.
Okay, can we
26
clarify though?
hours.
Is it 26 hours because you had to 100% everything?
I didn't 100% it. That's the freaky part. I didn't 100% the game.
Oh.
That's the part that freaks me out. I'm like, how did this end up being a 26-hour save file?
Yeah, it's supposed to be about
Unless-
6 to
unless it
7
added-
hours.
Unless it added all the hours where I was clipping it and taking screenshots and mucking around with clips and stuff. I don't know.
Maybe.
The game did feel incredibly long. But, oh my God. But I'm doing another review well in advance. Not going to talk about it yet.
Well, the only other thing I've been playing this week is Console Wars, the card game, because as I specified on Kickstarter, the game is done and it's going into final full. We're shipping it to you in early February production on Monday.
Oh, really? So coming
yeah.
in Feb. It's coming to us in Feb.
It's gonna goes into full production on Monday. and Chinese New Year is the 29th of January. So their target is to have it done and in the freight to our distribution centers in the US and the UK before the 29th of January. At which point, obviously, take a couple of days to get there. And then it will be distributed by our partners in the UK and the US. And then we'll be launching it in retail, baby, in March of 2025. So
Nice.
if you didn't back the game, you will be able to buy a copy. You just won't get the super cool exclusive. There's only 770 of these cards in existence of the kickstarted holographic card. Oh, I did make it holographic. We did a bunch of upgrades to the game as well for people that really, because like we got to make this. It's like we didn't hit every stretch goal we wanted, but we gave the Console Warrior editions the hot foil box, which looks fucking awesome. We gave the standard edition folks the Spot UV box, which looks all shiny and cool. We holographicked up the cards. We've gone a little bit above and beyond in terms of card quality than we were going to because we could. And yeah, just the overall design and everything on it is just chef's kiss. So yeah, really exciting times for us. And that's not to include the preparation for UK Games Expo, where we have a booth and we are booked. We're going to be there. And then we'll see what else the rest of the year brings, be it Gamescom or Spiel Essen, which we should probably be attending. Yeah, it's a big pivotal moment for us. And obviously, the only thing I would ask our wonderful Patreon community to do is, even if you have backed it, pick up a spare copy on Amazon and leave us a fucking great review, because the second the algorithms all hit and we've got like 25 plus reviews, we're like, woo, off, and then things can start kicking off for us. And then hopefully, you know, XboxEra as a thing can just live on, because as we've learned in this industry, video game websites make no money because no one reads anything and people just want guides or SEO driven clickbait bullshit. And yeah. But yeah, it's exciting.
It took me a while to find this, but I'm very
nervous
happy
and
that
pumped.
I found our live stream from
yeah,
with the little gimbal
so
camera. That was, I think that was running off a Legion Go, turned out pretty well for looks.
We did a bunch of filming as well, so we've got a bunch of new footage with the you know, kind of near final prototype cards. So we're using those to put together a new how to play video so that it's updated in terms of marketing as well as other shots and bits and pieces, and redo some ads and stuff like that. And we'll probably be doing a pretty extensive review program with the press, media, creators, tabletop enthusiasts and everything to coincide with our Amazon launch. I don't think Mr. Beast would want to get involved with our little projects, but I'm super proud. I'm super proud of what the community's enabled us to do. I'm super proud of the game. I believe it's a really good game. I believe it's such a wonderfully get together with your mates and just play and have fun kind of thing. I can't wait to see people's reactions when it's landing in their doorsteps and they get to get their mates around and have fun. It's
like
super
you
cool.
do with your bros every few months.
Yeah, the bros came down, the booth babes, and we played a lot, and it was a good time. Good times were had by all. So that's about it for video games and other games. Before we get into all the news of the week, to the 190 plus folks watching us right now, do us a favor, and again, just a reminder: if your thumbs aren't too tired, just click that thumbs up button for us. It really helps us out. Look at the two Mac wankers there. Fucking hell.
Apple ecosystem forever. Yay.
Mac holes.
Now, to get into the meat and potatoes of the week, Microsoft CEO, everybody's favorite CEO, Satya Nadella.
Not mine.
A gamer as passionate as the rest of them, as gamer as passionate as Jim Ryan.
He's anti-gaming, Satya. He is anti-gaming.
Who says that, Flight Sim is older than Windows and Office, you know? Yeah, that's factually true, Satya.
Yeah.
He has an opinion about what an Xbox fan is, and he's going to redefine it for you people. He wants to redefine
He's
what
going
an
to tell
Xbox
you
fan
all.
Now, the funny
really are.
the funny thing about all of this is this investors shareholder thing is actually from like 3 weeks ago or something, and no one was paying attention because everyone was busy with like video games and stuff. But Stephen Tortillo over at GameFile was having a read of things and pointed out the quote. And I don't know, Jesse, if you maybe could use the tweet in the article, you could play the audio of the quote if you wanted, rather than me read it out, because that's not as fun.
In a way you guys could hear.
Okay, well then I'll just read it out. How about that? Satya says, if we think about it, we chose the secular growth category. I hate corpo speak already. In entertainment, which we think is gaming, and said, let's double down on it. It's been a passion for Microsoft ever since. In fact, I think Flight Simulator launched before Windows or Office even. And so it's like one of the longest franchises in this company. And so we said, let's take that joy of gaming everywhere. And that's why even these ads with Xbox now, where we have been redefining what it means to be an Xbox fan, it's about being able to enjoy Xbox on all your devices. So our strategy with Activision content is now in full force. We feel fantastic about the progress we've made. And more importantly, I think long-term as a company, we can bring the best of AI innovation, cloud innovation, console innovation, PC innovation to build the best games that can be enjoyed by gamers everywhere. I don't think there's anything new there. Now, when people heard this, I saw folks like Destin Nagari going, "Welp, there it is," and I'm like, "Welp, where is what?" No one, because everyone's taking this as gospel. That's it. Everything's coming to PS5. I'm not saying it isn't, but there's nothing new in these paragraphs that we didn't know 4 weeks ago, right? There's no new information here. It's just a shareholder's answer at a shareholder
That's
meeting.
what was so confusing about all this.
It's
that
like
all
it's
this
not a big deal.
controversy came up, and we've known this is like their message for the last however many years?
Since last year, really, you could argue.
No,
like full on,
years.
like, yeah, gamers everywhere.
Literally years. Like, this is the path they've been heading down, whether we like it or not. This is the path they've been heading down for years. From the moment they started putting their games day and date on PC. Like, I didn't understand.
I think
why
there's
this was
definitely
new.
a sense of like, it's if Satya is, quote unquote the man in this scenario, talking down to the Xbox fans, the people who like video games. They're not Microsoft fans, they're Xbox players. And I think Xbox has always historically, like pre-ABK, done quite a good job of separating corpo Microsoft from Xbox, but that division doesn't exist anymore.
Microsoft is Xbox now.
Yeah, and I think Satya basically saying we're going to redesign, we're going to redefine what it means to be an Xbox fan. Almost sort of goes like, it almost sort of feels like he's going, I know you might have tried to resist this in the past, but tough shit, we're going to do it anyway.
I'd agree with that sentiment. The reality of the situation now is like that, and like I think Xbox fans, folks listening, like we're all over it. I think in this group of people, like I think outside of Nick, many of us didn't really chuck our toys out of the pram. This was just happening. Captain Lock It Up over here, still firmly in that camp, right? I'm not judging you, Nick. I understand the why you feel that way. But in many ways, folks need to get used to the fact that like, angry tweets, spamming people, constantly going at Microsoft as an entity no longer give a shit. That's it. They don't care about how much noise you make. I think that's a shame in some ways. And again, it comes back to that whole parasocial relationship that Microsoft, or rather Xbox executive leadership, definitely curried over the last sort of decade since the Xbox One. Like, don't worry, diehards, we're going to do this. And we've talked about this many, many times. The Activision Blizzard thing, everybody that was a big Xbox fan was like, this is for me. And then Microsoft went, no, this is for us. This is for my shareholders. And I actually was listening to Jez yesterday, and he made a really good point, is that before that acquisition, Microsoft could get away with that GarageBand feel, that separation of entities. But once that acquisition occurred, sorry, you've got to answer for why you're spending this much to the big cheeses. Because now you've made the biggest acquisition that Microsoft has ever made in anything ever, and you've made it on video games. So you better make me some money. And that is the reality of the situation now. I think Jez made a really good point when he said that. I think that is...
You start getting questions from shareholders who would never have brought it up before.
Yeah, wouldn't have given two shits. Where's my Azure numbers? Where's my Office 365 subscriber numbers? Now it's like, how much money is gaming making me? Because you spent a lot on it, and I want to know what my return is, on my shares. This is the reality of new Microsoft.
Is that another reason they shouldn't have bought ABK?
Yeah, who'd have thought we'd all be here, chatting about this a year and a half later. Now, having said all that, it's not a bad thing either. Like, there is some good that could be had of this, because as a grown-up that doesn't give a shit really where I play my games, I quite like to play them on lots of things. And if Microsoft approaches this open, broad ecosystem, and I think this is a nice segue into the whole this is an Xbox messaging, it's one that resonates with me, because I stopped console warring when I was 17, 18 years old. So
that's not where the problem lies, though.
Where's the problem?
I haven't seen anyone have a problem with Xbox anywhere. Like, I've always loved how they give me multiple options to play. I want to buy a PlayStation Portal, so I'm not tied down by this PlayStation, and I can take it anywhere and play my PS5 wherever I want. That's why people love the Switch, because they can take it wherever they like and play their games on the go. The problem's not Xbox being in cloud, and the problem's not Xbox being in all these different places.
It's a specific place.
That's not the issue. It's that... You know what? We'll let Deadly discuss his video first.
Fair.
And then we'll talk about it.
Yeah, like, so Deadly, you did this great video, equally brilliant article. Go visit XboxEra.com and click on both. That went into the actual reality of it. And when this came out, we did headlines, we did shows. We were like, this isn't for this bubble of people, the people that are staying up till 1 a.m. to watch this podcast if they're in the UK. This isn't for us. We know what an Xbox is. We know what they're doing. We know where the games are. We know what the different inputs and ways in are. This is for younger folks that don't give a shit about consoles, which is the bigger industry problem, right?
So I want to try and come at this with a little bit of optimism, but it's based in reality, I promise. When I put the video out, there were a couple of... I'm just gonna very quickly pull up the written version so that I have actual quotes, my own quotes in front of me, because I think why isn't this working? This is some Mac bullshit. There we go. If I did 2 seconds. So I think like John said, this is an Xbox as an ad campaign is not designed for the hardcore. I actually think that campaign ties in quite neatly into Satya and Adela's comments in terms of if they're redefining what an Xbox fan is, what an Xbox player is. I don't think fan was necessarily the right word, because the general fan sentiment is that Satya does not understand fans. So that in itself feels very condescending and very patronizing.
Should have said
player. Just a smidge.
He should have said player. Yeah, if you redefine what an Xbox player is, you take the emotionally charged bit out of it. I think it still sort of sounds like maybe there's a little bit of lecturing coming from the corporate man at the top, but it feels less sort of personal, I guess. The thing that makes me excited about Xbox and playing on Xbox is now actually the fact that Game Pass offers me more content than I know what to do with, and I can access it in more places than expected. And that includes playing Call of Duty multiplayer via cloud on my Mac up here earlier because I could, just because I could. And I actually quite enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong, it's obviously not the same as streaming via, playing natively on hardware, but I had a good time. I won the game. I got a positive KD, and I had a good time. If that is what Xbox want, if they just want their players having a good time in more places, I think that's really positive. In terms of the ad and the goal of the ad, one thing that I said at the end of my video is that this isn't necessarily about sort of abandoning console. It's more so trying to... Sorry, I'm still trying to find the quote. Give me a second. I have got it. Come on, brain. There we go. Console hardware isn't under threat. It's just not the only method of play that Microsoft is interested in. That's not to say it doesn't matter anymore. It means that Microsoft wants to broaden the net with which it can encourage new players into its ecosystem. So when I think back to what Satya was saying and what This Is an Xbox does, I actually see this through the lens of Satya trying to, and this ad campaign trying to create more hardcore. Like you said in the beginning of this segment, this was not designed for the hardcore. It never was. The only thing that the hardcore get out of this ad is a reminder that they can play Xbox in more places. And that's a really helpful one in terms of being able to recognize value in the subscription that they already have and recognizing value in the devices that they already own and what they can do with them. But this adds this Xbox everywhere approach, this bigger push into things like cloud gaming, and in sort of trying to lower barriers of entry, for me feels like they are trying to create more Xbox fans and give more people reasons to enjoy the Xbox ecosystem, to stay in the Xbox ecosystem. That's the lens I try and look at it through, because it's really easy to doom and gloom.
Yeah, we've often said it's, the realization now is that Xbox isn't a console, it's a platform, right?
Mhm.
And if you play on Xbox, and this is that there's so many things that tie into this that kind of make me smile a little bit, is because, look, the reality of the industry is that the most of the people that cover it mainly play on PlayStation and PC and Switch, right? So you're in a distant third place in the public's view, or in terms of like your user base, but you're also in a third place from your professional point of view, the people that can talk about the platform. And I think that creates this world where there's so many folks out there that speak from a place of authority, but because they don't play on the platform, they don't recognize of how many genuinely
eighth place for most of them.
Good, yeah. It's genuinely good benefits that you just don't get with the market leader right now, like cloud saves by default kind of thing. Just little things like that. Like, I saw a really funny video from a British guy who was like, his channel is full of Sony fanboyism, and he's on PlayStation, and his missus bought him an Xbox Series X, and he just did this video. He's like, I was wrong. The quick resume is like, this is amazing. Like, I can't go back. But no one plays that's in a position to do shows and talk on big websites and blah blah blah, to really be like, oh, this is pretty neat, actually. Like, I find that odd. And sad in some ways, but it's a Microsoft problem to solve, and I don't think they're going to solve it anytime.
It's it's people who grew up with the other stuff. They know it and they stick with it, and it's like I said before, like they show their yearly played on Xbox and like, give me a reason to use it, and it's like, the main reason most people use it is something you don't need in Game Pass, because you are in the industry, and if you really want a game code, you can get it, or you're old enough where you still have a Steam Press account and you can just add it to any game you want to your account. So Steam is always going to be your default. That's why you love the Steam Deck. That's why you like, there are just very different things, and then that ends up leading conversation so much, where it's people will focus on exclusives when exclusives come and matter. But even like Indiana Jones got positive press for 1 week, and then we were right back into this exact same conversation, because positive, I've played this game press, doesn't do anything in comparison to the tried and true engagement bait that we just always fall into, because it's easy. It's really hard to know a lot about a game because most people are too busy to play all of them. So what do you fall back to? the same few talking points that you know will get you a bunch of hits whenever they come up in any way again.
Yeah. I also think it's really easy for the hardcore to forget that actually the shows that we get every year, the dev directs that we get every year, that's for the hardcore. That's for us.
Yeah.
The thing that we need to be advertised isn't consoles. We don't need to be sold consoles. We've already got them. We need to be sold content. And selling content is the thing that will sell consoles. It's the thing that will sell Game Pass subscriptions, which should theoretically also have a longer term impact on console hardware. Things that are a little bit difficult to measure, and I think there may be a community question coming up about that with effectiveness, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If not, I can talk about it. The other side of it obviously is the multi-platform conversation. I don't know if you guys want to cover that in this topic as well, because it always comes back around.
It's only Nick who has to worry about the timestamps. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, we can go all over the shop. Like the multi-platform stuff. I want to briefly talk about. We talked about it on headlines, but we talked about hardware. If you look across hardware sales, like the big headline, whenever hardware is mentioned for Xbox, is up, down again, down again, down again. Like it's languishing. And yes, they're outsold, but like I think all hardware is down. Keep me honest.
PlayStation was up 15% with the launch of
they launched their console.
So by money, they were up with that. But overall, for the over the year, console hardware is all down. Yeah.
Right. And this is, we talk about Microsoft going early on things a lot. Hello, Xbox One generation. But this is another one of those scenarios, right, where they're looking at this and they're like, look, the average age of the gamer nowadays is like 35, 37 years old. It's our age, right? My kids, Nick's kids, none of them give a flying shit about actual consoles and who has what. It's just about games and can I play them? And when Xbox look at the market, when Microsoft look at the market and go, well, what if we didn't give a crap about that either? Because we're going to be dead eventually, like 10, 20 years. The theory is that we'll grow out of it, right? I don't mean we're going to be dead, but we're going to grow out of playing games. I'm going to be in a nursing home playing games as far as I'm concerned. But they approach it from, we need to think about 18-year-olds coming in. How can we get them as a customer? And the reality is they ain't going to buy a console. We need to find another way of doing it. Like I certainly know from my kids' age group, they're 10 and 8 nearly. They all talk about PC because PC is where mods are. PC is where
streamers
flexibility is, where all my streamer heroes and YouTube heroes play.
I love Mr. Beast, and some of his employees will probably love me right now.
Right. So there is this sea of change that Microsoft's trying to prep for. But they can't keep both camps happy at once, it seems. But I certainly think that the conversation should just be over now. Like this is happening.
And I'd like to say
with it
to Navy Shadow, third party's fine now, but what's the tipping point? Third party will be better than ever if they push you can buy everything on the cloud. Like that will be, hey, if our system is now you just make one game and it works on PC, our handheld, our console, that one SKU, it works everywhere. It just works on console and you get the options on PC. If they can have that, then you've got a PC game and you've got a console game and you've got a cloud game and it's all right there. It's a much easier sell than, hey, make a game for us for Xbox One, Xbox Series, PC. If we have a handheld, you might have to do something different. Oh, and the console version will get you the cloud too. But anyone, even if we don't have a ton of hardware, we've got how many 20, 30, 40 million Game Pass Ultimate subs, because that is most of Game Pass. Then that is the sell to get more markets where you don't have a ton of hardware to try and keep that going outside of just Game Pass deals.
Yeah. Game Pass is the future.
Nick looks hurt. What's wrong, Nick?
What Nick's muted as well. That's unusual.
Mm-hmm.
That is rare, isn't it? That I'm the one that's muted.
I felt there was a lot of catharsis for me in saying that out loud.
Game Pass. We all used to think Game Pass was the future. Game Pass is not the future of Xbox. Not with the way they're doing things. It's not. This is my problem.
Tell me
no
why.
one has a problem with Xbox everywhere. I love that Xbox lets, like you said, John. Kids now, they just expect to be able to play their games wherever. My son is incredibly disappointed he can't play Fortnite on his iPad, thanks to fucking Apple. His way around that is obviously xCloud, Xbox Cloud Gaming, because that's the workaround that Epic and Microsoft work out. But all kids now, Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite, all of it, it's all everywhere. That's what kids are accustomed to. And like we've said before, kids watch their favorite streamers. They're all on PC, so they all want to become PC gamers. Great. That falls into Microsoft's hands. Cool bananas. The issue is Microsoft's entire ecosystem, whether you guys want to believe it or not, whether Microsoft likes it or not, whatever, their entire Xbox ecosystem, it's in the name. The foundation of it is the Xbox. It's the console. That is the heart of it. That is the foundation of it. The second that foundation goes, or it's eroded, the whole thing goes. It falls like a house of cards because the foundation is now gone. So you can't, because if you think about it, you said it yourself, cloud. What's the hardware being used for cloud, Jesse?
Right now it's consoles. I would imagine in the future it's their baseline for the next console, which is going to be that PC OEM setup that everyone keeps talking about.
Most of the Game Pass subs, where would they be right now?
Console.
Okay, so we've established now that really the console is still the most important part of the entire ecosystem.
Yes.
I don't think Microsoft disagrees with that though. Like genuinely, I think they're aligned with that too. The problem is there's a dissonance between the community and the vision, and in between you've got this void where hysteria creeps in because headlines and noise take over.
When I was in the
console
Xbox 2
as
chat
one of-
yesterday,
Go
it
on.
was all that. It was people. They're not making hardware anymore. Like everyone just saying like was a fact.
But we know they're making hardware. That's the thing.
They're making hardware for now. Because this is still Microsoft we're ultimately talking about. That's fine. We can all try and be as positive as we want to be. And I've heard some things that are really cool and positive and great and all these things. But we are still talking about Microsoft. And we are still talking about a company who will cut something off if they feel like it, because that's what suits their business.
Yes, but I would also argue that of all of the brands that Microsoft own, none of them are cool. Xbox is the closest they have to a consumer-facing cool
And do you genuinely think they give a shit about that?
Yes,
I would say that has a lot of value to them.
they do.
I think from the perspective of being an affordable box that you can play games on, because let's be honest, the price gulf between console and PC is only going to get larger from here as well. I think console remains the affordable way of playing video games at home, but that affordable line feels more and more difficult now for people who don't necessarily want to buy a Series X. And I think again, it's a conversation that we have to have bearing normies in mind. Normies are more likely to buy into console, but less likely to be inclined to spend that much money on a Series X when they don't necessarily need to right now. When you have titles like a next or a current gen only Call of Duty and GTA, I think that's when you'll start seeing a move. There is something specific that I quite worry about in terms of the noise that's happening, the fear-mongering that's going on, and that is when something like this sort of ongoing discourse about console quote-unquote dying, etc., leaks into spaces like Gaming Bible and Lad Bible and crap that normies read. they will take that as a signal that Xbox is dying, whether it actually is or not, and go, fuck it, I'll just buy a PlayStation then. And I do actually think that hysteria does more harm to Microsoft's Xbox brand than Microsoft is doing to its own brand right now. And I think it's really important that the hardcore actually thinks about that seriously, because you are doing more harm than good by shitting yourselves on Twitter.
When you say the hardcore, though, like I feel like rightly or wrongly, I feel like mainstream gaming press has a lot to answer about that. Genuinely,
Absolutely.
because you're not going to report on normies or crazy people on Twitter going absolutely bananas on shit. But if respected mainstream outlets start going bananas on this stuff and talking about it, and that's what really blew our mind. Like, because we probably couldn't put it as eloquently as you did, nor did we put it as eloquently as you did in your article and in your video. But we are generally aligned with your viewpoint, right? Jesse and I are, at least. Sorry, Nick. And it blew our minds a little bit. Like, don't get me wrong, your piece was great, but that you saw these folks go, oh, you mean the ad wasn't for me? Me that knows about gaming? What? And it's like, yeah,
I was
guys.
quite shocked by that.
Like,
I
are you
was
for
really
real?
shocked by that in my comments and feedback on Twitter and stuff like that. Oh, you've cleared so much stuff up. I can't believe this ad wasn't. Of course, it wasn't for you. You don't need to be sold an Xbox. You're already using one. You're already talking about it.
They're the ones doing harm. Like, genuinely. Like, every time, like Jesse mentioned earlier, like, hooray, Indiana Jones is great. 1 week later, Xbox is dead again. Every time, without fail.
Obviously, Xbox does need to take a lot of responsibility for the third-party conversation, because we wouldn't be having this conversation if they didn't kind of just drop the ball with some messaging and transparency.
Well, they've had way too many
year.
leaks. Like, there was no actual messaging, and then things just started leaking, and so they had to try and jump in to sell things.
The dam burst.
And then Phil saying, well, it's an experiment. It's only 4 things and it's an experiment. But then not coming out and just saying, hey, the experiment was wildly successful. We're doing more. Instead, that's just intimated in what we know because they're doing it. But other people are like, well, he lied. And it's like, well, no, he said it's an experiment. He just didn't then clarify afterwards.
The wider gaming community view, and we've talked about it before, how most in gaming media just grew up on PlayStation, so they don't like Xbox, blah, blah, blah. That sort of turnaround doesn't happen overnight. You can't turn that perception around overnight. It's going to take years, especially after all the damage they did with Xbox One. So if they're serious about turning that around, you have to start putting those foundations in place. You have to start taking those steps to turn it around. And putting all your games everywhere isn't how you do that. Whether people like that or not. That's not how you do it. In the end, they are providing people less and less reasons to invest in their very, very good ecosystem. Their ecosystem is fantastic. It's the best one. It's one of the main reasons I'm with Xbox, because their ecosystem is so awesome. But they are giving people less and less reason to invest in it. It's why I've always said that even when we used to have the Game Pass discussions years ago on this podcast, I used to say, I actually think PlayStation is in a better position to have a successful Game Pass subscription, because they've got that install base on their console. They've got that reputation with gamers and with the gaming media that just fucking jizz their pants over all their games. They're actually in a better position to have a successful Game Pass. And by successful, I mean 50, 60, 70 million subs, not just meandering around 30, 35 and never really improving. I'm talking big numbers. Like, and I'm aware, for those of you that do watch our show, I'm aware of the hypocrisy. Because I'm the one that says that I don't think exclusives sell consoles. And I still think that. I think the whole exclusive thing is a little bit overblown. Because as we've seen, if exclusives sold consoles, the Dreamcast, Wii U, and Nintendo 64 would have sold over 100 million each.
So I think here's, again, where Microsoft is not necessarily... They're not acting like they're aware of what they have in front of them. And I think the Indiana Jones on PlayStation reveal was a prime example of that. Like, there was no need to do that. They should have gotten through the holiday season without saying anything about where else it might be going.
Correct.
and then you reveal that. Maybe
you saw how
reveal it in
happy
the Dev
Jeff
Direct.
was. He was so happy. They wanted to make him feel
Could
good.
not wait.
And I was always curious, was that some sort of you have to announce it now from Disney? Because
Most likely,
it seemed very clear they had a pretty tight deal with Disney for moving it from multiplat to exclusive, and then realized probably not worth it, especially after Hellblade didn't set the world on fire as an exclusive. And they're kind of like, oh, why don't we just get money eventually later from other things? And then
I get that. I do like.
But
I keep
very bad.
thinking about how high the like the Spider-Man 2 budget was. Like, it's just an insane amount of money, and you have to make sure that you can recoup that cost.
And a lot of it has to go back to Disney, which is rough.
Yeah, and I think it's doing a multi-plat strategy for Indiana Jones is absolutely fine. But I think if Xbox had capitalized on the unknown exclusivity, because that's basically all Xbox has, it technically has in its locker right now. If you keep getting these stories going, oh, everything's coming, there's Fable might come, Hellblade might come, Starfield might come, and that expectation of what titles are coming is there, but there's no idea of when. You've basically got like a Schrodinger's exclusive situation on your hand.
It becomes the focus of every release.
Exactly. If they had kept quiet about when Indiana Jones was coming, you would have seen more people on PS5 go, screw it, I really want to play this, and I want to play this now, so I'm just going to try it via cloud.
But all of them have a powerful
more
PC.
likely to get that.
They told us that. Every last one's got a 4090.
There is that. Yeah. Plus the PS5 Pro is basically a 4070, right?
Yeah.
It's win-win.
Oh man. Yeah, it's definitely a conundrum for Microsoft, and I agree with so many different perspectives of it. Like, I fully understand and empathize the hardcore fan base's viewpoint. You know, like, I get it. Because Phil, rightly or wrongly, he comes across very well as a human being, right? We've had him on the show before. He's a super nice dude, genuinely.
Didn't get him a second time, eh?
No, didn't get him a second time. But he says things that, like, and I kind of, like, I'm not making excuses for Phil, but I feel like, man, talk about rock and a hard place. He says things that are true at the time, right? But the business
Execs will
is changing.
say what they need to say when they need to say it.
Like, the whole, it's only 4 games, you know, and you get this rhetoric of, we're lied to, it's a slap in the face, yada, 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 from that hardcore group.
And there is weight there. Like, I saw people, some people weren't happy about the Outer Worlds 2 getting a PS5 release date. So I went back and I looked at the 2021 trailer. It did say Xbox exclusive at the start when that was revealed. It said Outer Worlds 2 is an Xbox exclusive. It's a really bad look to go back on stuff like that. So I think if they're gonna do this and they're gonna put more titles in more places, which again I'm fine with. I don't care. I have a PS5 downstairs. It only gets turned on when there is a game that I can't play anywhere else there. Otherwise, I play everything else on Xbox because I can play it in more places, and I just prefer it as a platform. It's where all my stuff is. It's where all my games are. And I think, again, I would say to the hardcore, like, if you're in that situation now, I don't really know why you would consider abandoning the ecosystem that you spent, 10, 15 years building a game library in, because you would have to start all over again.
That's Microsoft's attitude as well.
I understand that. I've got 730 games, some of which I paid for myself, that I'd like to hold on to as well. But here's the problem, right? And we were talking about this earlier, and then we got off track. So everyone keeps saying Microsoft's not going to stop making hardware. They're not going to stop making Xbox consoles. And this is where the clash is going to happen. You're going to have the one camp that thinks they won't stop making consoles, and then the other camp that thinks they will because they know Microsoft. Like, so, again, right? Look how quickly Phil and the Xbox team get overwritten by the money men, right? There will come a time, I'm telling you now, there'll come a time. You don't have to believe me, but there will come a time when Satya will turn around and go, why are we spending all these billions of dollars on R&D and manufacturing and blah, 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 just to sell 20 million units of stuff that loses money on each one we sell? Why are we doing this? We have PC, we have this, we have that. We're making hand over fist, putting all our games on PlayStation, Switch, blah, 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 blah. Why are we still making this hardware? What are we doing?
I would wager
The day will come.
Yeah, I would wager a guess that the reason they would keep doing that is because they would have direct control over their environment and ecosystem. You know, we talked about price and cost. The price to put an equivalent system in the cloud of those components versus here's our own, and we can put multiple on a blade because it's a single system on a chip. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not in that industry, but I feel like there's a cost-saving benefit there, and that's the beauty of the system, right? That's their approach. Is the designers of these wonderful things that we get to play day in, day out don't have to go off and make one version here, one version here, one version here. For the Xbox platform, as we understand Microsoft's future plans, you make this one thing and it works on all of these things, and the consumer can play it in any avenue, right? Whereas if they're no longer designing their own hardware, you said earlier, the console is the core of your subscription service. So you still have that because that's your core, and it fuels the blades and it fuels the ecosystem and it brings the advances in technology. Every time there's a new console generation, the PC generation gets the benefits, right? They go kind of hand in hand. So I don't see Microsoft, who of all of the big spenders platforms has had the best reputation of backwards compatibility across generations. I don't see them chucking, like right now, today, who do you trust more with your backwards compatible librage?
Nintendo.
No, right?
I think their main goal is competing with Steam. It's not PlayStation. Is like the main battleground is going to be Steam, and having their whole thing ready and set to try and get people to use the Microsoft Store more will be a big push from the Play Anywhere, and you get the one version. Like they can't get third-party support on PC if they don't also have a cloud and a console and other stuff to keep getting more and more games on there.
Well, I kind of trust all three of them now with PC, and that's because of Microsoft. It's Microsoft that has forced that. That's the beauty of competition.
It was interesting.
Microsoft.
Did you watch Cerny's PS5 Pro half-hour dissertation?
What would I watch?
It's very dry, but he talks about the thing we've always heard from Duke and others, where they have to keep their backwards compatibility. It very much limits what they can do. That's why the PS5 Pro CPU didn't change very much, and they had to go up in a very specific number of compute units. So I am really curious, will there ever be a day, because they don't do the hypervisor stuff, that they lose backwards compatibility?
That's right. I do wonder, how is Sony going to do it? Are they eventually going to decide, okay, every 3 console generations, we ditch them and make them start again? I'm surprised Sony haven't gone after some Xbox staff from that team, from Jason Ronald's team, to say, hey guys, help us work out
so we know of
backwards compatibility forever.
Right.
I'm actually shocked they
their
haven't
main
been trying to poach them.
thing is AMD, please fix it for us. And they make enough money where AMD is like, yes, we will throw every good mind we have at this for you because you make us a lot of money.
It's because Nintendo care now. So the new
it's
Switch
the same,
is going to be
very
fully
similar with
backwards
NVIDIA. It's like, hey, you're going to make a bajillion bucks off of us. Let's just figure this out.
But Nintendo does have one advantage when it comes to BC going forward. Their hardware is incredibly easy to emulate.
Yeah. They're piss weak, so it doesn't take as much money.
That's right. Their hardware is incredibly easy to emulate. So if Nintendo really wanted to, the Switch 2 could just play it all. Everything. Wii U, GameCube, Wii, all of it. The whole lot, if they really wanted to. But they'd rather make you sub.
And funnily enough,
old games so you can play them on NSO.
There's so much exclusive talk, and one thing that came out of all the top games played on Steam this year, only 14 or 15% of them released this year. So, like, the vast majority of the many, probably billions of hours of Steam time is old shit. Is people going through their backlog or catching up?
But
yeah,
we've said that.
It's
though.
also
we've always said.
Go on.
Oh, go.
No, you go.
I was going to say it's also worth thinking about how existing console users are still making a lot of money through a lot of the black hole games that we see, which are consistently the most played. They make so much money, and the console manufacturers get a cut of every sort of microtransaction, right? What is it? 30? Is it 30%?
Yeah, it depends
Or
on.
does it vary?
Like that.
Yeah, for the bigger ones, it can be a lot less. Like Call of Duty was supposedly only 12%.
Yeah. In regards to exclusive content, I think Microsoft, like I was saying earlier, first of all, Microsoft does need more transparency around exclusive content, I think, and just setting expectations better. I think I understand the no red lines conversation because they don't want to take money off the table. They don't want to have that conversation where they go, in order to satiate the hardcore, we are going to promise that we're never going to sell Fable anywhere else, because they don't know how much money Fable might make for them somewhere else. But I think if you're gonna, my view on exclusive content with the Xbox ecosystem, rather than just the console, looking at it as a platform, I kind of compare it to how we access other content now, specifically streaming content. So there's an example that I'm actually going to include in a video. I've got another video in the pipeline that talks about the whole no red lines thing. And there's an analogy that I've made a couple of times on shows. I will make in the video, and we'll talk about it here as well. There's and John, you might be familiar with it. There's a show in the UK called Brassic, which is made by Sky. I love that show. I think it's awesome. I hadn't seen it before. Seasons 1 to 4 came to Netflix. Could only watch seasons 1 to 4 there, but obviously there were 6 seasons made in total. I had to go to Now TV and go and subscribe to Now TV if I want seasons 5 and 6. And the only way I'm going to get those is if I subscribe to a service that I'm not already subscribed to get that exclusive content, even though some of it exists on a different platform.
Which is irritating.
It is irritating, but those first 4 seasons effectively act as my gateway drug into seasons 5 and 6. Once I access seasons 5 and 6 of Brassic on Now TV, I find a bunch of other content that actually keeps me around. I see the Game Pass strategy moving forward and exclusivity moving forward working in a very similar way, where they will go, we're going to give you some sampler content. So I think Rand, and I don't know if it's happening or not, but we have heard rumors about Halo MCC maybe going to other places. Let's say hypothetically Halo MCC is a launch title for the Switch 2, and people pick that up and they go, man, I really like Halo 1, 2, 3, 4, Reach, and ODST. I want to check out Infinite because I want to see where this story goes. If the only place that they can get that is Xbox Cloud Gaming, and they don't have to pay into an ecosystem, they're still accessing that exclusive content that they can only get through Xbox. If they are then kept there and tempted to either stay in the ecosystem purely via cloud, or they go, I could get a little bit more for my money by buying a Series S and downloading my stuff natively, or getting a slightly better experience, or access to a wider game library. That's the measurable, or well, difficult to measure effect that you would see from the impact of something like the This Is an Xbox ad, because we don't see things like cloud subscription numbers. We don't get things like engagement numbers with new content, or what content specifically is getting people to sign up, etc. We only get the noise around a diminishing console sales figure. so many layers and facets to all of this conversation. What do you guys think about that idea of content exclusivity and it sort of basically being a selling point into that? Do you see that working?
I understand the analogy that you're trying to make in that, here's a flavor of some of our content. Oh, I'll go check out this one thing I really like. Oh my god, there's so much more, and I stick around. Like, that makes sense for most subscription services. But I also think that a lot of consumers have generally subscription fatigue. Nick and I are big fan of streaming services, aren't we, Nick? We love streaming services, but we certainly don't like subscribing to all of them.
No.
So others would tackle that scenario in different ways. I think Microsoft's bid to make Game Pass the exclusive, that's effectively how I view it, is that the exclusive of being on the Xbox system is this is the only place where once you're in and you're paying your $10 a month or whatever it is, you get everything, baby. Enjoy, have fun. You can play it anywhere. You can play it on PC. And if they can drive towards that future of not some games get a play anywhere deal and some games get on the cloud and some games do this, but that everything from whatever their next generation launch is, everything is mandated, that it has to be everywhere. That is an attractive exclusive proposition, I think. But I think, when people talk in the now about exclusivity and the when and what ifs and every game is going to come and all of that stuff, I think the best way to look at it is what studios are set up for multi-platform development, be it pre-acquisition. So where I would expect games to come to multiple places is from acquisitions that were previously multi-platform, namely Bethesda and Activision Blizzard, right? And you'll have your bespoke cases where Microsoft view the title in question to be profitable enough elsewhere to pay for someone to port it if the in-house team isn't experienced on PlayStation hardware or Switch hardware. That's my viewpoint towards the future of exclusivity in terms of the now for Microsoft content. And I think that's probably a wise-ish way of looking at it, right? Like Bethesda, yeah, we're geared up for multi-platform development. Same for, Indiana Jones is a primary example. Machine Games traditionally have always been a multi-platform developer. Let's go. Like, why not? We've got all the gear. We have all the know-how versus Halo Studios has only ever developed on the Xbox platform. They then had to gear up for PC. Does that make them now PlayStation 5 development experts? Do they need to hire that? Do they need to go elsewhere for that? And that's that case-for-case red lines, no red lines thing in the now that I view it as. It's Microsoft saying, we're not going to ever take anything off the table because console sales are in the toilet. And unless we start shutting down studios, we've got to keep them alive somehow. And that's that corporate overview coming in from Microsoft where every studio, I think Phil's quoted on it, every studio is viewed as a business. And they've got to be profitable in and of their own, existence, not the broader platform, which is a far cry, I'd remind everyone, from the Game Pass keeps those smaller studios alive because they can go off and do these niche things. And it doesn't matter if they don't sell 1 million copies. That feels a million miles away from what we're kind of hearing now in that the corporate overlords are looking in going, you've got to justify your existence, buddy. Make me a hit game. That feels like shit. But yeah, overall, I think whenever the next generation rolls around, that approach of the ecosystem and its imminent availability to you wherever the fuck you are and however you want to play, that's the exclusive bid. I think that's a pretty attractive proposition. I can't find a good argument against it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. What does anyone else think? Am I alone?
I don't mind Deadly's. I don't mind Deadly's because we've discussed it in the past. I don't mind Deadly's in between compromise. And I've said in the past, there was discussions once upon a time at Microsoft about putting Halo Infinite's free-to-play multiplayer on other platforms for that exact reason, like a teaser. Say, ooh, you like Halo's multiplayer? Well, guess what? You're going to have to get an Xbox if you want the full thing. I actually, as a nice in-between, I don't mind that. Same way I didn't mind Sea of Thieves now, 6 years later, after 40 million players on Xbox, now being on PlayStation and people going, oh, shit, Sea of Thieves is pretty good. And, Hi-Fi Rush is pretty good. I really want to play Indiana Jones now. Maybe I should get an Xbox because Xbox is starting to make some fucking decent games. So while I would prefer all of it just stay exclusives, personally, I don't mind them dipping their toe in as a way to kind of, like the way it was explained to me when, this was back in 2021, the way it was explained to me about Halo Infinite's multiplayer was, Microsoft's thought process was, we'll use the Halo multiplayer as an ad for Halo and Xbox. I don't mind that as a thought process. I don't mind it. But, and while, I mean, I'll read Risket's super chat because it relates to this. Risket for the biscuit. There's demonstrable evidence that exclusive is the driver for all platforms. This idea that it isn't is a cope mechanism. Now, I half agree, I half disagree. I've always said that I think exclusives are somewhat overrated. I don't believe many people in the millions, there's obviously exceptions to every rule, but I don't think people in the millions go out and buy a console just for one game or one set of exclusives. Because again, there's too many consoles that disprove that theory. Way too many consoles that disprove that theory. Having said that, it's a sort of a holistic thing. Exclusives do make up a part of it. Like if your console has no exclusives, then why would someone buy it? If it has none, why would someone ever buy it? Even I would reconsider buying a future Xbox.
And I don't think the value of Game Pass is enough of an exclusive. I do think you need that exclusive content, and I do think Xbox will have it. I do think that Xbox will have exclusive content. I don't think it will go, fuck it, everything is going to be sold everywhere. Maybe I'm wrong on that, maybe I'm not, I don't know. But I do think Microsoft recognizes the importance of having content that draws people into your ecosystem, because if you don't offer unique content, you are eliminating people reason to go into your ecosystem. And I don't think Game Pass is something that they can put all of their eggs into, because it's good, it's a great service, but if it doesn't offer anything unique, does it make more sense for people to start buying all their games outright on an expensive system? I personally
will say though,
go on.
And this relates to a point you made in your video. I think Game Pass can be a reason for people to buy into the Xbox ecosystem, but you know why it isn't? Because they haven't marketed it to casuals. Like we said, no one knows what Game Pass Day 1 means. Maybe if they marketed Game Pass in a proper way to casual people, people will go, it doesn't have Spider-Man, but who gives a shit? I'm only paying $15 a month and I'm getting 400 games. Yeah, including all these new games.
It's good.
I think to your point, Nick, you know, Deadly touched on that, right? That this is an Xbox ad is marketing Game Pass without talking about it. Because your natural inclination, if you see that ad and you're a normie, right, and you're like, huh? I can do what? And you go visit the link or you go look it up or whatever, and you're like, oh, what's it? Oh, and then that's how you're informed. I agree with you fundamentally though, in that, and we've said this many a times, they need like the dumbest, like mom and pop store, average American type ad going in, picking up a really expensive game for the really expensive system without naming it. Yeah. And the guy on the counter goes, oh, do you know that that's on Game Pass? And then they'll be like, what's Game Pass? And then you just answer the question right there, and that's the fucking ad, and you just run it.
Yeah.
I don't know why they haven't done it yet. It's like
I would really like to see something like that. And I do think that actually there is a way of incorporating like the this is an Xbox look and feel and sort of design direction that they've gone in, but making that more targeted towards the console market to elevate what the console offers, because I think the Xbox console offering is really, really great. I really like the fact that they've done 2 SKUs. I know the Series S has been lamented for certain reasons, but we're in a political and economical environment where it is becoming more and more difficult to make decisions like, fuck it, I'm going to go and buy a games console. I had I went to go and see my osteopath yesterday, and we were talking about games because I actually brought up the fact that I went viral because she asked me how my week had been. So we started talking about the content. What are you gonna do? And it turns out she actually likes gaming as well. Like, she used to play Zelda a lot, but now her kids game a lot more than she does. One of the things she said to me was, my son a few years ago really wanted the Xbox Series X, but it's really difficult to justify 500 quid on a console where he can already play his favorite game, which is Elden Ring, because you can play that on the Xbox One. That is a huge part of the challenge that Microsoft has right now in being able to sort of tackle that. Yeah, they all do. You're right. They all do.
If her son was smart,
this sort of uphill battle of...
He'd pull up Elden Ring on Xbox One and Elden Ring on Series X, loading screen time comparison, and go, oh, this takes 2 minutes to start. Foundry. This takes 5 seconds. Okay, my son will save many times. Like, that is, sadly, that is probably the biggest jump this generation, that if we went back to it and we were like, whenever I start a game, I wait 2.5 minutes, depending on if it's like Destiny. Like, and that is a really hard thing to sell.
Yeah. So if Xbox did actually put more focus into selling the different benefits of both the consoles, whether it's the Series S or the Series X, and you talk about both, you talk about Game Pass as a platform, and you do, like you said, you set up that. And I loved hearing you guys talk about this for the first time, because I could picture it, and I was like, yeah, that's the ad that I would want to direct as well. Just
right, it'd be so fun as well. Just
it would be so
tongue in cheek with it.
You could, yeah, you could. And I think that self-awareness would really help. I do think that as much as you shouldn't need an advert to satiate the angry console fans, but I actually think that would do a lot of good for Microsoft as well. If you just see Microsoft very clearly going, hey guys, we're trying to sell our console hardware. We really are. We're actually trying to. Just bear in mind it's hard, but look, we're doing it. We're advertising it. We've spent the money on marketing. Look at us market. That's if they can start doing that, I actually think they'll change consumer sentiment a bit. I don't know.
Honestly, like the amount of times I've had conversations with parents at school, and
it wasn't that big a difference. It was 27 seconds to 18.
Oh, okay.
Damn it.
But the amount of times I've had that exact conversation where they've gone, what? You know, like what Game Pass is what? And you've gone, well, yeah, like you've got this and this and this, and they've gone, are you kidding me? I'm like, no, like, why wouldn't you do that? And I said, and one of the beautiful thing is, especially for kids, is that there is no longer an argument about what game to get versus what game not to get, because everybody has the same library. And that cannot be overstated. I remember so many times when I was a kid trying to organize people to get together. Like, no, I'm not picking that one up. Oh, come on, man. Like, it's going to be fun. We can play co-op. No, it's not for me. And then, so you're like trying to persuade friends to join you on whatever game journey you want to take. And now with that subscription, you don't have to. I'm conscious of time, because there's a lot to still talk about. So I want to move slightly on from This Is an Xbox and tackle some of the community questions that we've got on this particular topic.
Oh my God.
Before we segue, I thought you might have. Before we segue nicely into handheld discussion, because we touched on it lightly a few times there about what that next generation of Xbox is going to look, feel, and sound like. And there's community questions around that as well, right? There's even one on marketing.
We also have a super chat from Sith Lord as well.
We do, yes. Do you want to tackle that, Nick, or do you want me to?
Hold on. I'm trying to find the community questions.
Well, you find them, and it's only a little super
There's
chat.
two on the forum.
Sith Lord is coming in with a $2. He says, "My man, Deadly Headley, pineapple pizza for all." Ugh.
Hell yeah.
Yuck.
Pineapple on pizza.
Lovely stuff.
Oh dear, I am.
It's still free. I had a Hawaiian pizza last night. Wood-fired Hawaiian pizza
prefer
last
chicken
night.
over ham with my pineapple. Like chicken, jalapeno, and pineapple. Very good.
Chicken barbecue Hawaiian pizza.
Mm.
Oh boy,
I had a buffalo chicken pizza tonight.
This is
it was a buffalo ranch sauce with chicken.
You're welcome, really Sith Lord. I wanted to make sure we had this conversation.
John's got an English palate. They don't like good flavors.
I don't understand
Deadly's the exception.
people that don't like pineapple on pizza. I can't. Like my brain.
I have an
simply-
aversion. I have an aversion to hot fruit. In general,
Get over it.
But the fruit's not hot. They don't cook.
yes, they.
What about
It warms us.
Some of them
nice,
chuck it on top.
the
Some of them
warmed
chuck
up
it on
mince
top
pie?
later.
The mince pie warmed up.
No, disgusting. Ugh.
Yeah, fair
Apple
enough.
pie. Ooh,
No,
boy.
gross. No thanks.
Apple crumble.
All hot
apple
fruit.
pie.
Can go fuck yourself.
As-
Lovely apple
as-
crumble.
Oh, crumble's lovely.
As bad
No.
as Nick's movie opinions and most opinions are, John's food opinions, same level.
Yeah. Yeah.
You notice Nick didn't disagree with me.
When Jesse eventually comes down to Melbourne, mate,
It's
he's
gonna
gonna
be nice.
have a culinary experience like he's fucking never known in his life. He's gonna be taken to these cafes and restaurants that are gonna freak him out.
That crepe
gonna ring his
in
missus,
Germany,
and he's
still
gonna
the
be
best
like,
thing I've ever had.
"I'm not coming back." It's gonna be like,
You
"I'm
know,
not coming back."
the first Xbox era audio podcast I remember listening to. I was on a drive home, and Nick, you were talking about souvlaki for a while. It's Greek food,
Yeah.
and I just remember thinking, man, these guys are gamers and foodies. Like this show is definitely. For
I mean, he's not a foodie.
Oh, yeah.
He's
and I
British.
haven't-
British
I
can't be
haven't tried
foodies.
I really,
souvlaki
really,
yet, but I
really-
really want to.
Resent the tarring.
Look, I
Brits
ate
with that.
multiple meals in Britain, and then I ate multiple meals in Germany. And I'll just say this: I didn't only eat in Germany.
Even your
I quite
KFC
pride
was
my
weird.
my cooking
I
skills.
couldn't get
I'm-
hot sauce
I'm
for a
pretty good cook.
goddamn omelet. I was like, what the
Even your
fuck?
KFC was weird.
That's a British thing, to be fair. Like you're not gonna get hot sauce for an omelet. That's
It was an
Mate,
okay
so-
omelet.
so-
Like,
it's a British thing.
ask if any of you ever ask MVG when he came down to Melbourne just recently, and I took him to a couple of places in Melbourne. He was loving it. He was loving it. All these neat little places around Melbourne where he's having a nice burger or a coffee or a dessert, mate. I'm more don't even worry about Xbox Era. I want Jesse and John to come here just for the food.
It's a lot of money.
Don't
I
even
come
worry
for the
about
sun.
Xbox Era. And this our winters are like John Summers. he'd be the only person walking around Melbourne with shorts and a t-shirt
Yeah, I'd
during
be
winter
fucking
while we're all
loving it,
like
mate.
this freezing.
I would be in hog heaven over there. Good lord.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So are we
Community
doing any of the
questions.
community questions?
On the new ad campaign.
Hugh?
I know.
Hugh
I'm
is
on the
specifically
form.
about marketing.
Yeah,
I'm on the
Mhm.
form and the form's not even closed.
you can't close it anymore. They changed it. I tried. If
But
you
I
look-
can't see any questions on the form.
Confused Clarity has one from Xbox new campaign.
Nick, do you know that they're all embedded? I just have to, because
Yes.
this should flow
Well,
so much nicer. They're
it's-
all embedded on
The showrunner.
The showrunner.
I
You
put
don't
them all
need to
there.
load the form or load the forums. You can just look at them. They're
Okay.
all segregated into,
I
into
have to look at it
sections.
to show them, but I did the extra
Okay.
work. I screenshotted all of them for
Right?
you.
Like,
You fucking asshole.
I-
Let's go.
You know that's
Okay.
there, yeah?
No.
Normally I
just-
just go to the form and
Okay,
it's
right.
there.
Well, I figured because it always feels fucking clunky, which is why I wanted to do it. But here you go.
My
They're all
clunky.
there,
All right.
right? Just there you
Confused
go.
clarity.
Greg.
Okay, confused clarity. We often hear talk about how often Microsoft is too early, and as Jesse points out, too late too. What if this time they're neither? Sure, not everything is fully in place, but it's not looking far off. Have we thought at all over if they've actually more or less got the timings right? What does that look like?
I would like to jump in and say that is actually something Jez pointed to, and Tom Warnke pointing to, where it does feel like around CES in January, it will make more sense, Jez said.
Mm.
And then everyone replies, it already makes sense. More sense good, though. Like, I definitely think they are so full of red tape as a corporation. Like, that is just an infamous Microsoft thing. They constantly have internal strife and lots of issues where, yeah, you're never gonna line it all up. They were hoping to have the ability to buy games on the mobile store ready now. That got messed up by an injunction. But other than that, like, and as they have said, I think Deadly said it, like a lot of the terms and services things have to really cover that this is an Xbox because it's very different the experience you get across each device. Like the cloud is very different
Mm-hmm.
than the console is different than the PC, but it is there. And for now, it means you can give us money to play our games on this thing. And in the future, it can mean more, but we're getting that message out now to really get it into your brains ahead of time.
Look, I get now when Tom Warren made that tweet about how all this stuff's going to be much clearer after January. If some of the stuff I've heard is true, I understand what Jez and Tom are talking about. I get it. Whether that's successful or pays off is another ball game that we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to just see what happens. But again, a few of the things I've heard, I understand what Tom and Jez are now talking about when they say that, how this will all make sense after January. I kind of get what they're talking about now. It's going to be interesting to see it play out. Won't have long to wait.
There was another
Next question.
forum one from Divan Greedy.
From Divan Greedy. Remember when there was a time when people in this industry swear that no matter what, Sony won't release their games on PC, that Sony's selling consoles with no problem, Xbox is just desperate? Then comes Horizon Zero Dawn. Then the narrative was, well, it's only going to be old games from PS4. Then PS5 games did. And then goalposts moved to surely not day one. And here it comes, Concord and Lego Horizon. Hell, this generation starts with the We Believe in Generations, Xbox getting criticized for relapsing new games or releasing new games on old gen. And then all of a sudden, after the Sony announcement, it all makes sense to media. The argument disappeared in a few hours. If Lego Horizon comes to Xbox and some of their other games, which I bet it would be, it is going to be funny to see the backpedal to how all of this multi-platform would make sense now, and there is no confusion anymore. Sony might be the market leader in terms of sales, but Xbox always has been the leader in terms of strategies and forward thinking. Sorry for the rant. Thanks for all the amazing content and podcast you all did this year. No worries, Divan. Thank you for your support. But Divan is basically echoing what we've kind of said. Microsoft's always ahead of the game and they cop shit. Then Sony does it. It's like, oh, wow, this is so good. Total sense. Oh, man, look at that. Like, Sony releasing their games on PC, that makes so much sense. Like, why wouldn't you do it? Like, why not make that extra money? Like, duh. Like, seriously. But when Microsoft did it, it's like, man, you fuckers. I don't need an Xbox now,
Xbox is
you
dead.
dumb shits. I don't need an Xbox now, you stupid dumb shits. I've got a PC.
Field day.
The whole like the recent rumor of Lego Horizon Adventures coming to Xbox as well. Like, I can't say exactly why publicly, but
I think it'll happen.
I firmly believe it will happen. I am 100% taking like that's it. That's my thoughts.
I think it'll happen.
I would also say
sure.
that's likely a Lego license agreement thing.
Yes. It's not a Sony saying,
it's not a Sony,
we're going to go multi-plat too.
Wouldn't be shocked if it was tied to sales, because that game did not seem to perform anywhere. It didn't do well on PlayStation. We don't know all the numbers on Switch, and it definitely
did the best on Switch.
It did nothing on Steam. It topped
Switch.
out at like 465 people, I think, at once on Steam. So it's like,
really,
it's rough. Well, it is a retelling of Horizon Zero Dawn, and it came out 2 weeks after the remaster of Horizon Zero Dawn.
It
was really weird timing. It's definitely, and it was definitely, I've talked about it. It was a game from the boardroom, the Lego boardroom. It wasn't the Guerrilla boardroom. It wasn't the Sony boardroom. It was Lego. Like, hey, shit, that tall neck sold a ton. Why don't you make a Lego game with it? And so it wasn't Traveler's Tales. It wasn't the normal Lego thing. And it seems fine for what it is, but it's pretty short and it isn't new. And I do think a lot of people will be like, oh, this is literally the thing I've already played through, but in amazing fidelity. Like, maybe I could get my kids into this. I don't know.
I want to address two chat comments. So -0. Oh, but that's a Lego game. -0. That's kind of true. Like, I still don't think Sony will ever relent or wants to ever relent on putting their games on Xbox. And I know it's Horizon Lego, but again, just like MLB, Lego would have had control of that. and that's why it's going to come to Xbox. Same way MLB. MLB eventually turned around and went, well, fuck, there are people at Xbox. It's an American console. Pretty sure there's going to be a lot of people that want to play baseball on an American console. We should probably get
and
MLB on
they've probably told
there.
us in the back channels they want to pay us a lot to put it on Game Pass every year.
Yeah, and like MLB's like, Microsoft's telling us that they'll give us a fuck ton of money if we put it on Game Pass too for 3 years. Like, this is more money than we actually make on PlayStation probably. Like, we want to get it on there. So, I still, like, as I had mentioned in April, I had heard that there was very early discussions about Helldivers, and then that ended up going nowhere. Sony eventually just turned around and went, nah, it's not happening. And that's what I mean. I still don't think Sony wants to put their own games on Xbox. I don't believe they ever want to relent on
They're
that.
way later in their transition. If that was ever going to happen, it's not going to be for a long time because they are the Titanic, they're not crashing. I just mean in how slow they are to turn. Where Microsoft has already started their incredibly slow turn back in 2018-ish. Like Sony's...
It's not just that, though.
But with PlayStation, they won't want to. So if it was to ever happen, it would take way more than it did for Microsoft.
I feel like Sony in particular, I feel like they pay more attention.
Correct.
To
Sony still believes in the console wars.
Yeah, they
Sony
are
still firmly
loving
believes
that
in
console war mindset.
Yes. And I'm not saying that to be derogatory.
Was it Sean Layden that referenced like fan reactions earlier this week to when PlayStation games go elsewhere?
They will quickly react to fan reactions, which Microsoft won't. Like they'll say, "Oh, you put your thing at 500. We will now quickly drop everything out." Like Gareth said, we'll completely cut out our stuff and pretend we never were going to do it and go 400.
Yeah. So Sony still firmly believes in the console wars as one type, one string, one form, one arm of
They were
marketing.
born in it while Nintendo screwed them over.
To be fair, so do we. Pick up Console Wars, the card game, in March. No, sorry.
No, don't. We have to get better at that shit. You know, we have 2 stores. We've got a merch store. We've got a friggin' Console Wars t-shirt store. They're on our main website. They're really good ways to support us and actually get something, which is always cool. So, yes. Got to get better at that.
Personally
there's
speaking,
also a
you get
Superchat.
a lot for your money as a Patreon as well.
Yeah.
Speaking from experience.
There's also a super chat, again, still relating to this stuff. Why can't Microsoft just do like a 2-year exclusivity on all their single-player video games, market them with their console lifecycle games day one? Yeah, that's an option.
Because, and this is why you're seeing more third-party support for Microsoft now, is they go through the drama of releasing a game exclusively, and it might not do okay. But then in order to then release it a year down the line, 2 years down the line, they have to spend more money on marketing. And in many ways, it's better to have one hit and it's out than one hit and it's out. And then, oh no, but you guys that we didn't care about, it's for you now. It's harder to sell.
Where it worked was for Larian with Baldur's Gate 3, where you got the PC. And then a month or so later, you had PlayStation. And then a few months later, you had Xbox. Like you're big enough and you're winning everything and they will help market it with you. But when you are small and you are trying to get attention, it is fucking impossible. So for most games, it is just not worth it. You have to be the creme de la creme. You got to be like PlayStack smart with Woot and all of his really fun Friends of Jimbo shit. Like you have to have someone incredible on your PR, and that's normally expensive as shit and no one can afford it.
I bought those cards. I bought 2 Balatro playing decks, one for my daughter because she loves Balatro. She still doesn't know how to play properly, but she loves it.
Bro, can you not? Like, that's illegal. Yeah, is your daughter 18?
Wow.
Yeah, that's disgusting. As a parent, you should...
And I'm teaching her to gamble.
Someone call the police on this man.
Someone call the UK police. We all say UK, even though Peggy's not UK.
Oh, Peggy.
But yes, I mean, I don't have an idea. I don't have a problem with timed exclusivity on Xbox games, but I've always felt like timed exclusives actually hurt games more than help them. To me, it's either all or nothing. Either make it exclusive or make it multiplayer, one or the other. Timed, again, and I'm sure someone will point out examples to me, but I have always noticed that timed exclusive games don't end up doing well long term. Because
you know the one
Rise
exception,
of the Tomb Raider being the prime example.
Epic game exclusives that go to Steam. That's the only exception because Epic is so teeny tiny and Steam is so massive. That's like the only one.
I feel like that is more relevant to AAA games that are timed exclusive. I feel like indies seem to do pretty well out of that kind of thing. Yeah, I'd be very interested to see how well Indiana Jones does on PlayStation 5.
It would be amazing if we could know sales. Like, what did it sell on Xbox? How was it played? Like, if we could actually get those numbers, it's so fascinating.
I don't know if it'll do well.
Like, I imagine.
I also want to see things like Game Pass uptake as a result of games like Indiana Jones, for example.
We only got it for we've literally only got it for
afterwards. It's
Starfield and Call of Duty, and they've only been talked about. We didn't get the numbers. It's just like, this is the biggest ever. What does that mean? They said that twice, but you don't get to know the actual numbers.
Yeah, it's frustrating. There's another super chat.
Super chat. Yeah, just saw it pop in from Creaky Legs. Great show while I secretly watch working. By the way, speaking of exclusives, could you imagine how many copies Helldivers 2 would have sold if the Game Award announcement segment was a recruitment ad for an Xbox release?
Man, they could have done that so tongue-in-cheek.
Well on Xbox.
I'm really surprised that they couldn't work that deal out, because I reckon that game would have done really
the most
well on Xbox.
Xbox-assed game I've ever played from Sony.
That's just Sony continuing, but that's just Sony continuing to buy into the console war mentality.
I have a question for you guys. It goes into one of the topics today. Secret Level Season 2 was renewed for Season 2. Have any of you watched the finale that did feature the Helldivers quite a bit?
I haven't watched any of it yet.
No, I haven't.
So for anyone who has watched it, especially in chat, let me know what you think of that finale. I think myself and pretty much every other reviewer I saw fucking hated it. And if it had just been an actual Helldivers episode, or an actual Shadow of the Colossus, or an actual God of War episode, it could have been amazing. But instead, it was essentially an extended Sony ad. You know, they do their highbrow Apple-style ads. It was just kind of that, with a very executive boardroom, this person's cool feeling main character stuck in some weird AR augmented reality. And it was like, if they actually want to take the Helldivers IP and make it bigger and make it something, outside of moving away from that really bad engine that they're on, that I forget the name of it, but it's literally only them and Darktide on it, and no one supports it anytime soon anymore. It's like completely dead. That's why it took so long and it's so broken. An actual Helldivers episode for Secret Level could be very good if they do it right.
There's one more community question on marketing specifically
from Hugh
before we talk about next generational stuff.
Hugh. Hello, gents, and welcome, Deadly Headley. Keeping in theme of Xbox marketing this week, I will ask you guys a lovely, simple question. If Microsoft were to ever acquire a video platform, i.e. Netflix or HBO, do you think this would help with their overall marketing approach for Xbox? As Deadly Headley pointed out in his excellent, concise video, Xbox currently can't say Game Pass is Netflix but for games, which is probably the easiest way for mainstream people to understand it. Plus, it would provide opportunities for them to bundle it in with premium packages, making more people aware of it and or advertise Game Pass on it. Now, Hugh, you're onto something here, and this, like, as far as I'm aware, they were kind of looking at this a long time ago. They were looking at acquiring, I think, video, whether it was like a movie studio, as part of maybe having their own streaming service, and then intertwining Game Pass. I do believe they were looking at that. Maybe it went nowhere, but this was quite a long time ago. They were looking at this kind of thing. So they have thought about it, and they probably do align on your train of thought on this. And I reckon it's a good idea. I reckon it would have been smart to do so.
I would come at it from a slightly different angle. I think like they benefit from doing an acquisition like that, but I don't think it's the only lever that they would necessarily need to pull. I actually would look at things like better ad placement on Amazon Prime if you are having a very, very successful run with the Fallout show, for example, especially as you could so you have mid ads, mid roll ads for like the lower tiers of Amazon Prime now. You could literally advertise the Xbox app on your Amazon Fire Stick. If the user is using an Amazon Fire Stick and is capable of running the Xbox app, you hit
Play
them
Fallout
with the Xbox
now.
ad in the middle of exactly,
and they can
that.
literally
Like,
install it as they're watching.
yeah. So when if they're thinking about more transmedia content, that's what I would capitalize on. Directing people to your ecosystem by having them interested in transmedia in the first place, and then going, by the way, if you want more of that universe, it's on here. You can download the app now. Click this button. We've put it in the CTA for you. It's going to take you directly to the app download page, and that will download while you're still watching the rest of your Fallout episode. There's so many other ways into that without having to acquire like a video streamer. But obviously, yeah, they would have a lot more control over that. It seems
And
like
they'd have
quite a
more
lot
IP.
of money for. Yeah, they would do.
That would be the other reason behind it. That if they were to buy, say, Paramount, they would then also own so they'd own Transformers, they'd own Ninja Turtles, they'd own all those other IP as well, and then that ties back into their gaming stuff as well.
Oh,
as
I see what you
movies.
mean. If they were buying, if they were buying an IP level like Warner Brothers, for example, no, that makes sense.
Like,
so they're getting their own streaming service. Go,
John, you get the talk.
No. All I would say is, like, we lived through a period of time where Microsoft really struggled to release games at what I would say is an acceptable quality. There were a number of high-profile whiffs from Microsoft Studios. Oh, we'll do better. Like, I fully believe that they've more or less got their ducks in a row now.
Even though your Indiana Jones save is broken.
Even though, like, all video games have bugs, man. Like, I'm not gonna beat them up for it. The majority of it was great, right? Like, but the idea of Microsoft doing TV, I can't imagine more of a fucking disaster in my mind. Like, the biggest problem I think I could levy at Microsoft as an organization is an overabundance of unnecessary middle management, ruining decision making from creative people that could make cool shit, right? And I can't imagine how terrible that they would be at running a fucking TV studio. Honestly, it would be like the worst fucking thing.
But that's
ever.
a people problem, though. That's a people
It's a process.
problem.
It's a process problem, not a people
Yeah,
problem.
that's too.
Every streaming service right now, even Apple TV, who has probably the best content of any streamer, is like, oh, we got to stop.
Easily.
We got to stop investing, because even though we were like focused on quality, now it's people just like really stupid shit that's reality TV that Netflix has moved to.
Yeah, but hold on. We've talked about this before. Apple's problem is that they don't advertise. They have a serious problem not advertising their product.
Good shows don't get viewers. Game of Thrones was the exception. Like, The Wire is one of the best shows ever made. The Sopranos was a big show for HBO, and even then, it's a pittance.
Ted Lasso was big.
Yeah, but they're a pittance compared to the amount. So the amount of time and money that it takes to do one of those versus we just throw this light script together, have a bunch of bimbos and handsome guys pretend that they're all upset with each other for some reason. It costs 1/50th and takes 1/10 the time and makes as much, if not way more money. And that's how they will always look at it. So, like, the best art, why does Hi-Fi Rush have a chance to come back? An incredibly rich man who owns Crafton said, I don't think that's ever going to make me any money. I just really loved it and I want more of it. It's always the rich muse is the reason you get good shit. And TV and streaming went right back from rich muses saying we're going to make art to rich executives saying we're going to make shart and it's going to make more money. Like, that's just the way it always ends up going. Zaslav is loved by the people who invest in that shit because he's all about making them as much money as quickly as possible. And then they'll hate him and he'll get fired and gain $500 million or something. TV sucks.
Yeah.
Stay away from TV.
I know. I just think they could have leveraged it for a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden, they have full control over their own TV shows based on their gaming IPs.
Mm-hmm. It could be
It's their
amazing.
platform.
It's just so hard to actually ever see any of it last. That's always the problem with it. Because like all these companies have a ton of amazing IP, and yet they can take Star Wars and hey, you're thumbing yourself down.
Yeah, I know. I was only going like this. How did it see a thumbs down?
They take these big IP, and then it's what is the Sony cinematic Spider-Man universe? They were literally never putting Spider-Man in anything because they thought people wouldn't like it, which is the exact fucking opposite of any actual Spider-Man fan. They want him in everything. They want him being a part of everything. But you just need a few executives who are stupid, and that's what it always ends up being.
I think that's most executives. People fail.
Most executives are very dumb. Like it's just, it's the rare exception.
You know what it is? It's not that they're dumb. It's not that they're dumb. It's that they're not creatively driven. They're not. Their mindset's not a creative one. Their mindset is a business one.
Yeah, they're monetarily
It's not about,
driven.
and that's Microsoft to a T. Where Sony is sort of starting to head a little more towards business, but Sony as a company is still very much a creative one. Whether it's in their hardware design, once upon a time, like there's this incredible Twitter account who also has a Kickstarter for a book. There's this Twitter account called Obsolete Sony that I follow, and I love this account so much because they highlight old Sony design and hardware from back when I was a Sony electronics fanboy in my 20s and my late teens. So I see all these old phones and all these old hi-fi equipment and all these Discmans and mini disc players that I loved when I was in my 20s. So Sony was so creative that creativity even extended to their hardware design. So Sony is still very much a creative company. Nintendo is very obviously a creative company. Microsoft always has been and always will be a corporate one.
Yeah.
And that's part of why their struggles with Xbox are ongoing, because Xbox is a creative endeavor being taken on by a corporate company. Which, much as...
And it's even more worrying now that GarageBand feel that helps them make cool decisions and do good things is now not so much. Are we ready for Microsoft gaming, folks?
That's why when those made-up rumors came out about Microsoft potentially selling off Xbox, and people were like, oh, no. I'm like, but that wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing ever for Xbox. As long as it was sold to the right buyer. It could turn out to be a disaster if you just sold it to an Amazon or to someone else. But if Xbox as an entity was sold to the right person that understands the creative importance of the medium, it could cause Xbox to flourish if it was sold to the right person. John's muted.
The what ifs, mate. The what ifs.
No, I'm just explaining, and that comes to the heart of the community question about buying a movie production thing, a streaming service.
Now, but there are other community questions, and they all relate to Microsoft's future strategy. Now, we're lucky enough, it's not in the show notes here, but we now know that Valve will be joining Lenovo at CES in Las Vegas in January at a gaming handheld event. And Xbox's newly promoted Vice President of Next Generation, Jason Ronald, lovely man, hung out with him a bit in Germany for Gamescom when we were there earlier this year. He's now appearing alongside them. We've heard rumors, speculation, direct confirmation of handheld desires and working on these projects. We've had teases from Tom Warren and others saying, hey, you know, some of this stuff is going to make a lot more sense in January. This feels like that moment. I don't want to spend too long on the what ifs of what Microsoft's next gen strategy is. What we do know is that the general approach, as we understand it from various conversations and discussion online, is that this is a Xbox driven operating system that happens to be able to access other video game stores like Steam, Epic, etc. A kind of catch-all device that can play everything your Xbox currently does. That's the important underlying part here. play all your backwards compatible console games because it is an Xbox console. But this is also an operating system that could potentially be leveraged out to OEMs like Lenovo and Asus to allow.
That could work out amazing.
It could. It's the most interesting thing that any hardware manufacturer has done in a long time in this space. Like these are all possibilities.
Does that feel like what Jez and Tom have been hinting at? Is that what you
kind of
told you? Okay.
I feel like what we're going to see out of Microsoft specifically at CES with Lenovo as a partner is it's going to be the Legion Go 2. We've seen some leaks and bits and pieces on that already, but it's going to be.
They can run both OSs.
I think it's going to be the first, at least visually, the first flavor of what the future of Xbox's PC.
I don't think the Xbox OS is close.
Systems. Yeah, I don't think it's the actual operating system. I think you're going to see a real big improvement in how the current handheld space interacts with Xbox software and Game Pass.
I don't think any device is going to have both the Xbox OS and Windows on it. I don't think they ever want you to be able to be on Windows and get full access to their operating system and everything because they are still the only one that hasn't been hacked, and they don't want to be hacked.
But do you think, because with this Lenovo Legion Go with Valve things, that indicates me that the Legion Go 2 will run SteamOS?
It'll be able to run both, I think, yes.
I was about to say, do you think this could run both, where it runs the Xbox OS
no, not
and
Xbox.
the Steam OS?
Windows OS and Steam OS. Windows still.
This is going to be improvements of PC handheld gaming on Windows is going to be the primary shower here, outside of Steam OS.
Some version of the Windows knows it's on a handheld, so it runs a more gaming-focused version of that UI. Seems to be like a big hope with the Xbox Game Bar and their app and all this stuff leading the way.
You know what I still want? We said it years ago, John. I think we said this even before Jesse was on the podcast. I still want remember how I said years ago I want the Surface team to make an Xbox
handheld
gaming PC? Years ago, I said it. I'm like, I want the Surface team to make it. It'll be expensive because it's Surface.
And hopefully it's not glued together like the Surfaces.
Sorry?
The Surface Pro are that thin because they glue everything together, which makes it almost impossible to fix. So hopefully they don't do that.
But yeah, hopefully it's reliable. But what I'm saying is years ago I said, let the Surface team do an Xbox gaming PC. Like I wanted at the time, that's why I bought a Surface Pro 4. Because the Surface Pro 4 was that tipping point where the Surface Pros just started to get powerful enough to run the Play Anywhere games. And I was playing Killer Instinct on a Surface Pro 4. And it was amazing. I've always wanted Surface to do an Xbox gaming PC of some kind. I assume now, if they were working on something now, it would be a bloody handheld because that's where the world is going now in gaming PCs. But something like that would be incredible, and I would buy that shit straight away if they ever did it. Straight away. Imagine that, and then you run Steam on it, and then you run Epic on it, and then you run... Question, though. In a world where Microsoft would do something like that, do you think Sony would go out of their way to block their Steam games from working on it?
They should not be allowed to. That is, I don't think you are allowed to at all.
They would be able to say,
try,
you can't run.
Oh, yeah. If there's a way to do it, they're going to figure it out.
Like, Steam works on Windows, and you can't choose hardware. It can say this hardware is not supported on the OS level, but I've never heard of it on a game level.
Epic does.
Yeah.
As Deadly would know, anytime I attach free games via Epic, guess what Epic tells me straight away on the website? This device ain't supported.
Mm-hmm.
It tells me
so it's
all the
normally
time on my Mac.
Haven't done that. I heard you say that you were building up this library a few weeks ago. I wish I'd took that initiative because I never did, and I do really want to get into PC. I should just start. Yeah, I should just start.
Yeah, just start doing it now. There's you can do it right now. Just start. It just means you've missed out on roughly 3 or 4 years worth of free games, but there's no reason you can't start now.
Yeah, for sure.
You should.
I really want to get into PC. Hopefully next year, but we'll see. It's largely a financial barrier rather than like a gaming preference barrier because it's expensive but it's
look,
the payoff would be awesome. So
I'm still teetering on the edge of a ROG Ally X or a Steam Deck or one of those because my Steam and Epic libraries are so huge now and so full of incredible smaller indie games and stuff that I'm like, I really want to play these on a little handheld and I can't.
Wait for CES. There's going to be a lot announced there most likely. It
Yeah,
seems
there will
really
be.
rumored.
Like
the new Legion
like the
Go.
MSI Claw.
Yeah, like the new Legion Go with the OLED that's leaked looks amazing. Obviously, don't know on the pricing or anything like that, but yeah, there might be more stuff for you to look at.
Yeah. But you really should, man. Like, so for anyone watching that, like me, loves their free games and attaching free games to their account, there's a website called ozbargain.com.au. Do they have the .au at the end? They do.
Wow,
this website's incredible. It's an Australian website, but it's actually amazing with how in-depth it is. Anytime there's like a free game to attach to your account, it appears on Ozbargain. Someone finds it and posts it to Ozbargain. That's how I find out about all of them. And they talk about the epic ones that are coming and all that sort of stuff. Check, like it's become a religion of mine where I just check Ozbargain daily. And every time there's a random free GOG game, bang, I find out about it on Ozbargain. Random free Steam games, they appear on Ozbargain and I just attach them to my account. 90% of my Steam and Epic and GOG accounts are just random freebies. Random freebies. It's amazing. Nice. I've got like 300 GOG games and I've paid for 2 of them myself. The rest were freebies. It's amazing.
Okay. Cool.
Just amazing.
I'll start doing it because it's a really easy way of building up a library, isn't it?
And a small handful are Mac compatible. There is a small little tiny handful that's Mac compatible. It's not many, but there's a few. Couple of super chats. I don't know what
3
the second
super
one means.
chats. It's a follow-up. Oh, I think Riskets is for John having gone off camera.
Oh, right. Okay. Let me just get this thing ready.
2 from Jordan.
It was late. I needed to...
Okay, Jordan Andel. I have a question regarding Microsoft Xbox and the current all games everywhere strategy. We know that Microsoft is a data-driven company. The data shows them the games going to PlayStation hasn't hurt the Xbox hardware. But when and if that data changes, what are the chances they change strategy again? They might. Yeah. Because that's the sort of thing they do.
They are a data-driven company. That's undeniable. And if the data says, everyone telling you this was a really bad idea, they were right. They would probably backpedal pretty quick.
But how would they measure that? Can they even measure that?
Yeah. So, I mean, broadly speaking, the biggest problem that both Sony PlayStation and Xbox have is that the majority of those big stalwart games like Fortnite and Apex and PUBG and whatever, they're all still playable on Xbox One. Their consumer base hasn't had a really big reason to move over unless they're the hardcore. So your casual user base is just like, yeah, whatever. I'm happy with this because you're still releasing games.
PlayStation 5s are selling.
PlayStation 5s are selling because they're the market leader, but they're not selling like. Keep me honest here because I don't want to spout an untruth, but they're not trajectory wise better than PS4, right?
They're a little tiny bit
roughly
behind.
On track.
They were 4 million
roughly
behind.
On track.
They were ahead for a little bit. Now they were a little tiny bit behind, but they're close.
So yeah, okay, maybe that's not it. But as I understand it, Microsoft's like, yeah, no one's leaping to next gen like they were before. Economic climate is part of the reason for that. But I think also these big games that just I don't need to move. I get everything I play here. It's fine. I think the big GTA 6 launch will make a big hardware change across the board. It'd be really interesting to see that happen because it is the first genuinely, you're going to need this to play it. In this economic climate, is the Series S going to come through here in a big way comparatively? Or is it just going to be whoever gets the marketing, Sony, that's going to win out here? I don't know. But yeah, it's a bit unknown with Microsoft. They'll probably react, but God, the backpedaling would be hilarious.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, we know Microsoft is data driven, and a lot of the time that data is out of context. A lot of the time, that's the other issue. Risk it for the biscuit. Super chat. Another one bites the dust.
He explains it in the next super chat.
The next one.
Yeah,
no, another Xbox guy goes PC. I am the last console purist. You're not. I don't play on PC. I only play on console, mate. It's not just you.
I play where the fuck I want.
Yeah, I don't like PC gaming.
Currently still
Ooh.
on console, but I am cloud streaming more. I actually, you know what? Since that this is an Xbox ad, I've pushed myself to try it more because all of it is there for me, whether I want to use it or not. If the missus is watching something downstairs on, you know, where my Series X is, where the surround sound system is, like all of that stuff, for me actually keeps console relevant. By the way, sorry to bring it back to this chat, just more to say on this topic. It's I think that's why I really struggle to take the fear of console going away, certainly anytime soon, seriously, because you're not gonna. All of this work has gone in from a development standpoint, right, to make games run at 4K on the Series X, or make them run really, really well, and make them look show-stoppingly beautiful in places, as best as a PC, as best as a console can. Why would we look at throwing that away and going back to cloud?
Yep.
Or just going to cloud instead? It's doesn't seem viable to me.
No. The hardcore will always prioritize their natively driven experience, like without a shadow of a doubt. I know I would.
It's
I would
why
never
people love their
happily
PCs.
just have clouds. It's an additive for me. It's a convenience for when I need it. It's not my primary method of ingestion. So, but like on the handheld front, outside of whatever we're going to see at CES, I wanted to get Headley's take on this, or Deadly's, I should say. Microsoft made the decision at the beginning of this generation, and there was a lot of will they, won't they, with regards to the Series S, but they did. And Jesse and I were talking when the rumors of a PlayStation handheld suddenly hit the fan, and everyone was like, PS5 games, and we were like, no, because the technology doesn't exist yet for that. However, Microsoft's decision to go with a lower spec console and make it a prerequisite for developing on the platform, i.e. you have to have a Series S version, does put them in good standing for a current able to run these games generation handheld within the next couple of years.
Our guest last week talked about this.
I know. So I wanted to get your take. Do you agree with that? Do you think that was a smart decision in the end by Microsoft to pursue that more cost-effective, friendly, cheaper unit?
Definitely. And I know that, again, there are obviously drawbacks that we've seen with that. So things like Baldur's Gate 3 getting delayed. There's questions around why Wukong was delayed, whether or not it was through money or Series S. Could be both. Like, genuinely, it could be both at this point. I, especially with, again, the global cost of living crisis that we're all feeling a squeeze to a certain point. So naturally, consumers are as well. Obviously PlayStation are doing absolutely fine with their £500 box. They've also got the slimline version as well. I think that Xbox trying to lower that entry point even further while still retaining console experience rather than just going, fuck it, the only easy way in that we're doing from here on out is cloud. That's it. We're not doing a middle ground, a cheaper ground. I think they're just trying to cover more bases. They're trying to access different audiences at different levels. I think the Series S is a really good idea for kids. Then when you translate that technology in the Series S and the requirement for Microsoft to make sure that games can run on that, the fact that that could translate so easily to a handheld, like we say about Xbox almost trying to innovate too quickly for the industry, we're now seeing where that might catch back up. It's good. I'm glad that they've done it, and I do think that the Series S is a really positive thing for the industry.
Carrie mentioned it last week, and in his video on his channel, that he thinks Microsoft was laying the foundation there for their ability to pivot if they want to a native Xbox handheld. Because there was a lot of stuff he noticed in the hardware that they intentionally were what was he saying, Jesse? Like they were intentionally
It was underclocked.
downclocking it.
Yeah, like they
yeah.
could, both the Series X and the Series S could run at higher clocks, but they didn't do it.
Super low power draw, all this stuff that he noticed that he was like, it seems very arbitrary that Microsoft has done this when they don't need to. And he thinks it was them sort of just prepping for a handheld, saying, look, even in this thing that plugs into a wall, look how low the power draw is. Look how low the clocks are. We can really make a handheld quite easily.
You've definitely got to credit Microsoft for trying to read the market in those ways as well. I think like a clearly portable gaming, handheld gaming is coming back in such a huge way. Like I remember I grew up on the Game Boy, and I remember I have those memories of like squinting in the car in the dark trying to play my Game Boy in the back.
Oh my god. Game Gear, baby.
Streetlights and shit like that.
Color backlit screens, so you get Game Gear.
Churning through those 6 AA batteries.
Oh my
in
god,
about
the batteries
45
lasted 10
fucking
minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes, the batteries were gone. Gone.
And when you now think about like, and again, talked about this in my video that I put out earlier this week as well. Microsoft is thinking about the demographic that isn't us. It's not thinking about how it can get into people's living rooms anymore, because getting into people's living rooms only gets them so far with users who are not spending that much time in the living room anymore. Like you've got generations of kids being raised on devices. They expect portability. They expect to just be able to do shit everywhere. And that's something that like we didn't grow up being able to do. It was either you had a book, a Game Boy, or you went bored. That was it. Like those were your options. Maybe you had some music to listen to. Kids now, it's music, movies, TV, games, fucking anything you want, basically in the palm of your hand. We need.
It's not just that though.
We need more of that in gaming now. Go on.
The reason in portability and handhelds have come roaring back the way they have. I mean, there's 2 devices that can be mostly credited with that: the Switch and the iPad. But the reason, because you might say, well, Nintendo's always had handhelds. Why wasn't it so massive with everything else? The reason why portables always struggled outside of their bubble was because you were getting a specific handheld experience. The Switch changed the game because you suddenly had your console games on the go.
Yeah.
Remember how Sony used to promise that? Sony used to be like, oh, nah, the PSP is just exactly like the PS2 or PS3, but it's on the go. And it wasn't. It was its own games, which were Wish.com versions of the home console games, and some people loved them, most people didn't. It was expensive, proprietary storage, all this bullshit. The Switch completely changed that and said, no, it's the console. It's your console. It's your Nintendo console, but you're just taking it with you and away you go. And that's why the portable side of it now, I think, will be the future going forward for everything. Because mobile tech is improving exponentially. It's just getting better and better.
I also like the idea that this will stop or at least change the game a little bit when it comes to this chase for the best graphics, the best ultra realism and all of that jazz, because the very nature of a handheld device requires creativity in game design, and it's not so much about how many pixels can I push to the screen and how realistic can I make this look. And I'm a big indie game guy anyway. Like, it's very rare that I play all the AAAs, right? There's some that will catch my interest, but most of the time I bounce off. But the idea of one of the HD twins that are Xbox and PlayStation deliberately going, games look good enough. They looked good enough last gen, actually, for most of the point. So we're going to pivot. We're going to start making these devices, and if you're plugged in, it'll upscale. It'll do all this shit on your 4K TV. But you know what? We've reached this is it. This is good enough now. Now let's focus on new experiences. Let's focus on fresh game design instead of these rehashed, regurgitated ideas where they're just iterative design and it's not interesting. And that is a far more exciting generation to me than anything we've had before, personally speaking.
For sure.
I really like the challenge of being constrained with limitations instead of, just do whatever you like, just pump it out. You know, like.
So, two quick points. I think first of all, the Steam Deck and the ROG Ally, etc. They've done a lot of good in terms of setting expectations for portable gaming and just going, right, we'll give you the experience, but you're not getting the polish that goes with it, but you're going to have a lot of fun playing the thing that you want to play because we've made sure that it works. If Microsoft can land that via essentially a portable Series S, then you think about what Microsoft is selling in terms of an ecosystem, and you start looking at things like cloud saves and a lot more portability. You're tapping into, especially not just the younger generation that expects more content in more places, but actually the person who is busier with their life and needs convenience, i.e. us. Like, we just want games to be convenient. We just want to play our games where we can play our games. A portable that you can play natively, that then, as long as it's connected to the internet, which if you're at home or in any public area with Wi-Fi and you trust the public Wi-Fi, which is a whole different story, you've suddenly your world opens up a lot more in terms of, so it's not the same as the Switch experience in this case, where your Switch is both your home console and your portable. Essentially, Microsoft is going, hey, you're gonna if you like games, you're gonna have a lot of fun with multiple devices. That's why we've got the Series S, the Series X, they're handheld, and fuck it, you can play on the cloud, and your experience is universal throughout. If that's what Xbox fandom is going forward, I'm all for that. I just get to play good shit where I want to play it. Like,
yeah. You know what, games, if you want to talk about a next gen feature that actually needs to happen, you're 40 now. Hey, you didn't log on since last week, so here's everything that happened, and here's a controls refresher for the game that you started last week and got interrupted by, like, with your kids or some shit. All right, here's everything you forgot already instead of starting again. That's what games need now. That's the feature set I'm looking for. Forget haptics, forget gyro. I want an old man setting, please, in my future.
And a reminder that tells me to get up once an hour and move.
For the back lots. Yeah. Nintendo have got you covered there. Have you been playing for too long? Get up and check outside. Play Pokemon Go.
You know the secret for that?
Yeah, they definitely have.
Spend $2,000 on a chair. That is a secret for I have no problems because they were nice enough to send this goddamn thing.
All right. So, super chats, and there's a couple of community questions on Xbox's next plans. So let's tackle those.
Jordan Ender, console should always be a choice, and for the foreseeable future, it will always be. Xbox is closest to moving away, but even they need it for Game Pass.
Correct. I think so.
Well, yes, that's right. That's why I said the console's the heart of the entire ecosystem. So they need to find ways to stop eroding that ecosystem. Like, the console needs to be healthy for the whole ecosystem to be healthy. And my fear is that as the console sells less and less and less, because Microsoft keeps giving people no reasons to buy it, it's going to hurt the ecosystem overall.
I get
it's not all console warring. It's not all. And again, I've said this before. There is an element of ex-Sega fanboy PTSD involved.
Yeah,
there is. I've admitted that openly. There's an element. Like, I get tired of backing the loser all the time. I loved Sega, and then my consoles went away. So then I moved to Xbox because they seemed closest to Sega.
Good Old
And
Collingwood.
now they might go away. Collingwood's the best. That's different. But I get a little bit tired of backing the loser. Like, it's annoying. It's frustrating. And what makes it frustrating is the reason I back them is because I feel they're ultimately the best overall product. To me, Sega made the best games. Sega was the one always trying to innovate. Sega were the coolest. Gone. Microsoft, same thing. They're always trying to innovate. They're always trying to push. They're always doing the cool new thing. Bang. Now they're gone. Like, it's just frustrating.
I don't think they're anywhere just yet. You've got some time.
No, Oh no, not yet. But I just because it's on a downward spiral, it that they don't appear interested in arresting. That's what worries me. Risk it for the biscuit. Mistakes were definitely made with the S, but it is a net positive. I love mine, but there's caveats. I hope they keep the lessons and the skew. I think they will because it helps with the portable.
Yeah.
Which we've all heard rumors of that they're looking to do. So the Series S helps them with that.
In theory, it means that every game that's released on Xbox Series consoles will run immediately in Series S mode, detected by whatever new hardware they build. And like 900p, 1080p on a handheld, fine. Like I don't even
720p is fine on a handheld.
Yeah, arguably, yeah. I think the biggest problem that some of those games have is that the developers that only build for big 4K TV sets with fucking tiny fonts, that's an element of design that will change, but that will change naturally as whatever systems come to the forefront are out there. But yeah, like I love that forward-thinking decision might actually be really beneficial to hit the ground running. If
maybe
if PlayStation do a handheld, I don't think it will play PS5 games natively. Obviously, I think the smartest thing that they could do would be a PS4, because PS5 games require that Series X level chip design. And
I know. But what I was talking about with Carrie last week is that if Sony are developing a handheld now, wouldn't it make more sense for this handheld to be a PS6 Series S?
It may be, but my actual gut feel is the smartest thing they do is a PS4 compatible handheld
with cloud focus for 5 and 6.
For 5
for
and 6,
now,
because that it gives immediate access to the.
Look at how many people are buying the Portal, Nick. If you can then tell all those people, you can also just natively play PS4.
All of your PS4 games, the biggest library
PS2,
that they built,
like what they put. Yeah,
that's a smart decision from Sony, and I wouldn't be surprised
for anything anytime soon. Like they don't have the same type of setup. They don't have a way.
So it would be a Portal that plays PS4 games natively.
That was the original rumor. Yeah, it was a PS4 playing.
Mate,
Portal.
It's a what is it? How many consoles has the PlayStation 4 sold? See the numbers? 90?
120 million.
120. Right, that's 120 million console users that could be like, oh my god, it plays every game I own on PlayStation 4. Boom. It's a nice. It's not.
But then you're
future.
2 generations behind by the time it releases.
But what does Sony need?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just saying, I think that would be a smart decision from them.
The Portal is already very expensive for what it is, right? Already.
Technically, with the quality of the controller and the screen, it's not that far off cost. I wouldn't be shocked if cost was $150.
But it's already quite expensive for what it is. I feel like a Portal that natively plays PS4 games would be outrageously expensive. Outrageously. So much so that it would be dead on arrival. Just knowing how Sony is pricing things these days. The way Sony is pricing things.
People will pay.
Huh. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. People will pay for a device they think is worthwhile. When everyone was bagging the Portal, I was like, I want a Portal. I think this device has a market. Proved to be true because the Portal's doing okay. It made sense. The Portal makes sense to me. That's why I don't know why everyone was laughing at it when it was first announced. A Portal that plays PS4 games doesn't make sense to me.
Plays Bloodborne.
Not even a little bit.
They will get evangelized by the media because it plays Bloodborne. It'll be the only one.
I think the consumer would expect it to run in parallel with everything else in the ecosystem, though. It would. I don't know. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how players would take it. I understand why it makes sense from a development standpoint, and I think it would appeal to PS4 users for sure. But Sony does seem to want to keep moving forward with hardware iterations and innovations, especially when we consider the "we believe in generations" quote. going back to something that couldn't play PS5 would. I'm not sure.
There was no
Yeah.
handheld for the next 5 years that can play PS5. Like it can't. It's not like or if they just throw the money at it like that. By that time, you're making something the size of a laptop that has to be plugged into the wall. We can't
unless they. Yeah, if they straight up just positioned it as here is our new generation of PSP, it can play PS. Yeah, it does make sense. PS4 games and then cloud stream.
The PS4 tool.
But the portal right now
actually
can
not
stream PS4 and PS5 games.
It can stream a
portal will do it right
select
now.
number of PS5 games in a select number of countries. So if they can offer more games in more countries, I think it would be a bigger selling point moving forward.
But yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Do you want to tackle the community questions on the portable console world?
Is that the growing Xbox / next launch?
Yes.
Okay. 99 Rukin. Hello. First off, I would like to wish you a future Merry Christmas. Unlike last week where I didn't talk about buyouts, today I will sorta. If Xbox wants to be everywhere, what will be their next step? Would they try to bring Game Pass to Steam, Epic Game Store, and PlayStation? How would they improve cloud to make it easier to play our games that we own? What does the rumored handheld do? Is it like the Steam Deck or the PS Portable, or is it both? Last one to grow Game Pass. Will they go after another publisher like Take-Two, Sega, or someone else to grow the beast, while also selling the games everywhere to make the most profit? I also was wondering if I can get John's take from my question last week. I like Nick and Jesse's opinion on it. Now I would like to hear John's.
I've looked at his question last week. I'll tackle that in a second, but let's tackle the first part of that. Merry Christmas, 99 Rukin, and everyone, obviously. What does the rumor handheld do? Is it like Steam Deck or the PS Portable, or is it both?
I think they'll do both.
My understanding is this is a machine that can. It is an Xbox first, but can run and look to host multiple stores where you can buy your games. So the potential being that if you bought it, you could access your Steam library or your GOG library or your Epic Launcher library. But we don't know yet because we haven't seen it.
Xbox made ROG Ally, essentially, with Xbox OS.
Yes. Which is pretty freaking cool.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah,
right?
it does.
Will they go after another publisher?
I think they'll do both. I reckon they'll do both. I think they'll do a native Xbox handheld as well as the other devices, whether it's partnering or like the one I want, the bloody Surface one. I reckon they'll do both. Because there'll be people that want that native experience, like that true console experience. Scarcely relevant. 5 gifted subs. Thanks, mate.
It's the Scarecrow's channel. I was the first guest on. A lovely man. And a long time
Scarecrow 121.
Yeah.
Long time supporter.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Changed his name, but we still know you.
Is that Scarecrow 121?
That is his channel that he does the interview stuff on. That I joined him.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
What a legend. Congratulations to SJ, Kiri86, Ollie, J. Rember, BWF, Clee, 1989. You're all legends. Can you read that super chat out, Nick? Please.
This 5 gifted is for Jesse, John, and Deadly Headley.
Oh, thanks.
I don't understand.
Thanks,
Here I am, like I'm always shouting him out. He's Australian, by the way. I'm always shouting him out. Where's Scarecrow 121? I was so upset he left us. And then when he came back, I'm so happy Scarecrow 121 came back. And that's what I get.
That's not what you said. You said, "Oh, that fucking cunt again."
No worries.
Fucking muppet. Oi. You turned British.
Thank you very much, Scarecrow. You the man. Oh, look, he's chucked you in, and he's made up for it. He's made up for it.
Yeah. Okay, no worries.
You don't want to read that out? No.
I've seen your real feelings.
You don't want to read that out? I'll read it out if you want.
I kid, Nick. All beers and coffee is on me when we meet. Yeah, you fucking
Oh,
better.
see?
I'm not paying for shit.
It's to answer 99 Rukin's question from last. Oh no, wait, we missed one.
Good old Collingwood.
No.
Oh, wait.
No, we're still answering questions. He said, will they go after another publisher like Take-Two, Sega, or someone else to grow the beast?
No. We've said that
anytime
over
soon.
and over. Publishers are done now thanks to ABK. ABK has ruined that. It's ruined it.
They've got everything that they need.
The only
And
one
it's
they
such
could
a shame
ever be
too.
interested in is Japan. Someone in Southeast Asia, if there was a publisher there,
Sega maybe.
that
in
could set
Miracle
things
Land,
up for them.
Maybe.
Yeah. But
And Sega makes the most sense because they've got such a great relationship with Sega. Sega's I used to pray for them to buy Sega, but I don't know if I want that anymore.
Yeah.
The only part of me that still wants a Sega acquisition, again, is the old Sega fanboy that migrated to Xbox as the natural evolution. Also, the part of me that wants them to succeed in Japan and sees Sega branding as the only way to do so. So you know how certain companies have changed their identity in other countries where they don't do as well? If Xbox was to turn around and remove all existence of the Xbox and Microsoft branding of their console business and just rebrand it all Sega.
Yeah.
Rebrand it all Sega. Not only
Sega
rebrand
Xbox.
it. Yeah, not only rebrand it, but even so we have the Series X, yeah? And it's the big monolith. I envision a scenario where in Japan, if they own Sega and they rebranded it all, they would completely change the look of the console and just call it the Sega Dreamcast 2.
Super Mega Drive.
Yep, and completely change the design of it just for Japan. So Japan doesn't even know it's an Xbox. Japan doesn't even know.
How are you feeling, Nick, that it's definitely going to be called the Switch 2 and not the Super Nintendo Switch?
Oh, I'm fucking gutted.
but do you understand why?
I just wanted to check.
Do you get
Absolute
why?
travesty.
Yes, I 100%
Yeah.
know why, Jesse.
I know,
I've never
yeah.
I said I
I'm
don't
with you.
understand why.
I wish it could be a cool name, but the average consumer
Super
just doesn't know.
Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
It was right there. It was right there. Super Nintendo Switch. Like,
Ooh.
just
This was
what a name.
And
Super.
if I can jump in real quick, congratulations to Paulo Vinicius, who just won Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Rita's Rewind in our public Discord, discord.gg/XboxEra.
Hey. Have you been seeing the updates that game's been getting
Mm-hmm.
and what it's addressing?
It's addressing all the issues you had that other reviews didn't bring up as often. Many did, because you were a 7, and it's about a 7 on OpenCritic. But you're right. I'll give you your flowers.
It's the only thing I'm good at. Reviewing scrolling beat 'em ups. It's like the only thing I'm good at.
Especially if you have 2 months to finally get it done on the last day. That one, shockingly, though, you had 1 day.
1 day.
I know.
I had 1 day to play Power Rangers, do the article, do the video, post the video, the whole
And
lot.
I forced
1
you to
day.
actually
That's
put
all I
music
had.
behind it so you'd match the rest of our channel.
And I did that too.
Mm-hmm.
proud of you.
I did that too.
I just want to call this out in the chat. Phil Spencer saying from Seidel that they're not done with acquisitions. Yes, in as much as acquisitions of single developers. I don't think
Smaller stuff.
publisher
I
is on the
honestly
cards.
think,
That's the difference.
really do hope it would be IDOS and Crystal.
Yeah,
Yes.
that makes sense. Makes
Get
sense
them away
from
from
a
Embracer.
relationship perspective. Yeah, and lastly, on 99 Rukin's question, he asked me to go back and tackle his question from last week, which was regards to crossovers with Xbox IPs that are not a fighting game because that's cheating, and obviously would be my first choice, a decent Super Smash Brothers clone.
Yep.
I tried playing Multiverses. I'm sorry, it's fucking
Not as
awful.
good, is it?
It's
That's
not
not
as
awful,
good.
but it's not as good as Smash Brothers.
It feels like shit.
I tried playing Smash Brothers again.
I wouldn't go that
No
far.
enjoyment.
It
I wouldn't
feels
go
like
that far.
someone's taking a shit on my TV
Now,
screen.
that's not. People
And
worked hard.
I was
Don't
like
be
this and I was
silly,
playing. I was like, oh,
Don't be
smell it.
silly,
It was awful.
People
Shaggy.
worked hard on that game, and you're just taking.
They
a
worked
massive
hard on it
shit over
twice.
their hard work.
They worked
I'm
hard on
just
it
saying.
twice and it's still shit.
Just I've spoken to Jesse about this in his reviews because a lot of Jesse's earlier reviews use very harsh language, and I said to Jesse, I'm like, dude, that's very mean. Try and just
It wasn't
No,
wrong.
if I was reviewing professionally, I would say that it's general awful. Okay, awful's a bad word. It's general floatiness, lack of responsiveness, and general
easy to me.
poor controlling.
Me.
makes it
I'm the
fail.
guy who, in his reviews, tries to always be glass half full about games.
Yeah, because you're a
I
giant
am-
baby who doesn't want
I
anyone
am-
yelling at you.
always willing to offer constructive criticism, but I don't have much for multiverse.
I didn't call Alien Rogue Incursion a scam, even though many others are.
I'm just saying, there's ways
I-
you can say things without sounding mean. That's mean. It's awful. It's shit. That's very
literally is.
mean. You can-
It's honestly, we were hankering for just a same screen, because unfortunately the Switch got an update that duplicated GameCube controllers. So when you're trying to play 4-player Smash, it registers your 4 GameCube pads as 8 pads, and is just a cacophony of nonsense. So Smash was out, right? We couldn't play it.
Oh, okay.
So we were like, oh, let's try multiverses. Even just getting the 4 pads synced and logged in was like pulling teeth. And then when they were logged in, we discovered that the game was shit.
Anyway,
Anyway,
just say it's not as good as Smash. That's all you have to say. It's not as good as Smash.
If Smash is like a 9 out of 10 video game, Multiverse is a 2 out of 10
Come on, man.
turd.
I've played it. It's not that bad. I've played it. It's not.
I
that
don't
bad.
like it. I don't like it. If your whole point of existence is to do what Smash does, but do it with Warner Brothers characters, and you fundamentally fuck up on the single gameplay element of being a fighter all on the same screen, what do you want me to judge? Oh, congratulations, guys. These characters look cool. It's a shame they all play like shit. No, come on.
That's not true.
It's a 76
I'm
on
sorry,
OpenCritic.
it's way past the watershed over here, and sometimes you just have to say it.
You're overdoing it now.
The newest review for Multiverses is a 9 out of 10 from Arturo
Thank
Don.
you. Giving it that. What are they smoking? What are they smoking? Is this a Smash fan?
If you go 2 below that, it's a 4 out of 10 from Corey Dinkle,
Shocked.
Silicon Era. Then a 9 directly below that.
Okay.
Okay,
We have another
enough,
community
enough.
question.
I just want to answer 99 Rukin's question. I would go for a Mario Kart ripoff that hopefully not from the developers of Multiverses. There you go. Next. I'm done.
Okay.
Deep breaths.
Next community question is from Good Old Collingwood Forever. Okay. Happy Solstice weekend, John and Jesse. Happy Gravy Day weekend, Nick, and welcome, Headley. Subject is console launching. It can't be that hard, can it? Deadly, with your background in advertising, how would you have launched the Xbox One? Good old Collingwood.
I
P.S.
like this
Deadly.
question.
That is a
Did you
very
enjoy
good
watching
question.
the 1990s US comedy set in New York, Friends?
That is a good question as well.
Did.
Hey,
Love
Friends.
Friends.
Friends is the fucking
Very,
best.
very big fan of Friends.
It's the best.
How
How would you have
the
launched Xbox One?
It's such a hard question to answer
Really?
without any preparation. So, I actually quite liked what the Xbox One was offering.
Me too.
I
It
think
was the best.
what they didn't. Okay, first of all, I do actually think that with hindsight, the DRM physical games thing would play so well into their cloud ecosystem right now, which is a real shame that it doesn't. Case in point, I have Dying Light 2 on disc. I could play, theoretically, if I own that digitally, yeah, I could play it on cloud, but I can't. And that sucks, and that's annoying. Specifically launching the console, they prioritized all the bells and whistles. Like, we all know this. They prioritized all the wrong bells and whistles instead of making the right noises first. If they had reprioritized that and gone, by the way, all of this stuff that you can do with media is additive.
If they had reversed E3 and the console reveal, because at E3, it was a great E3. They just had a ton of awesome
Was
games.
one of the
But
best.
everyone had just been so used to the TV
Yeah.
console reveal, and Sony undercutting them, pretending they were never going to put their camera into anything, and they were always going to be
Yeah.
$400. Like if they had reversed those, and it just came out, and holy shit, we've got one of the best launch lineups you could ever hope for on a console. And
Yeah.
also, by the way, in our next thing, we'll talk about TV. Like I think it would have been massively different.
I think
But
they should have bitten
fundamentally-
more. They should have bitten more on the price too. They should have just eaten some of that cost because their console was so underpowered. I know they did it because of Kinect, but they should have just eaten that.
fundamentally,
I reckon.
they this is a prime example of an earlier discussion we were having about Microsoft analyzing data and drawing
Incorrectly.
terrible conclusions.
Mm.
We've noticed people are buying 360 and just watching Netflix on it.
Just watching Netflix on it.
Well, why don't we just make the console do that and talk about that
Yeah.
first? Because that's what the
Yeah.
majority of users are doing.
That's what everyone's doing now.
Ay.
That's contextless data. It's contextless,
Mm.
completely contextless. That's their problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, to balance that out with the discussion of contextless data, we don't see what is happening. I sort of touched on this earlier, but we don't see what is happening in the Xbox ecosystem outside of console sales. And I think like the list warring stuff that happens on social, like it's long and it's boring and it's a bit lame, or a lot lame anyway. But those discussions would be far more constructive if we had a better overview and understanding of data. I actually wrote some stuff down earlier because professional podcasting. Speaking of professional podcasting, for anyone who doesn't know, I went to journalism and broadcasting school. I think these guys do a pretty good job.
I am in awe of you right
I
now.
think they do a pretty good job. Just, yeah. As someone who went to journalism school, I think these
We
guys do a
normally
really
get
good
yelled
job
at by
of
people
the
from
stuff that you're
journalism
supposed
schools.
to learn at journalism school.
Wow. What's that like? There's a big
Journalism
in-joke
school-
for folks that aren't regular viewers.
Journalism
The
school
Xbox
is
Era
the
podcast.
great way to go from trying to get a job covering games to then just working for PR companies and games. That's about it, sadly.
I went a bit weird with my degree. I didn't actually do anything with it until I decided to start making YouTube content.
There you go.
So
Always
a
the way.
completely different way. Yeah. Well, okay, we're going way off topic, but fuck it. You guys do that anyway.
This is
Yeah,
our
no,
show.
no,
You're
no.
allowed to do this. You're in a safe space. Have at it.
So I went to go and study music journalism and broadcasting at university, and I got about 2/3 of the way through and basically started tinkering with graphic design modules, specifically learning about things like the role of a sub editor. So if you're doing a print layout, for example, you've got to figure out how your copy versus your content is going to work and stuff. And I ended up finding out, I basically just sort of found that I was having more fun doing the graphic design stuff than I was actually doing the copy. So I decided to retrain after uni, which sucks. I tried to not retrain and actually just learn stuff on the job as I went. But I struggled to basically keep freelance design jobs down, just trying to get experience. I ended up studying part-time for the first year of a graphic design degree, while working full-time as a junior designer, and basically built my career that way. But this craving for writing and journalism and reporting and stuff, it didn't go. And a couple of years ago now, I started thinking about it, and then about 18 months ago, I just went, fuck it, I'm going to cover the ABK deal, FTC court drama, and just see what happens. And it was so fun just using all of those skills to make something. I loved it. It was really cool. What was the question that we were talking about? Because I had some notes.
Making shit is cool.
Muted.
Making shit is cool. No, before that, we were talking about basically, I've got some notes on measuring effectiveness and short-term versus long-term effects. It pertains to a question that we had in community questions, I think.
It was around what you would do with the Xbox One launch, and we were talking about them drawing bad conclusions from contextless data.
Yes.
Does that help?
Okay.
Have I set you up?
Yeah, it does actually. Yeah, no, you actually have. So, it doesn't necessarily answer the Xbox One question, but I think it helps maybe sort of add a little bit more context to the "this is an Xbox" ad. We have short-term effects and long-term effects in everything, but obviously also marketing. Measuring effectiveness in short is quite difficult. So measuring the overall success and effectiveness of this ad is quite hard to do, especially the long-term effects. But the short-term effects would be things like cloud uptake and behavioral shifts. So things like me playing more cloud gaming and actually noticing on my Xbox wrap up that my cloud hours they exist now because they didn't before. Your longer term effects from "this is an Xbox" ad would be things like subscriber retention, brand advocacy, which could translate quite well to word of mouth, brand and service recognition, IP association. So things like seeing that Fable is a core sort of pillar title of Xbox, and if it stays that way, Fable then gives you that brand recognition. You've definitely got that with Halo and Xbox and Gears and Forza, etc. So seeing more IP association and more IP recognition, I guess Fallout would be another one, especially when you look at how well this is an Xbox ad messaging might tie in with something like a Fallout TV show mid-break or whatever. An increased investment in hardware following a positive experience. Those are the kind of things that Xbox should be measuring, and I'm sure that they are measuring in terms of long-term effects. They will obviously take a long time to start showing fruition, but it sort of gives a bit of helpful critical thinking context to the list warring that happens on social a lot when they purely look at console sales data, because there's a lot of background stuff that isn't measured, that isn't communicated to the public, because console sales figures seem to be the only stuff that we get sight on.
I mean, I would argue anyone list warring on Twitter, any thought of hoping that there may be some form of critical thinking involved is a reach. But I admire your faith in humanity.
Certainly not in 100.
The case.
Yeah, I was being really generous, John.
Of course,
generous.
But I mean that is exactly right. And I often smirk a little bit, and it's a bit of an eye roll really at this point. Anytime there's arguments about this stuff, because it's like we're arguing one data point out of a sea of data points that we just don't fucking know, and it's the same. Hey, here's one person saying one thing, and then it's like, oh, this company's messaging is bad. It's like they haven't said shit, right? One person has said a thing, and we're all running with it and going insane. So, cool.
One
I'm really grateful that my video
Starfield's coming to PlayStation, and everyone lost their goddamn mind.
I said that Starfield was potentially coming to PlayStation.
Nope, you said it.
They would have a business meeting.
Plan means 100%.
And that they were planning other exclusives, and that they were buying loads of dev kits to support the endeavor. And all of those, bar the Starfield one, have so far.
Bar the only one anyone cares about. So who cares?
Hey, I believe it.
Not me.
We'll see. Anyways, right. We're kind of off into the wilds now. I'm going to throw some odds and sods into the mix, because we are 3 hours and 15 minutes into the show, and I do want to sleep at some point. Odds and sods. Here we go. Hey, Nick Stasis says there's an Elder Scrolls Oblivion remaster coming in 2025. How do we feel about this? Do we believe it? And previous earlier rumors, not this one, said that it was going to be a remake in Unreal Engine. What?
Graphical remake. So the graphics changed, updated to be like Halo Anniversary. Runs over the old game.
I am of the belief that will happen, yes.
That was one of the many games in the leak for Bethesda. Many of them can happen now, like Ghostwire Tokyo 2 obviously wouldn't be an Xbox thing, but that was one of the things that's been talked about for a long time.
Didact Brr 3 has a community question
3
on this exact topic.
Yeah.
Funnily enough.
He does. Okay. I'll read it out from Didact.
That's great.
3.
Please
fellas.
do.
First of all, I would like to thank the team for all the hard work and wish a very good Christmas. Now, going back to the episode where Phil was on one time, he said there is never too many games. That quote got me thinking about 2025 and Western RPGs from Microsoft. With the recent Outer Worlds 2 reveal of it in 2025, Fable, Avowed, and now the Oblivion Remaster, that is a lot of RPGs in the same year. Is that really happening? On what month will that remaster release? I don't know.
I do think that is their main thing they've talked about. They just need to spread their own stuff out.
Spread it out.
They can't change what third parties are going to do. The only third party they're really going to worry about is GTA, to not put anything right up against it. But yeah, their thing is trying to plan out a big game a month. And if it's like a super long big game, give it more time. Like in between another very long big game, which most of these would be.
Apparently,
Definitely don't stack all your good shit for the end of the year because it makes things really, really difficult
Microsoft
to work through.
Do that all the fucking time. I'm like, it's 12 months, folks. Give me a great game in
Or you got one
February.
You got January.
April
You got Hi-Fi, and then it took a while again.
Yeah, although we're starting this year off with I think it was my game of the year 2021, with the sequel to Lonely Mountains Downhill, being Lonely Mountains Downhill 2, or I can't remember what they've called it, but it's skiing now instead of mountain bikes. I'm really hyped for that. I'm looking forward to that. That's next month.
Sounds fun.
If you've never played Lonely Mountains Downhill, it is awesome.
I think I have played it. Is it
It
like
was in Game Pass forever.
has it got like a slightly isometric angle to it?
Yep.
But yeah,
Yep.
I liked that a lot.
And you're
Snow
just
Riders.
speed running.
Lonely Mountain.
Snow
that
Riders.
skiing would be wicked.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be really cool.
So it's a good game. But yeah.
Did you see even Tom Warren reiterated that there's unknown stuff for 2025?
Tom Warren also intimated that he'd heard that Gears E-Day was 2025.
That would be very surprising.
That would be
That
very
is
surprising.
crazy.
We'd be like, before the absolutely definitely happening Gears collection? Really, Microsoft?
You can keep giving me shit for that.
I didn't say anything. I was just asking
You
questions.
keep giving me shit
I'm
for
not
it.
giving you shit. What are you talking about?
It's been so
I
long
was
that
just
there's
saying.
Gears Nick guy gave up.
I was just asking
hold on.
questions.
In my defense, how early did I say I screwed up and mentioned it too early? I said that from the get-go that I fucked up. It's my one big screw-up, and I mentioned it too early.
And we'll never let you live it down.
I can't apologize anymore for that.
I don't know why you're apologizing.
can't apologise anymore for that.
I was asking questions out loud. That's all. Like maybe that's the shadow drop in January. Boom, here's Gears collection.
Oh my god, could you imagine? Could you fucking
Exclusively on
imagine?
PlayStation 5.
Could you imagine if they have the Dev Direct, right? Let's just say they have the Dev Direct and Gears E-Days at the Dev Direct, right? And then they're like, speaking of Gears, before you play E-Day, how about bang?
Jump
I'd be like,
in. He comes out of stage with
I
a,
would
with
be
a
so-
thing.
I'd be so happy. Oh my god.
We would be doing a co-stream. Nick would wake up in his sleep without even having seen it, just
Oh my
having
god.
that feeling that he had to be on right away. He'd just be on his
imagine?
phone, groggy.
Yeah.
Speaking of Gears, I'd be like, I'd be so excited. Oh.
dear.
Okay. So that's the Oblivion Remaster question.
That is.
Done.
Odds and Sods number 2.
What do you mean odds and sods? Don't we have actual news topics?
Nope. Just what I feel like is relevant now after 3
Okay,
hours.
hold on. No, there's one super chat that leads to a news topic.
Off
I
you go.
believe.
Okay.
JF, I haven't forgotten about your super chat, mate. JF, do you guys think Sekiro isn't on Game Pass yet due to the Kadokawa and Sony situation? I'm really wanting that game on Game Pass. Have a good day, guys. Funny about that, we all thought Sony was just going to acquire Kadokawa. Turns out they just upped their stake.
Yeah, they just bought 10% more shares. I mean, granted, it was
No.
12 million
8%
shares.
more.
They upped their share to 10%.
Yeah, from
Oh,
2
they now
to
own
10.
10%.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
they
you.
upped their share of Kadakawa. Some silly people on the internet are like, well, they basically own them at 10%. No, they don't. they only have 10%. They don't basically own them. I think there's other companies that have more than that.
10 still has
some
a lot.
article. Yes, I think some article intimated, oh, well, now Sony's going to have creative control on exclusives and stuff. It's like, no, I don't think that's how that works. Like, what are you talking about? There was a lot of sort of craziness going on about that when they thought they would acquire Kadakawa.
They did
Some
become the
people were like,
largest.
"I don't
This
think so."
made them the largest. They are now the largest single shareholder.
Are they?
Yep.
I thought there was a company that had like 11 or 12%.
No, Newsweek says Sony becomes largest shareholder of anime powerhouse and From Software owner Kadakawa. That's Newsweek.
I'll have to Google that. I reckon that's not quite
I did
accurate.
Google it. That is literally what it says. Sony's number one.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, so okay.
I don't know if that had anything to do with Sekiro on Game Pass.
It didn't, but Kadakawa obviously owns From Software. From Software developed Sekiro. I don't think it's going to have stopped Sekiro from coming. It was an Activision published title, and I believe
That's
an
right.
Activision owned IP. So
Yes. It
I
might
think
just
it's
be part of this slow, staggered release that they're doing with Activision titles.
yes, I think it is. We've seen more of them show up on PC. Sekiro hasn't had a PC Microsoft Store version yet.
No,
It
I
hasn't,
doubt it
no.
would. Only
Yeah,
Call of Duty is
but-
going to get that. They didn't do it with Crash Team Racing because that never existed on PC.
Fair.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a 30 FPS version on console as well.
That's
isn't
it.
Do you guys mind if I ask a Xbox and PC question?
Mhm.
Because
No,
I do
getting
mind.
on PC. What would you two like to see from the Xbox PC experience? Because I hear it complained about a lot. I roughly understand why, but just from your own perspectives, because you do play on both platforms. Where are you at with it?
Yeah, so I mean, I think Jesse's probably a little bit friendlier with the Xbox PC app. I think it depends on what context we're talking about it. On my main PC, most of the time I don't really have issues. They fixed a lot of the stuff that was early on awful, like where you couldn't even select what hard drive you wanted to install to.
Yeah,
Download
they got away
speeds
from
of-
the UWP stuff.
Yeah, the early UWP days were really bad, but I can. It look. I think it's still a little bit slow because it's so visually
It's
pretty.
really slow to load, and it hadn't been for a while, but something happened recently where opening it can take like 20, 30 seconds when it used to be
Yeah,
almost
Mhm.
instant. That's pretty much
But-
my only issue I have if I'm dealing with anything new. You go back to the older
Mhm.
games, they're still UWP, they're still a pain in the ass if you want to install them anywhere else, and you can't. Outside of that, it's mostly fine. They're getting more and more of the Play
Mhm.
Anywhere stuff in there. It used to be a Game Pass app, but it was called Xbox. Now it is the Xbox Microsoft PC Experience app more and more, which is good.
I think
Mhm.
though,
Okay.
from my experience of using it on like a ROG Ally X, there's lots of problems that crop up, and I don't know if I would blame the Xbox PC app specifically, but I would blame Windows more specifically.
Mm.
In that, great example, Inscription. When you lose a run in Inscription, you get to create a death card, and you name that death card. The ROG Ally will not register its own virtual keyboard, and I cannot progress
Mm.
my game because I need to type in a name. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
this is basic bitch shit, you know? Like,
they
this
did
is
build in a
bad.
much better virtual keyboard. Have you tried it recently? I remember seeing that in patch notes. It's like there's now a universal virtual keyboard for games in the game bar instead of it being tied to the shitty touch one that
No,
Windows has.
I haven't. So
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
give
just
that another
curious
go,
if that
but-
fix anything.
But yeah, like it's just it's that Windows getting in the way of
Mhm.
just running games. So if I could
Mhm.
pick a world, I'd want to see a similar dashboard experience to what I have on my home console on a handheld, and that's what they should be producing for me. But with the added bells and whistles, of-
CS25 offers that
that's
Potentially.
potentially it. Yeah,
Hopefully.
if they can solve some of those crappy hiccups, I'd be a very happy man. But yeah,
Cool.
Any other news stories you wanted to do before we do what year mid here?
no, not specifically. I'm going to just throw.
We don't want to talk about the Switch 2 since we've been talking about handhelds.
We talked about it earlier. You know, like Switch 2. Yeah,
About all the leaks.
It looks like a Switch with an extra button.
It's basically
It's supposedly
Switch.
the best thing about it, Hall effect joysticks. If that is true,
Hall effect joysticks
Awesome.
and magnetic attachment for the Joy-Con, so it'll just go click.
yeah, really hope
and
that
rather than
Hall effect's real, so that it really pushes Microsoft and Sony to finally do it.
yeah, much improved kickstand. A C button. There's a lot of conjecture over the C button and what that might do.
Community.
Yeah, I think it might be like a community
It's
button.
the me video.
I'm such a child.
Yeah.
I was like, it's the cunt button, isn't it?
like a community
I was
button
somewhere
where
similar, don't
instead
worry,
of
John.
Miiverse, it's like a modern take on Miiverse, maybe, where you do the community button and you can make TikTok style videos out of your gameplay cuts.
Yeah, the focus
Maybe.
is on that. That is the rumor. It is like a TikTok video app for your gameplay.
Ugh.
I spoke to someone else that had a really cool suggestion for what the C button could be. Let me just go to that and find what they said.
Didn't they call one of the buttons on the GameCube the C button or something like that?
The C stick. They
C-stick.
had the C stick.
Okay. Still don't know what that is.
was
Never
it?
had a GameCube.
Oh, really? The C stick was just the right analog stick that acted like the C buttons from the Nintendo 64.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Where is it? I want to... I
Drag this
read it
show
and
out
it was
as long as
really
you can.
interesting. Yeah, sorry. Oh, yes. Someone else suggested that maybe the C button is a button that lets them wirelessly connect the Switch 2 to the dock, like the Wii U, how the Wii U acted. I'm like, oh, like a connect button, C for connect. So it connects to the dock wirelessly to allow you to use it like a Wii U.
Nobody
like,
would ever
ooh.
support it outside of first party.
No. The console's doing it itself.
I know, but
The
if you're
console's
using
doing
it
it. What do
like the
you mean?
Wii. Oh, you mean? Well, what are you connecting to?
So the
you
Switch
used
2
to have
is
to-
acting like a controller. And then it's connecting to the TV
But it had to do that
wirelessly,
because
which is
the actual hardware was at the TV before. Like the hardware's just in your hand, anyways.
I don't know. That's just something that I predicted the original Switch would do back in 2014. I thought, what if it's a wireless signal sender as well? That'd be amazing if they did that in the new one. That'd be so fucking cool.
I just don't know what the difference would be. Because normally you just dock it and then take your controllers and just.
Yeah,
I know everyone's predicting that the Switch 2 is going to be a massive success, right?
It'll do all right.
It will be. Maybe not like the Switch, but it will be a huge success.
But there's a part of me that I don't know. By being an iterative redesign improvement on the Switch with better internals, and yes, backwards compatibility, great. But by being just an iterative Switch, yeah, it's a new Switch. It's like also not hugely exciting anymore. It's not like this unique, innovative thing anymore. Like I don't know. Like Nintendo, I've always.
Not.
I don't know. I'm just pure conjecture for me. Like, there's a part of me that's
But
like,
the market's changed, though.
I know,
And market expectations have changed. So,
If it
is
can
the
keep up
PS5?
with titles that are on this gen, I think
Yes.
I think it will do really well.
No.
That's the key for me.
It cannot.
If the Switch 2 now becomes capable of running third parties not like us, that's the game changer for the Switch 2. Because the PS5 is the PS5 not iterative on the PS4, been pretty successful. I don't think iterative is a problem.
I
You
don't know.
guys
I
have
just
talked
always
before
find
about it not being up to scratch with a Series S potentially. Was that
won't be.
right? It sort of sits somewhere between
It
the
won't be.
PS4 and the
It would be
Series S, is that
PS4
correct?
power is what people are hoping. Main problem with the
And that's
Switch
fine.
in mobile
It's okay.
hardware is memory bandwidth. So like
Mhm.
even the best AMD stuff
And
is
power
like
draw.
yeah, it's like a quarter of what you get from the main consoles right now. It's better on Series S, but even then the Series S being put into you could put it into a mobile form factor, you would just get 5 to 10 minutes of battery life because it's meant to pull over 100 watts. And so when you're trying to run 17-ish watts like the Switch, you can't go that far no matter what trickery you have. It's not going to be similar to things that are pulling straight from a wall plug.
Okay. Yeah, it's
I don't know.
it's tough because it's gonna go on.
I was just gonna say, I just feel like Nintendo are often at their best when they're doing something differently to everybody else. That's it. And it's not always worked for them. The Wii U being case in point. I just, like how we were not excited that the new Xbox had the same dashboard as the old Xbox. We were kind of like, oh,
yeah,
like it's that kind of vibe. I don't know. Like I'm sure it will be great because.
Hi, Rand.
Nintendo.
How you doing?
Oh God, here we go.
It's weird. He says, "Hi, John, Jesse, and
Yeah.
Mr. Deadly
Oh,
Headley."
gee, what a fucking surprise!
I don't know what's going on there, Nick.
I'm nice to them on their show. I'm nice to them on their show.
No respect.
I don't just jump into their chat and give shit.
Anyway, right. Switch 2. It's coming soon. Mock-ups are out.
Rumors are announced in January, out in March. So we'll see.
Fun times. We are going to switch gears now a little bit. Not the Gears collection.
Switch.
Not the Gears collection.
Yeah, Nick didn't care about Gears, and he cares about Switch. We know it now.
And he cares about Nintendo.
Yep.
Because it's time for that thing that we do.
People like you guys keep doing that, and people are like, "Oh, Nick tries to be a fake neutral, and fake act like a Nintendo fan." I'm like, I don't act like a Nintendo fan. I keep saying openly I'm an Xbox fan. It's everyone else that's like, "Oh, you're a Nintendo fan."
And it's funny if you show them.
I don't say that about myself.
Your yearly wrap up on Switch had like not that many hours on it.
No,
yeah,
it didn't. That's what I'm saying. People keep going, "Oh, you try and act like a Nintendo fan." No, I don't. I openly say I'm an Xbox guy. I say it all the time.
One more message from Rand.
Hey, Nick, I could never forget you. Yeah, okay.
What's that? It's that time to hit that button. I have messaged the what year, my dear, to Mr. Deadly. Hitting that button.
Is that on Discord?
It's on Discord, yeah.
Cool. So nice to all of you, and everyone's on me.
That's right. It's time for what year, my dear?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'm glad I was paying attention. This is one of the weekly game shows that we play here on the XboxEra podcast, where we like to celebrate our patrons. If you are a subscriber to the XboxEra Patreon, if you're not, you can head to patreon.com/XboxEra. But if you are, you have the chance of being randomly selected by Nick every week for he and I to do battle in a game of wits and guile to win you a game code from Jesse's big, long list of game codes that no one ever claims.
My big, long
But they're
list.
there, and you can go and get them if you want.
Oh, yeah.
This week,
thick.
we're playing for, and Nick's totally ready for this. Like you watch,
It's been ready for
this
3
week. We're
weeks.
playing for
Same people.
I'm playing for Just In Case, and John is playing for Simon B. Congratulations, Simon B.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'm gonna lose. I lose every week.
What game is he buying you, John?
See Nick. Oh,
He's using company money. I'm not
you
buying
know
him
what?
shit.
You know what company John? You know
was-
what game John's getting you, Nick? You are going to have to get him the $370 edition of Path of Exile 2.
yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, sure.
I can't wait to get stuck in.
Your mates were just there last weekend doing that. Oh.
Mr. Deadly Headley, you're hosting this episode of What
This
Year,
is
My
very
Dear.
exciting.
Are you
Looking
ready?
forward to this. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, at your leisure, then, sir. Have at it.
What is the category
I'm
this
just gonna fucking
week?
guess years and get them right.
The category is licensed IP games.
Because I did this one when it was Indiana Jones review week, and we just hadn't played games the last 2 episodes.
Okay.
Cool. So the first game is The Matrix Path of Neo.
PS2, Xbox, and PC.
Oh shit!
Do you want the platform as well every time, Jesse?
Yeah, might as well. You know what? Only if they're struggling. How's that?
I've got
Okay.
my
As a hint.
Watch John guess 1 year different to me and get
Fucking
it right.
YouTube
Fuck you.
crashed again. That is the 9th time. All right, gentlemen,
I've got my
give us
year.
your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Piss off. Piss off.
What year is it, Mr. Headley?
It is 2005.
Oh, really?
Nil point. Nil
shit.
point.
There you go.
No point awarded.
The next game is Predator Hunting Grounds.
Oh. Shit. Okay.
Gentlemen, give us your years in 3, 2, 1.
It was 2020.
Fuck off.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah,
I
no, that
didn't
game,
specify platform.
That
Took
game-
4 years to port
Yeah.
that over to
yeah, because it
Oh
was
my God, 4
it
years.
was a Sony published game that was
Yes,
brought
I remember
back
that.
by
Lord.
Elphonic. So
But I felt like it was just like a year ago. I didn't realize it was 4 years.
the next
Oh my
one, sir.
God.
The next one is Injustice Gods Among Us.
Fucking hell.
Among Us.
Oh, the original one.
Among Us.
Oh.
I've no idea. You've got this one, Nick. This is all you, baby.
No, I don't have it.
You remember you can always ask the
Um,
platforms if you want.
I don't.
I know it came out on 360, and I know it came out also on PS4.
360 and PS3 release is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, the original release.
Yeah.
But it came out on PS4 later, and the Xbox
It never got it. Yeah.
But it's backwards compatible, so it never
Mhm.
really needed it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Gentlemen. Gentlemen.
Gentlemen.
I was thinking Among Us again. Give us your years in 3, 2, 1.
It was 2013.
Our
Nick is
first-
Oh, and I was
closer.
gonna say.
You get a point, though, Nick. You were closer without going over. So
I know.
it is
but I
now
was
1
gonna
to
say
nothing.
2013 as well.
The next one's a big one, Deadly.
Cool. The next one is GoldenEye 007.
Oh shit!
On what platform?
Nintendo.
The
Nintendo
N64.
64.
If you said Xbox, you know, we would have had that nailed.
I think this is a bit of a trick question. Shit.
I don't know how it would be
Oh,
a trick
fuck.
question, but I hope it is.
It's one of 2 years, and now I'm not sure which one it is.
Fuck, I have
Gentlemen,
no idea.
give us your years in 5, 4,
Fuck.
3, 2, 1.
Both correct.
Okay.
Hey!
I was ready to go 96. I was this close to going 96. I was like, oh shit, is it 96 or 97?
The next one, sir.
The next one is, I loved this one, The Simpsons Hit and Run.
Ooh, shit.
Is this mobile?
No, it's PS2.
What
No,
am I
this was
thinking?
PS2, Xbox,
And
Yeah,
OG,
it's
etc.
PS2.
Hmm.
Ooh, shit.
Oh, I can't think what Simpsons game am I thinking of that was on mobile that's shut down
The
recently?
tap one. The tap
Tapped
one.
Yeah,
out.
tap,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
You were getting tapped last week, so that's why you're thinking about it. Gentlemen,
Mhm.
give me your years in 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
Oh shit.
John is correct. It was 2003.
He's jumped
I
in
was
the
actually
lead.
I was actually going to say 2002.
hey!
The
I was
next
going
one
to throw
is
this one.
the
Give it to Nick. Sorry, Simon.
the next one is The Walking Dead, a Telltale series.
Oh, first release. Fuck.
Shit. Oh, this is a semi stab in the dark, this one.
Gentlemen, give me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It was 2012.
Ugh.
Nick gains a point, closest without going over. It is now 6 to 5. John in the lead.
Was it really that late? God, I was actually going to say 09 like John too.
Yeah, I was like full on early 360
Yeah.
gen.
The next one is The Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay.
Oh, you motherfuckers. I've been playing that bad boy on PC and it's
Yeah.
fucking awesome still.
This is one of 2 years, and I'm not sure if I'm going to get it
I feel
or
like
a year early.
I'm a year early. I know it in my heart, but I know if I change it.
Gentlemen, give us your years in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, you're going to be right, Nick.
John, you're right. It's 2004.
Yeah,
And I was going to say 4. I knew it was either going to be 1 year early or on, and I ended up being 1 year late.
The next one, neither of you will have any idea, but I threw it in there because it is a classic for being so weird and bad.
I did not know this was a thing. ER, the game.
That's on PlayStation 2, isn't it?
I only saw it on PC when I looked it up,
Very
but maybe.
doubtful.
Ah, I thought it was on PS2.
Let me look. I'll see.
ER, the game. On PC.
Beep, beep.
How old's the show?
Yeah, it only shows Microsoft Windows on Google, so I'm not sure.
God,
Let me see.
I have no fucking clue. ER. I don't remember when the show started to then get popular enough to warrant a video game.
There's a guy in ER. It's funny. My missus and I, we were watching. She's been watching awful show called The Resident, right? And it's just like a medical drama. And we were talking about ER, and she was like, "Do you remember the guy that first of all got his arm chopped off by a helicopter, and then later on one killed him?" I was like, "No," and it's the same actor that gets run over in RoboCop after falling in the toxic dump.
Mhm.
You know, when he gets squished.
Oh my God, yes.
And yeah, like we went and looked it up on YouTube. There's one episode, his whole arm just whoop, gone, and you see it just get chopped off by the chopper. And then there's a disaster in like a season later where he's like, ah, and the chopper just crashes on him. I was like, wow, that guy in helicopters,
I
man.
don't think I've ever seen a single episode of that show. I'm just trying to think, when did that show start and then build up popularity to warrant
No,
a
I can
video
give you
game?
that hint. When did ER, the show, start? Started in 1994. Holy shit.
Oh shit! So
It was
so
on
a
until
PC
2000.
game could be.
It was on until 2009.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help you at all. I'm sorry.
No, it really doesn't.
I don't know. Watch
Gentlemen,
John
only
gets
on
the same
PC?
year
Give
as
me your
me.
year
Watch
in
John gets the
3,
same year as me. Watch
2,
this.
1.
Hey, Nick's got it
Wow.
right. It's 2005.
Bullshit.
Yeah, he used all that advanced time to quickly Google on his iPad. Like, when did ER game release? John's talking shit. Let me get a correct answer. Bosh.
okay, bro.
There you go.
It's 9-8. That's a 1-point game.
So when you guess out of your ass and you get it right, but when I do it, I cheated. Whatever.
A little bit, mate. It's okay.
Whatever.
I'm going to give you this week.
Yeah. Okay.
The next one is Lost Via Dominus.
Oh my
hope
God!
I've got
that.
This
Fuck
is PS2. This is
Nope.
PS2. isn't
PS3,
it?
360, PC.
Yeah, I think that this is.
Gentlemen, give me your year in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Stab in the dark.
Both
Both
08.
correct.
Nope.
Yeah, both correct.
Wow. Stab in the dark. Because I think I actually played this game for the achievements. I'd have to check my achievement history, but I think I did.
I just remembered actually. Rand recommended that show from. I want to say by the same people who made Lost or similar. It's really, really good. I binged like the first 2 seasons in like 2.5 days. It got me properly hooked. The next game is Dragon Ball Z Kakarot.
Kakarot. Goku's name.
Kakarot?
That's the recent one, isn't it? Fairly
Mhm.
recent.
That was the newest one before the recent release.
Yeah. And these come out a lot.
I have
These
no
games.
fucking idea.
They come out a lot.
Gentlemen, give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's off.
Was 2020.
Oh, such a shame.
The next
Just
game
guessing the same fucking year
is-
I do.
We're just great minds, mate. Can't we just agree that? Great minds think alike and all that jazz? Eh? We're just like this. Woo, from across the world.
We're simpatico.
Yeah. Oh god, it's definitely approaching 2 a.m. I have lost it. I am out there.
Well, I'm Remember Chandler?
See, I had no idea what you were doing. I have no clue what that means.
I got it.
Never seen
I
that
got
show.
it.
Never
We're
will.
like this. Like this.
If I could aim disc rot at any show and just have it get erased from humanity, it would be Friends.
Do you know what I would love to do, Nick? Next time if we meet at Gamescom, I'm going to bring you a really horrible gold bracelet that says best buds forever on it.
Oh man, I hurt my back doing that just then. I did it too violently and I hurt my back.
I'm off now.
I've been there. I've been there. It sucks.
Shit.
Jesse,
dear
I
God.
could balance out the Friends love by also saying that I actually quite like the Halo TV show. But John
Oh god.
is going to want to go to bed, so we won't go down.
Yeah, should we talk about the Halo TV?
Yeah,
Season 1, not the best. Season 2, pretty good.
Yes, season 2 was
Season 2 was going into a good place. I was
both
really looking
crap.
forward to it.
Both shit.
The
Both
next
crap.
game is the next game is Quackshot, which I've not heard of. Quackshot.
Oh yeah, Quackshot was a cool game on Mega Drive. It was Mega
Quackshot.
Drive, yeah.
I forgot to put it on that one. I'm pretty sure it was.
I haven't
Yeah,
actually got a platform on that one.
yeah I
Pretty sure
forgot
it's
to
Mega
put that
Drive
one.
and Super Nintendo.
Yeah, I think so, yes. Donald Duck's
See if it went as well,
Quackshot.
'cause
Give
I
us
did
your
find
year.
Quackshot.
In 3, 2,
Wait.
point 1.
Oh.
It was 91.
Oh
1991.
shit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
No
that
points.
early.
Still 12-7 with 5
If you
remaining.
haven't got
12 to 7,
pushover,
you got 12, 11 up there.
I know.
if you haven't got pushover or Zool in here,
I don't. I didn't know Zool.
that's a shame.
Tell me you got
Pushover
Cool
was
Spot.
sponsored by
Surely you got
Flavors.
Cool Spot.
It's 15. There's been 74,000 licensed IP games. No, I don't have all of them in there.
Well, I'm
There's 15
disappointed.
games.
But
Batman,
we do have
X-Men.
That's who I knew.
X-Men Origins
we
Wolverine.
do have Garfield: A Tale of Two Kitties.
For the
Oh my
PlayStation
God.
2 and PC. Before it was a movie by a long shot, by the way. This was first. The horrible movie came well after. PS2
I have
generation.
no idea. Yeah, no.
Gentlemen,
I have no idea.
give me your years in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes.
The 1996 PS2 release, huh, John?
I don't know. I
PS2
wasn't
wasn't
paying
out.
attention. Sorry.
It was 2006.
We're not tied.
Oh, that's what I
Mickey's
meant to
closer.
write.
I get
That's
a point.
Yep, we are
That's
tied
what I
at
meant
12.
to write. I just got the decade wrong. That's all.
Next one, go.
Help me out.
The next one is Beavis and Butthead in Virtual Stupidity.
Oh my
On
god.
PC.
For PC.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know
Oh
anymore.
my god. All right, gentlemen, just then give me your guess in 3, 2, 1. All right, John gets the point. Closest without going over.
What was it?
It's 1995.
Oh, that early. I was going to say 90 something as well.
By the way, it will be banned from here on out. You'll get the 1 point. You don't get the point.
That's against the rules.
You can't go before things existed because then otherwise you could always potentially get a point.
Yeah, I know. You could always just go 1700 to go listen that going over.
Oh, that
You
is.
did it before. You did it before there was electricity.
It was Beavis and
Like,
Butthead
whoa.
scraping the barrel. It's a
Come
large
on,
IP.
I thought that was a time travel Beavis and Butthead. That's
Nope, shut up.
trying to be
Next
relevant.
one. Still tied at 12.
Yeah.
The next one is Disney's Aladdin.
Oh, this is
For
a
the Genesis.
good one, Jesse.
The good one. For the
Yeah.
Genesis.
I don't know.
Ooh,
I remember this-
Shit.
this one.
There's only 2 more. One of you better get not the same amount
I
of points
reckon. I
here.
reckon I've got this. I
Give me your
reckon I've
years
got
now. Go.
this.
Oh shit!
For
It was
fuck's sake.
92.
Oh, the pain! The pain!
Oh, I was off by
One
1
more.
year.
One of you,
Oh.
you can't both get this. One of you get it wrong. One of you get it right. Last one.
Yeah.
this is
The
it.
last one is
Come on, I
South
gotta win
Park,
one
the
fucking
fractured
game.
butthole. South Park, the fractured butthole.
Oh shit. Not stick. Fractured butthole came
The second one,
didn't
yes.
it? Shit.
Gentlemen, give me your years in
I'm
5,
trying to remember if this was a
4,
COVID game or
3,
not.
2, 1.
I'm trying to remember if this was a COVID game or
Oh, thank
not.
God.
It's 2017.
And I was gonna say 17.
Doesn't matter. Way to go,
Back, baby.
yearly champion. Now he has to buy you, by the way, secret rule, he now has to buy you 2 games because you have just won so many.
No.
Okay, I'm down with it. Simon B, congratulations. Thank you for subscribing and supporting Xbox Era via Patreon. You now can either annoy Jesse via Discord, which is discord.gg/Xbox Era, or drop him a DM on the Xbox Era forums.
Slide into his DMs.
Slide in there and say, give me my free game, bitch. GG's all around. Thank
GGs.
you, Mr. Deadly Headley. That was beautiful hosting, sir.
That was
Beautiful.
fun. I enjoyed that.
Beautiful. All right, it's now time for a little bit of wrapping up, a little bit of housekeeping before we close things out for the night. And first of all, just want to say thank you to everybody in the chat who stuck around to watch. A long show, but a very fun one. Thank you, of course, to our special guest, Mr. Deadly Headley. If you enjoy
Are you
the
ignoring
content,
the other community questions?
no,
Oh, okay.
I'm queuing them up
Mm.
like Nick
So people are
demands.
just, I can
that
see people
do.
already leaving. Let them know
No,
we're
no,
still
no.
going.
If you enjoy the content that Xbox Era produces over the course of 2024, brace yourselves for an even bigger and better 2025 because holy shit, we're cooking some stuff. But of course, we're only able to do all of this because of our Patreon community. So if you are not yet a subscriber to the Patreon, please consider doing so as a Christmas gift from you to us. Head to patreon.com/Xbox Era for as little as a cup of coffee a month. You can keep us alive because writing about video games is shit. But we love making the content for you guys. So, that's good. We have a few community questions to tackle before we close things out for the day. And as Nick isn't here, I'm just going to fucking dive right in. But I'm not going to ask this one because it's specifically to Nick. So we're going to go with JD asking about the tastes of the world. He says, hello, everyone.
He ran
First
back.
off, I'd like to thank Tom, except he says Torn and my writing's really small. Torn Raptor. This is true. Torn Raptor, one of our best and brilliant patrons. He is the CEO of Xbox Era. It's the only one patron level for him. He was giving away 3 Patreon memberships on the Xbox Era forums, which JD managed to obtain. For his question this week, he asks, with all of you sometimes traveling for events and Xbox invites them more, please, especially for things like Avowed, when you go to these places, sometimes you have dishes that are not native to the country you're from. Has there been a dish where you've traveled to these places and when you get back home, you're thinking, damn, I wish I could have that again? What are those dishes? Jesse, I think you mentioned one
Schnitzel
earlier
in
this
Germany.
show.
Oh, the strudel? I mean, you can get that strudel anywhere, but that
apple
strudel was
strudel.
perfect. That apple strudel was
Oh my
amazing.
god, that fucking strudel, man!
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
We
Holy
did
shit.
a little restaurant after, like it was during the weekend where we were still running the booth. We ended up in this tiny little restaurant near to where the Airbnb was that did schnitzels, and they were like the creme de la creme. They were like we went to the main sort of social area restaurants, and they were kind of like, yeah, it's okay, it's food. This was like chef's kiss schnitzel.
Just
Give me a
wait till you
fucking
come down
schnitzel.
here.
Yeah, mate.
You'll have a list for
You
this
pay
question.
for that first class business travel flight for me, yeah? I'll be there
Isn't
with
that what
bells
the
on.
card game's going to pay for?
Mm.
Yeah.
If you had
we're
to
lucky.
pick a dish from the UK, what would you eat again?
I had good
Yes,
fish.
I know that question sucks.
I had fried fish. That was about it.
I don't think when we were in the UK, we had any UK specific dishes, did we?
I mean,
no, I cooked you a nice ribeye, and the nice
no,
potato
it's a
salad.
Steak. That's
but
not.
it's
That's
a
not
steak, isn't
a
it?
UK thing. That's just the.
you didn't cook a ribeye. We went up to the carvery.
No, you weren't there. Nick got there one day before.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I
He
didn't
got-
get the
he got
good
some
stuff. I
ribeye.
see. Of course. Of course.
Sorry,
Yeah.
bro. Sorry, bro.
John was trying to
Beans
impress
on
me.
nuggets.
The British food really just tasted like low-rent American food.
Air fried nugget.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll never forget how off-brand the KFC tasted. I'll just never forget it. Not as bad as Greece's KFC.
They
Oh my
don't
God, the
like
KFC
seasoning.
Greece.
They really don't
It's
like
disgusting.
seasoning.
the
It's not
KFC
true.
in Greece tastes like
We
cardboard.
like seasoning. I don't know about KFC, but
But KFC was
The C in KFC is
in the UK
KFC
was
seasoning.
Strange. Yeah, it's strange. I think JD has a couple of super chats which we'll read after too.
yeah, well, that's the end of the question. So you can
Yeah.
read them now if you'd like.
Okay. Oh, okay. JD Gamer. Microsoft has a simple plan for Xbox, and that plan is to windowify the gaming industry. This will become evident soon if you can't see it now. Xbox everywhere. And then he says, by the way, pathetic pork pig and pony still got no games.
They've got plenty of games. The reality is everyone has a ton. And that's what kind of kills me about gaming coverage is every platform has too many games for everyone to keep up with. Most of our discussion
right.
points are around things that people don't actually end up caring about because
That's why
everyone
I'm
has
an
so much.
ecosystem guy. That's why I'm an ecosystem guy, not games. Games are
He's
everywhere.
right.
But I mean, look, the Windows thing. If they can pull that off in a user friendly way, it could work. It could work.
The
But
difference
it will
with
take a
our
lot of planning.
CEO, Buzz Swanton, is he didn't fail upward. He has put his money where his mouth is, making some wonderful decisions, all those decisions being to support us.
Yep. Like I won't hear a bad word said about Torn Raptor, CEO of Xbox.
Yeah, Nick's a criminal, so we
Man-
will send you
man's
after
a
him.
Who
fucking
said something
legend.
bad?
Nothing. He was
They
kidding.
didn't say bad. They made a joke because I was
Yeah.
talking about how a lot of middle management fail upwards. And I was like,
Oh, okay.
didn't John say all CEOs fail upwards? Sorry, Torn. I was like, no. I didn't say CEOs. I said middle management. Not the
Also,
boss.
Nick did not deny being a criminal because he is Australian.
So should we go to Hyphen G?
Yeah, that'll be the last
Yeah.
one on there.
Yeah. Okay. So
Oh,
this
wow.
is not Hytham G. This is Hyphen G.
Oh no, woof.
That's a doggo.
Grifters. Nick, did you know Dreamcast Guy likes your tweets? I did know that. He follows me on Twitter, and he's even I discovered that he's mentioned me in one of his videos as one of the reasonable Xbox fans.
Wow.
He's referred to me as like one of the good ones. I'm like, okay.
No, you
I'll
take
take
that
it.
as the insult it is.
Why? Why is that an insult?
When the grifters say you're doing it right, means you're doing it wrong.
No. He's like, I'm one of the more reasonable ones. Like, yeah, I am. I'm one of the good guys. I'm fighting for Xbox fans everywhere.
You
I
tell
don't
him.
just toe the company line like all the rest.
Okay, is Hyphen G and Hyphen G?
No,
the
they're not the same.
person?
No, they're
No,
not the
they're
same.
not the
person.
same
Not-
person.
No,
I reckon
He's-
Hyphen G is someone we already know that's being a smartass and disguising their name as Hyphen G.
That's blown my mind right there.
Might even be Jesse's brother.
I don't think you can figure that out.
Well, in
No.
that case, the next question is from
Hyphen G.
It's fucking great experience in this life, lads. It's really good.
You're in the tail end of the hysteria now. You didn't join
Oh,
in. Can we
I
hear?
understand
Can we
it
hear
now.
your intro to Hyphen G, please? Go on.
Breaking news.
Beautiful.
Jeff Grubb
What?
was on a train that derailed. He's taking pictures
Oh,
of it
shit.
and talking about it. The
He's
coolest
okay.
thing
He's
about
okay,
this
though.
train ride is that those are the tracks the train I'm in is supposed to be on, and those snow tracks are the ones we made when we derailed. It's like, oh,
Oh, he's okay though.
yeah, no, he's
Because
making
when
this
you said he's on a
post.
train that derailed, I was like, oh shit, is he
I said
okay?
he's making a post about how he was on a train when he derailed. You just missed that part.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no,
Okay.
I was like, oh shit.
Oh, as long as he's okay.
As long as he can still be on Grubbsmas.
Yeah. That's
This
all
is
that
it.
matters.
This is his excuse right now. It's coming in real time. Sorry, Nick. The train got derailed. Can't make it.
Yeah, can't make it. Okay.
Anyway,
Item G. Subject is Christmas. 1. So ready for Christmas, gents. Making sure you're all on the nice
wait a
list.
minute. Wait, stop the press.
There it is.
Hyphen G. 1 community question. Yeah?
You mean
No,
three?
I'm reading-
It's
I'm
not.
reading
It
four
technically
here,
is only
motherfucker.
one. It technically is only one. Making sure you're on the nice list and not on the naughty list, or else
Merry
a Cole
Christmas,
or Krampus. But otherwise, give Santa milk and cookies when he delivers you presents.
Not real.
2, if you were a Christmas character, who would you be? For me, I'm a Grinch, but I would have gone with Scrooge, but I'm the Grinch. 3, if you gents wanted something for Christmas, what would it be you wanted that will surprise you? P.S. I have a caramel frappe, and by the way, they're not just Greek, but French too.
To be fair to Hytham, I rescind my statement. There was actually only one question with 3
That's right.
statements. I
Yeah.
apologize.
2 questions.
It's
Yeah, I
what-
can
2
see one
questions.
question mark. I can see one question mark. That's the only question.
Which Christmas character would you be?
Mariah Carey.
Yeah. I am her in Fortnite. I've got my whole Fortnite loadout is Mariah.
Bruce Willis.
So you spent the 30-something bucks?
Yeah, I did.
Shocking. Fucking Bruce Willis for me.
Goddamn scumbag. Ruining the games industry.
I actually got someone forward me the guide to make the Christmas decoration, where you print out a little picture of Bruce Willis and then you make a little silver foil vent, and then you put Bruce Willis in it like he's crawling through the vent with the light.
But Die Hard's not a Christmas movie. It's a movie
Oh,
that
it
takes
is.
place
I
during
don't
Christmas.
care. It's become a Christmas
That's right.
tradition.
I've always said
through-
it's not a Christmas movie as well.
It was never designed as a Christmas movie,
No.
but it is now through the zeitgeist become a Christmas movie. It's
No, it
pretty
hasn't.
easy
No,
to
it doesn't work
understand.
No,
that way.
you just have a Christmas tradition of liking that movie. That's fine.
Yeah.
Nope, it's a Christmas movie.
Doesn't
It's always
change
on
You know what
actual
Christmas movie
words and
I
definitions.
made my kids watch for the first time ever, and my wife had never seen it?
Mm.
Gremlins.
Is that a Christmas movie, or is it just a movie about
Yes.
gremlins that's set at Christmas?
No, it's a Christmas movie.
Mister, you can't
now,
have one but then
I
the other.
searched it and
So,
Bing says
do you
yes.
want me to
I'd
embarrass
go
you?
left
Do you?
field. I would be the holiday armadillo. Done.
The holiday armadillo.
Not
Understand
Sputnik.
the entire premise of Gremlins is what, John? Think about it carefully before you answer. The entire premise of Gremlins is what? Think carefully.
I can't remember, mate. It's been ages since I watched it.
Someone is buying a Christmas present for his son, and it's
Sure.
a Mugwai.
It's just set at
It's a
Christmas,
Christmas
mate, because
movie.
it came out in June 8th,
It's
1984.
loosely tied to
It came out in
Christmas.
June, not a Christmas movie.
It is. He's literally buying a Christmas present for his son. How is that not a
Okay.
Christmas movie?
John McClane is just travelling back for Christmas with his kids. Where's the diff, bro? Where's the difference, mate?
One makes you happy,
He's
one
buying
doesn't.
a Christmas present. How is that not a Christmas
He's
movie?
bringing his family back for Christmas. Family. He's getting his family back.
Speaking of family, I actually like mine, and I'd like to go spend time with her. So, rest of the question. Not like
who would I
Nick, who
be?
wants his kids dead.
Who would I be? Who would I be?
Who's the
Oh,
most
wow.
handsome Christmas man?
I don't know. Who is it?
Will
I have no
Will
idea.
Ferrell from Elf.
From Elf. Yeah. Arnold Schwarzenegger from Jingle All the Way.
If he had little
Turbo
chicken
Man.
legs, yeah.
Turbo Man.
And
Yeah.
John can be Sinbad from Jingle All
I
the Way.
just said I'm John McClane. That's what I
From
wanna be.
Jingle All the Way. Yeah.
You can't choose my character for
You're
me.
pretty
I've
close to
chosen.
what Bruce Willis is like now, so I can see it.
Wow, that's me. That's mean on 2 levels, right?
We're not popular enough where I'm going to get in
No,
trouble.
no, no. You should be cancelled for this. Cancelled.
Oh, no one can hear John anymore. Oh, damn, what happened?
If Henry Cavill's Superman was a Christmas movie, I am Superman. What do I want for Christmas? I want a PlayStation Portal. That's what I want.
I'll get you PlayStation Australia's PR. I bet you they're nicer than America.
Bet you they won't give me shit.
I would like console wars to be successful in ways that I've never even possibly dreamed.
Yeah, I want Console Wars to get a video game that makes $18 quadrillion. How's that for a wish?
Not on PlayStation.
No, I'd release it everywhere.
Only
mate.
on
It's the
PlayStation.
future. Yeah, I'd specifically get a PlayStation Plus deal as well,
No
and
way.
not
I
release
will,
on Xbox.
I will put the kibosh on that PlayStation port so hard. It's not going to happen. I don't give a shit. It's not happening. I will do everything possible to block that port.
I genuinely, all I want for Christmas this year is 2 weeks off with my missus and my dog. That's it. I
Yeah.
Fair.
just want the downtime and I just want to stop. And Fable to get shadow dropped on Christmas morning. That would be sick.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Here's
that
Fable.
would be awesome.
You did
The
miss a trick
shadow
there
drop
because
it for
you
2025.
you had the mic all to yourself, and you went, "All I want for," and you could have been like, "All I
Is
want
you."
for
And we would have immediately got DMCA'd.
Christmas."
Baby.
Anyways,
I struggle to hit notes of that register, to be fair.
Yeah,
so
fair.
I
I
wouldn't
used
wanna
to be
have
able
I
to.
used to be able to
Yeah, me
before
too.
my balls dropped.
Yep, I was a full-on falsetto.
Yeah, I could sing my ass off. Before
I
my
answered the
balls dropped. It
phone
was
and
great.
everyone said, "Oh, hi, Jackie." No. "Oh, hi, April." No, because that was my mom and sister. I sounded just like them.
What is it you can't face?
You can do
What
the
is it
heavy
you
metal
can't
screen.
face?
Pretty good. I used to sing in a heavy metal band. That was fun.
We should
But,
have this.
I'm not
be
gonna
our-
do that
we,
now
we-
because
we
it's
need to share
too
music, bro. I used to also sing in a
should.
couple of heavy metal bands. Like,
Yeah, we should.
Did either of you ever play with Ricky Gervais in his boy band days?
no,
We should have
I
this
did
be our
play
community
with-
question music.
when it's in Resin and in Gerica were the two bands of my youth that I played with that kind of nearly made it big. Don't know if you ever heard of them, but
Kinda.
and Smother.
No.
But anyway, next question.
Next Christmas question, Ben Angelo.
Oh, Christmas.
Yeah?
Okay. Let me.
I don't know. Do you want me to go to Ben Angelo or do you want me to just go?
I got it.
Okay. Ben Angelo. Games over Christmas break. Also, John, Ben Angelo was trying to get in touch with you, mate. Be more responsive.
I responded to him. I've already done it.
Eventually. Hi, guys. I want to start off by saying thank you for the great year of reviews and podcasts, and may the next year be even better. My question is, what games are you guys going to catch up on over the Christmas break? Hopefully John got the game I sent him on Xbox. Surely he will stream it for everyone's enjoyment. Don't forget to hit the like button, and happy holidays. Cheers, Ben.
I don't get to catch. John did get it, and also I don't get to
did.
catch up on shit because I'm just working on reviews for next year.
I've
So,
started on Goldeneye.
I don't actually think I have a huge amount that I particularly like. I'm desperate to catch up on.
I gave you a couple things
gaming-wise.
you might want to play, but it's nothing major.
Like I think a big thank you to Ben Angelo for the very kind gift of Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Is it 7 Village or is that 8?
No,
That's
it's
8, right?
Village. Yeah, it's Biohazard.
Okay.
8 is
Apparently,
Village.
7's really shit scary and horrible.
Mhm.
I actually already own it, so I'm not sure what to do with the code. I didn't know I owned it, but apparently I do. So I must have somehow obtained it. But I will play it. I will play it on stream. But first, I'm going to be joining Jesse, doing hanging out with Jeff in Half-Life Alyx. I think on the 27th. So
Are you sure you're up to that part of the game yet? It's
I
a
don't
ways
know.
in.
I am in deep into the subway tunnel things. I've gone through the door.
Game's
I've got
longer than you
past
think.
through all the trains, and I'm kind of like out the other side, I think. And I've got a big puzzle on the wall. There's a big puzzle on the wall that I haven't figured out yet.
Yeah, you're
I think
nowhere
that's
near.
where I am.
You're nowhere near Jeff.
Oh, okay. I'll try and play some more. To
Also,
catch
that
up
puzzle's
and get to
insanely easy. You should figure out in 3 seconds, or just give up.
Jeff. Okay.
I'm a
I
VR
literally just got there. I haven't
legend.
looked. Anyway,
Gatekeeping.
sorry.
Next question.
Yes.
Okay. Jesse brother, right?
Yep.
Yep.
It's a long one. Jesus.
Okay. Happy podcast 242, you two. And I guess you as well, Nick. John, welcome back from your sabbatical of being a part-timer, which you can resume next week. Yeah. Jess, while I appreciate your brotherly love last week when you defended me from Nick's typical assholery, what did I do last week?
Mate, you're an asshole every week.
No,
Come
I
on.
don't do anything.
I just okay.
Though, as an expert on being an asshole myself, and in the interest of not being a hypocrite, I need to point out how honest Nick was about how and why he says some things weird, and I need to match that energy and be honest myself. When you defended me for spelling esk as ESK by reminding Nick of my stroke, I honestly always thought it was spelled that way, because I was never the smartest of the Norris siblings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always knew it was ESQUE. On the subject of being honest, I mean, you can't know what you don't know, right?
Yeah.
Like, if he
It's
never
very true.
saw it spelled out correctly, then
Oh, he
you can't
definitely
know.
did.
Oh, and all I was doing was correcting. That's all. I wasn't giving you shit. Calm down. On the subject of being honest, I was wrong about Jeff and the Game Awards sucking this year. Jeff really seemed to have learned from some mistakes of the past and allowed for some good jabs to be aimed at him. and the show itself was pretty good for being the massive infomercial that it still is. Deadly Headley, awesome video this week, my dude. You truly broke down what Microsoft was going for with their advertising campaign. Hope a knucklehead like Nick can actually get it and doesn't spend this whole podcast making lame jokes like PlayStation fanboys that pose as Sega fans. But enough about Dreamcast Guy. See, Nick, I didn't mean you. My question this week is for Jess.
Wow.
You mentioned certain things people should do when they replay Senua Saga. As someone who plans on replaying the best game of 2024 in the near future, what were those things and why were they important?
Well, John knows when you beat the game, you unlock the ability to have, at certain points of the title, different narrators to give you a different perspective on what's going on in the game from what they see, because they don't have her issues, and it's illuminating on what the actual story is for that game. It's worth playing through at least twice, but I think there's 3 narrators, so if you want to play through it 4 times, feel free.
Including the Furies.
Mm-hmm. It's very good.
It's good shit.
Not as good as the first one. I know everyone's going to yell at us, but I love the first one.
I love the first one. I love the first one. But the second one was shit. It was shit. I love the first one. It was so good. Last question.
Yeah, it is.
Voodoo People. Not a bad song, that one.
Voodoo people, voodoo people.
Bow, wow, wow.
I'll tell you what, man.
Wow, wow.
If you haven't heard it, and I presume you have, as you're a musical connoisseur, the Pendulum remix of Prodigy's Voodoo People is
yeah.
way
Okay.
better.
that is
Like
good.
it's better. It's better. It's absolutely
Okay.
slaps.
I'll have to give
Pendulum
that.
remix,
I like the original, but yeah, it's.
I like the original, but yeah,
I don't mind
the
Voodoo People.
Pendulum remix is banging. Sorry,
Yeah.
tangent.
It is good.
Okay. Subhect. I know it's a spelling mistake, but I like it. The subhect.
The subhex this evening.
Maverick by
Lower floor
I'm
hell.
going to use that word all the time from now on for every community question. It's now a subhect. Hello, gents. Quick question. Anyone know anything more about Project Maverick by People Can Fly? I'm really interested in that one. Budget-wise, it seems to be about the same as Hellblade 2, Sifu, Plague Tale Requiem, and Evil West, all of which are right up my alley.
The only thing we
Voodoo
know,
People?
it was the one that was not canceled after they canceled some other stuff over there.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
I know nothing about it. I'll be completely honest. I've never received a DM about it. Never heard a single thing about Maverick.
Until
that I know of.
Ecstasis says something, and then you're like, oh yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah, then I'll just jump on those coattails real quick. No, I've heard nothing. Hopefully it's good. I have no idea. But those other games you mentioned, I love Sifu, I love Evil West. Haven't played Plague Tale.
Wouldn't be for
but
you.
Sifu, you're probably not. And did you hear the developers of Sifu are making Rocket League with people?
Mm-hmm.
How good's that? It's pretty
It's
good.
one for you, Nick.
A good
It's
soccer
exactly
game.
like Rocket League, where
Everyone
you kick a
loves
ball,
soccer.
you hit a ball into goals, but it's people playing instead of
I
cars.
think they're kind of calling it football or something.
You use your
What?
feet to kick a ball, but I mean, it's you're playing
Really?
soccer.
Yeah.
Instead of using a car.
Yeah. And,
That's so weird. I wonder how that's going to pan out.
Yeah, probably be big.
That's so strange. Because Psyonix invented that sport. So
Yeah,
it's weird
absolutely.
that the developers of Sifu would just fucking rip that shit off.
It's shocking.
And be like,
actually.
but we'll do it with people. How clever is that?
I did always
That's
want
it.
to see a football
Oh.
game where like the perspective wasn't top down like FIFA is. It's be fun to try out.
Yeah, it's a arcadey footy. It's
Yeah,
probably
the
more
camera
interesting.
is far closer to the action. But I thought FIFA has an angle like that, though. FIFA does have a camera angle that's right down, or at least it used to.
I don't play it enough, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
That's not allowed. You're British. You
No,
have to
it
play
was more. I'm actually not a football guy at all. You know, it just,
neither,
How about soccer?
Sucks.
yeah,
boring.
not bothered.
Most sports
Also.
boring.
And what was the other one? There was another one, Virtua Striker by Sega. That camera was quite low, but it was from the side, but it was also quite a low camera.
You guys ever play the Volta mode in FIFA, where it's the indoor arcadey?
Oh, indoor soccer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the walls and everything.
Years
you can
ago
play
when
it
they
off the
first
walls.
introduced it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's fun.
when they first
I like that mode.
introduced it, I played it. Yeah.
Actual football is so goddamn big. Like,
Oh, it's boring as batshit.
yeah. It's no Australian rules football. Just legitimately fun as hell to watch.
Aussie rules is amazing.
Yeah, it's good.
To watch. To play, it's fucking brutal.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer playing soccer, and I played indoor soccer, aka Rocket League with cars. I played it for 20 years in real life. From the age of 17 to like 37, I was playing indoor soccer. I was fucking good at it too, man. I was a fucking star.
It was a gun. Fucking gun,
I was
mate.
a gun. I was a fucking gun. I was a gun indoor soccer player. And I became mates with all the refs. And a couple of them invited me to play for their teams in more professional leagues. We were all fighting with the refs, but I became mates with them. So that's it. That was the last question.
That's the show.
That's the show. That's the end of the show.
Isn't it, bruv?
John, it's the last time anyone's going to see us at this time frame for the rest of the year.
That's it for the year.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
fuck
it.
it.
Not
I'm
for
not
this
welcome.
Dipshit.
I'm not welcome next week
That's
to
it.
speak to the lovely
You're
Jeff
not
Grubb.
welcome either, Deadly. No one's welcome. Only Jeff Grubb, who thankfully
Only
is
Jeff
okay.
Grubb.
I don't support this.
Only Jeff
As
Grubb.
a Patreon, a paying Patreon
There-
subscriber.
I ran polls literally everywhere. Absolutely no one, except for one person on the planet, wants it.
Is that Nick?
Yes.
Yes.
It's literally just him. He's the only one. It's like, oh,
I
you
am a firm
set the show
believer
up.
in traditions. I am a firm
It
believer in
happened one year,
traditions.
and then you forced it into a tradition. It only had to happen
But it's
once.
not. It's not just.
That's
it's
how
not just the
traditions start,
tradition.
though, Jesse.
That's
Like-
right. They have to start somewhere, don't they?
Don't
There's
give
a
him-
first
don't
time.
give
For,
him
like
reasonable
every
excuses.
tradition.
I
started somewhere,
really
didn't it?
shouldn't be supporting this. What?
It's
have I
not just
done?
that. It's not just the tradition, and this is why it frustrates me that Jesse's
Change
not on
this.
board for
There.
this.
Boom. Now you're down there. How do you like it?
Yeah.
This is what frustrates me about Jesse not being on board with this. Right? It's not just about the tradition. By having it be only Jeff, it's acknowledging Jeff. It's acknowledging and thanking Jeff for what he did for us 5 years ago. That's half of the point. By allowing others on, it's like it's disrespectful. It's like we're disrespecting Jeff.
No. Not even a
Yes,
little bit.
it is.
No.
It's disrespectful.
It's really not. If he
It
said that
is.
himself, yes.
He's not going to say
on
that.
the
He's not going to say that publicly. He's being nice. He's not going to say that.
On the topic of disrespecting and Jeff's, talking about Keeley, not Grubb. John, if I was to say that Jeff Keeley reminded me quite a lot of what's his name? James Corden. I guess similar vibe.
Like,
I think
kind
Jeff
of,
Keeley.
kind
A
of,
bit.
I also
kinda not
sort of
real.
just think James Corden just
kind of not real.
An American Jez Corden. An American
Yeah.
one.
I've heard
yeah.
James
he's Canadian,
Corden
actually, to
is
be fair.
a dick.
Nick
That's
just
the
said
rumor.
Jez Corden.
Oh, did I? Oh, James.
It's like,
Sorry.
he does not
James
remind me of
Corden,
Jez
not
Corden.
Jez.
I've heard James
James.
Corden's a
Like just
mean, can be mean, supposedly, allegedly. Whereas Jeff Keeley is just weird.
Yeah, he's a PlayStation fan.
He was very nice, but still seemed weird when we were on a plane together going from Germany to England, where he was a few rows ahead of me. He seemed nice.
Sorry.
He did do a good show this
Weird.
year, though. I will give him that.
Mhm.
It's a great show
actually
this
He
year.
let the
brought
Muppets
that
make
back.
fun of him a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
He totally doesn't influence the results at all.
Nope.
It just so happens that no Xbox game has been nominated for a decade. It's just
Psychonauts
a
2 was, but it doesn't
coincidence.
count.
It's also really, really convenient that the person who makes the rules thought it would be a really good idea to open the show with Indy, but definitely not recognize it at an awards level.
Yeah. He has
Despite it
no
being
influence.
helped.
It's got nothing to do with him. I
Mhm.
mean, it's his show, but it's got nothing to do with him.
Yes.
He has no say.
Yeah, what's wrong?
Totally.
And with
Every
that,
year.
we'll bring this show to a firm
End
and
of the
final close.
show.
Mr. Deadly Headley, thank you so much for
Yes.
giving up 4+ hours of your time on a Saturday night.
Thanks for
It
jumping
is
on.
Most appreciated. Congratulations on the epic video and the continued accelerated growth of your channel.
Yes.
Long
Go to
may
his
it
channel.
continue.
Have you sent the link, Jesse?
No.
But he will.
Okay, can you?
No.
We can do that. You can find me on socials and stuff anyway. On
the toilet app.
obviously. On the toilet app,
DM.
yeah, I'm very, very, very proud of that. I'm not a fan of Twitter. You can find me on there if you want. I try and not use it too much, but since the video went wild, I've kind of had to start using it more, which is fine. But like, if you come at me with nonsense, you're not going to get much from me. If you come at me with critical thinking, then yeah, I'll engage and we'll talk on Twitter.
Only shadow
Is that why you
otherwise
blocked
find me on
Nick?
Blue Sky,
What? Huh?
I haven't blocked Nick.
Why not?
What did you say? Something Nick.
Yeah, like
I haven't blocked Nick.
Deadly
I
was
like
just
Nick.
saying, like, if you come at me with nonsense, you're not going to get far. And if you come at me with critical thinking, I'll engage with you. And I was like, is that why you blocked Nick?
Yeah, right. Doesn't block me.
To
No one
remain
blocks
simple.
me.
I do like Blue Sky a lot.
Yes,
so
good.
yeah, you can find me there, and there's definitely the app that I prefer talking with people on. I would highly recommend you go and watch my Halo on PlayStation video on my channel. It sort of contextualizes some of the no red lines discussion that we'll have in the next video that I put out. And it's one that I'm super proud of, and it got like no fucking views, even though it is amazing. So
It's always the way, my friend.
Like I had that one I
Grind
wrote
is-
about how shitty Metacritic review scores and Game of the Year awards are, and nobody watched it. And I was like, damn it.
I really liked that one.
Yeah.
I thought it was really good.
Not clickbaity enough.
Old
YouTube,
content
eh?
creation
I'm gonna go.
game. Sucks.
Thank you
In the
guys for all
thumbnail.
your work this year as well.
Aw.
You guys have done an awesome job. And
Even
I'm
him?
getting my money's worth from my Patreon subscription. More than that, actually, which is very nice. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing because it's amazing. Thank you.
Not him though.
Much love. Much love. Much love to everyone.
Probably do a movie podcast next week, eh?
Nope. Next
Before
Friday
the
is a
end.
marathon stream, so it'd have to be not Friday.
Yeah, and then the other day is a Christmas day, and as you know, Nick, I love to celebrate Boxing Day
Yeah.
Boxing Day.
Apparently.
because I'm a big
Boxing
Day
Day is
fan.
so much better than
And then
Christmas Day.
I'm away.
So
Yeah,
much
Boxing
better.
Day is where you get the tiger bread and the gammon
Yeah.
sandwiches. And,
You know, I
The
make the
what?
moist maker every year. I do a
The moist
leftover
maker.
sandwich with a moist maker every year. Oh, it's so good.
mate.
Unbelievable.
So
You should
good.
try it if
Gotta
you
be
haven't
fresh
tried making
tiger.
a moist maker sandwich.
I'm going to try making a
you've gotta
moist
do it.
I
maker.
just don't like the
I'm
word
gonna give
moist.
it a
So
go.
good.
because I love being moist. That's it, folks. In the chat, many thanks for hanging out with us this evening/morning. You guys rock. Be sure to hit that like button before you check out. And if you're not subscribed to the Patreon, head to patreon.com/XboxEra because you can become a legend and you get free stuff. Well, not free because you're paying for it, but it's like a Game Pass subscription. You get free games, you get free merch, but it's not free. But it is. It feels free because you get everything else or something. And with that, Jesse and I, well, Jesse will be back next week. I won't. That's it. I'm not allowed anymore. That's the end of my year for XboxEra in terms of content. I will pop into Jesse's stream on the 27th, no doubt. And I will see everybody on the first XboxEra podcast of 2025. Until then, if you are celebrating it, have a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Wish you all the best to all of your loved ones and yourself. I will see you soon. Ciao for now.
Yeah, for now.
Nick's here.
One thing, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on to didn't even know I wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end it doesn't even matter. One thing, I don't know why, it doesn't even matter
Yep,
how
great
hard
game.
you try. Keep that in mind, I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away, it's so unreal. Didn't look out below, watch the time go low. Watch the time go right out.
I asked it and it said that's a dumb question.
I kept everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of a time when I tried so hard. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end,
That's weird. Grok won't tell me anything.
I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. In spite of the way they were mocking me, acting like I was part of your property, remembering all the times you fought with me, I'm surprised it got so far. Things aren't the way they were before. You wouldn't even recognize me anymore. Not that you knew me back then, but it all comes back to me in the end. You kept
I wasn't looking.
everything inside, and even though I tried, it all fell apart. What it meant to me will eventually be a memory of the time when I tried so hard. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall
I wasn't paying attention.
to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. I've put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can go.
I've got the music playing in my headset,
For
so
all
I can't hear
this,
shit.
There's only one thing you should know. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I know the pieces fit, 'cause I watch them fall away. Mildewed and smoldering, fundamental differing. Pure intention juxtaposed with set two lovers' souls in motion. Disintegrating as it goes, testing our communication. The light that fueled our fire then has burned a hole between us, so we cannot seem to reach an end, crippling our communication. I know the pieces fit, 'cause I watch them tumble down. No fault, none to blame, it doesn't mean I don't desire. Point the finger, blame the other, watch the temple topple over to bring the pieces back together, rediscover communication. The poetry that comes from the squaring off between, and the circling is worth it, finding beauty in the dissonance. There was a time that the pieces fit, but I watched them fall away. Mildewed and smoldering, strangled by our coveted. I've done the math enough to know the dangers of our second guessing, doomed to crumble unless we grow and strengthen our communication. Cold silence has a tendency to atrophy any sense of compassion between supposed lovers. Between supposed lovers.